Facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts.
This is Hit and Run.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. Seen men fold when the lights got bright. See true drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the facts, then we run. Fearless from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckle scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud. It's cold and clear, that's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning downtown grid.
No emotion, just evidence.
Be advised, all units over. Local car moving at high speed through downtown Dallas.
We the roam.
And we are back for another episode of Hit and Run, co-hosted with myself and Fearless. How you doing, my brother?
Man, I'm doing all right, my brother. Ready to see what's going on. I know we got a special guest. I'm gonna be honest. Let me give my disclosure. I don't know a lot about the next guest that comes up, but I am in a lot of WhatsApp groups, and so I would always see, they always share information. And so that's how he came on the radar to me, from some shared information, some traveling groups. And a lot of them had a lot to say. So I just had reached out to them and said, hey, I'm just going to ask whatever questions you want me to ask. So I have some things I want to line up to go to ask this young man and, get some background on him. So I'm ready to get it on, man.
Background on him. Come on, man. We do a better job than this. We do our research. We do our research. So, oh my God, I just lost my camera. Hold on, let's see if we can get it back.
Oh man, it looked like Rob done did something to you already. He done got you out of there, brother.
Internet trolls are at it. Hold on, let me plug it back up again. Let's see if we can get it going. But yeah, I've been seeing them around the interwebs, internets, and certain chat rooms, and we're gonna let the young man tell his story on how he got where he is now, especially in our little sector of the world.
Yes, sir.
So it should be an enjoyable story. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna do some fact checking, and we'll see what adds up. Without any further ado, I'd like to welcome our young brother, Robert Eaton, to the stage.
What's going on,
All right, Rob. Welcome to the stage, my brother. How you doing this evening, afternoon, wherever your location may be? Where is your location, may I ask?
Right now, I'm in
Back in
Tampa,
the
Florida.
Okay.
All right.
Is that where one of your homes are, or are you just chilling there until you can get back into Colombia?
This is where I'm from. This is where I grew
okay.
up. So we have a house here in Sarasota.
Oh, nice. Nice area. All right. So,
And one second, Ronin. Just to let everybody know, yes, we are going to be bringing up the Andrew show. We
Yes.
also will be bringing up Rico, Uncle Rico, later on. So you guys stay tuned, and those gentlemen will be up in a few. Yeah, there is an echo. I think that's not me this time. I think that's you, Rod.
It
Maybe.
keeps rotating.
yeah, it does. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. It's not that bad, hopefully. It should be a little tail delay. But anyway, Rob, for everybody that's listening that doesn't know you that well on my channel, also Fearless's channel, I know Andrew has covered you a little bit, and he's simulcasting as well. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself and, kind of your business line aspects, and then how you got into the space and what's going on with you right now? Obviously, because there's a lot of things going on around the scenes with you and some quote unquote people that could be associated with Passport Bros. We're going to talk about that later, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, thanks first for having me on. My name is Robert Eaton. I'm 42 years old. I live in Medellin, Colombia. I'm married to a Paisa. Have a son with her that I adopted. A couple dogs, a house. I own my own company. I own a marketing agency right now. Run ads for companies across the United States. Prior to that, I've owned a gym. I've owned my own businesses for the last since 2018. Been living remote for about 4 years. I was married prior. Me and my wife separated. Went and lived in Cancun for about a year. Was doing too much partying. Went home. Get myself to put together. Wanted to backpack through South America, so I went to check out Medellin. Fell in love with it there. Moved to Medellin. Spent last 2 years there off and on. Came back to the United States for a period of time there, but since July 2024 for the most part I've been in Medellin. And that's where I'm at, in terms of, well, today I actually have a Live Abroad Academy that we just launched about a month ago. In terms of coming into the space, look, I own a social media marketing agency. I've been able to build a global business without ever really building a personal brand for myself online. So I'm in social media all day, so I never really had a desire to do much stuff for myself online because I'm working with clients' content all day, every day. And how I came into this really was a couple things happened, man. So,
One
situation.
second, Rob. I know. You don't have another window open, do you, or anything else? I think the people were just saying we hear echo.
Yeah, there is no other window. So the last time I closed my camera and came back on, it went away. So, but then it transferred over to one of you guys. So let me see.
It's gone.
I just want them to be able to hear you loud and clear.
Mic check.
No, I think mine. Here, I'm gonna stop the mic cam and come back real quick and see if it fix it like last time.
All right.
Mic check. It's still there.
So no, I don't.
Can't be
No, I
me.
don't. Oh, no, I got fucking echo.
Hey, we're gonna have to live with it. This is a StreamYard situation. It's not us. Because we've had way too many shows for it to be us.
All right, let's
Yeah,
test
I
it.
think mine's on now. It's passed back over to Fearless this time.
Man, look, just mute your mic up until you gotta speak. That's all. Let's just rock with it. But go ahead, Rob. I want you to finish your story, man, and how you got into the situation that's going on right now, specifically in Passport Bros arena and travel.
Yeah, so I mean, really, what happened is, the situation with Eric Molina and Medellin, prior to that, I'm paying attention. I watch the guys that are posting stuff online and whatnot. I'm not really active, but I kind of knew who the Instagram guys were. I didn't even realize there was this whole YouTube side of the travel space. I really just wasn't that plugged into it at all. It really was never a thing for me at all. As much as I did a lot of the stuff here, I just was never I never even realized there was this like whole community.
Yeah, that's you over there messing around, Fearless.
Yeah, that's me messing around.
Yeah. So what Eric Molina, you see the locals, they're talking about, the guys that get drugged, robbed, and end up dead. It's their fault, right? They're coming here looking for sex, and you get what you get, right? And we don't care what happens. And then when Eric Molina got abducted, right? He wasn't there looking for sex and hiring hookers and partying and doing any of that stuff. Like, he's on a layover for work. He goes out with some friends and he loses his life, right? And then people are pretty silent about that, right? So it's like this guy doesn't fit the narrative, and so what's what? And then from that, Capo posted a video of a guy flopping around like a fish in Calle 10 and kind of people just looking at him and doing nothing. And that kind of pissed me off too, right? And then Capo ends up getting deported out of the country. So between a few just chain of events that happened just kind of set me off. And for the first time, I made a Instagram video. I never make any, and I was pissed, and I kind of just flew off the hip, calling things out that I seen there, and it went viral, right? So it was like, okay, well, if I don't like these things that are going on and I'm going to get on the internet and say something about it, maybe I should probably start to do something about it, right? And that's kind of where things started for me. So I never had any kind of plan. When I made that video that day on Instagram, I had no intention of, waking up the next day and making another one. That was it for me, right? But I'm a firm believer, like, if you're going to step up, if you're going to say, you don't like some things and you see some things and you're going to call them out, then you should probably be the one to do something about it. So that's kind of how it all started for me.
Okay.
So the word, that's not me. I'm sorry, I hear my echo. Go ahead, I'll try to fix this, Ronin.
I think it's StreamYard.
Yeah, it is. It's got to be, because we've never had any issues before.
Yeah, because I can even hear a small one with you now, Ronin.
Right. Now, Fearless, mute your mic real quick while I'm talking. I'll see if it's just on your side. Mic check.
Yeah, I think when it's 3 mics somehow that it's passing it to one of them. So when it cut me off and I came back on, then it goes to Fearless. I think it has something to do with that, maybe.
So, I mean, you named off a couple names: Eric Molina, Chill Capo. Obviously, from IG, you jumped over to YouTube. You were initially exposed to YouTube from there. And then something happened to keep you on YouTube. And if you want to go into that a little bit more, because I know on your IG page that I looked through, it's really about the bad behavior of different foreigners that are coming in. And I can understand you living in Colombia wanting to help with cleaning up the environment that you live in. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Especially when you have family and kids and things like that. You want to make sure the people who are coming in to do the right thing. If you're community minded, right?
Absolutely.
So, but what pulled you in deeper into YouTube?
Well, YouTube itself really was when I started to create the content, right? If I'm going to go and I'm going to do this, like, if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to do it to the fullest extent. So that's where the YouTube came in. Really, what I wanted to do was to start a podcast where I got people that were locals and got travelers and start to get them together to start to have real dialogue so that we can get somewhere together, as opposed to this side is always saying, oh man, well, if they don't want us to do this, make it illegal, man. Well, they're already doing it before we got here. And then on that side, it's like, well, yeah, they deserve to get drugged. And like, none of that stuff gets anybody anywhere. So I was going to try to go ahead and start that conversation to try to move things forward. That's originally why I even set up any kind of YouTube. But I haven't been that active on YouTube. Really, it's been where I've been active on YouTube is actually connecting with other people right now. I'm not that active on my channel itself.
Yeah, I've seen some of we do our research. Well, I do. Fearless is over there capping right now, but it's okay.
I think one of us has to mute.
So
Yeah,
I don't know if I sound louder now. I took off that wind mic buffer. Does that sound better for you guys in the chat? I sound louder? Let me know, because everybody's saying my mic is a little low. but now you can hear the fan possibly blowing on it. Let me turn my mic a little bit. But yeah, normally we don't have sound problems in here. This is the first with StreamYard. I've seen a lot of people having problems. But anyway, hopefully my mic is a lot louder now. You guys can hear my voice. So let's get into this. The YouTube thing really started off with somebody volleying something around your personal life. And that kind of pulled you in deeper to where you were visiting different YouTube channels and kind of coming out a little bit stronger against those that were kind of raging against you, putting out certain type of information. What brought that about?
So good question. Well, first, that started on Instagram. Okay, all that stuff started on Instagram. It carried over onto the YouTube side of things, but that all started on Instagram. Look, when I started making content, right, the content that I was rolling out was really exposing women that are drugging guys to let them know, hey, you're no longer going to be able to do this in the dark. I will put you on blast. We'll make sure that people know who you are, and hopefully keep guys away from you. And even better, hopefully maybe the authorities will start to do something. Okay. So I'm doing all that, but the whole focus is around behavior itself. Okay. And what started to happen is a small group of guys reached out to me. Well, it's one of them at first reached out to me, and they're like, hey man, like there's this guy that's a traveler coming into the country. He's a scumbag, right? Someone needs to really speak up and say something about the stuff that he's doing, right? And I didn't pay too much mind to it at first, but eventually they sent me over 4 zip files of stuff that this guy had done. And I look at it all and I'm like, okay, you know what? Yeah, this guy is a scumbag, and we can let one rip because, you know, the same way that there's behavior over here that creates issues, there is behavior over here that creates issues too, right? It was never really the plan. All my content was really trying to look out for guys, even if I didn't necessarily agree with all the stuff. So I fired off one post. Okay, and that post is what created, right, the issues. Okay, so then you have guys get into a group chat to go and try to target my Instagram account, get it shut down, get it back up, get it shut down, and then one of those guys goes and tries to start hunting down my wife, try to start harassing my wife, and now you have a fucking problem, bro. Like, I'm just gonna make it very clear for anyone tonight. You go mess with my family, you got a fucking problem. Right, and that's where that all started. And then some from that situation, right, I think it was Homie Sub asked me to come on and to his YouTube and to talk about the stuff that was going on, right? Because what started to happen from there was, okay, if you guys want to fuck around, right, I'll just start calling out every single guy doing goofy shit, because we can go a few rounds if you want, because I'm here for it. So then I just started calling out every guy that I see. Look, I know what the Colombians do not want going on and why they are not admitting people, why they're deporting people. So then we just started to say, hey, who are all the guys that are creating that type of content, that are creating the problem for everyone, and I'll just put them all on notice, because we could do that. If you guys want to fuck around like that, let's go. And that's how it started. And then ultimately Homie Sub had me come on his podcast to start to talk about those things.
Okay. So since all that started, and I agree with you, if somebody comes after my family, then, you know, it's a whole nother level. You know, I put myself out there. I don't necessarily put my family on YouTube for public consumption and comments. You know, I know it's open game somewhat. Whatever you expose out there, put out in the universe, it can come back on you. You know, but if you kept your family off YouTube and then somebody goes after your personal life, you know, or your ability to earn money, you know, that's another thing. Defaming you, that's a problem with me too. You know, but at the end of the day, when you interviewed with Homies Hub, I kind of caught some of that myself. What in the community with those general people happened? Did they start to calm down? That in, you know, hype it up even more to where even more people came out the woodwork after you because they know now that you're going to be blowing the whistle on them and pointing the finger at them when they come into the country? How does that work out for you once you announce this?
Well, I mean, there's only been one real primary guy that's tried to really mess with my family to that extent. There's been people that have had things to say. So you have maybe more people pop up in comments, people run their mouths to me in the DMs and stuff like that. But no one really go and try to actually harass my wife, other than the guy started a rumor about a video that doesn't exist and guys want to go talk about it and stuff like that. So there's just more chatter, but no real substance or action behind that. So that's all that was.
All right.
All right. No echo? Is there still echo?
No echo.
All right.
You good?
I got a question for you. And this is just because I seen a video about Venezuela. So I was assuming your wife was Venezuelan. Is she Venezuelan or from Medellin?
My wife is Paisa from Medellin.
All right. Does she just have family in Venezuela?
We had a family member that was in Venezuela, yes. So that she had to go get, that died in as a result of the earthquake.
Hey, keep asking them some questions. I got to figure out what's going on with my mic.
Here, let me. Someone mentioned that maybe my headset. I mean, I've used my headset before and it hasn't been an issue, but let me just unplug. Does it change anything?
I'm gonna turn this.
Sucker up.
Let me know.
Is this too loud for you guys?
Now is
a serious echo.
There's no echo with me.
Hold on.
Let me turn this music on.
Now I
hear an echo. Big one.
Did you
change something?
See, I took out my headset and I don't hear any echoes.
Too many
hands in the kitchen.
Is my
mic louder now?
Jesus
Christ.
I just turned up
the decibel.
I hate to have these
production issues.
Still
an echo.
I wonder if it's the headset. Oh, no,
It might be.
Because it's on your side.
Yeah, the minute I mute you, it stops echoing. So I'm gonna pull Fearless back up and see if it's your headset. Unplug your headset and let's see if it's. Where did you go, Fearless? I'm gonna unmute you.
I unplugged my headset.
Mic check. It's still there.
Damn, and that's bad. Let me take this other thing down. I'm gonna remove everything from the studio. Mic check. Go ahead and say something.
I bet you.
You're good now.
I bet you it's because we're streaming over onto my side. I bet you that's what it is.
No. We've had multiple people on the panel and never had an issue with sound. This is something new. And I don't know if it's because of an update or what. But let's see if Fearless is back and we got everything together. It might have been the fact I had a slideshow up. Fearless, go ahead and say something. Fearless, say something. Can you hear me? You can't hear me now.
I think mine's still echoing now that I have this back on too. But if I turn off my camera, come back on.
Fearless can't hear us.
I don't know what it is. I could take out my headset, drop, and come back.
All right, let's try that one time.
All right.
And while you do that, we're just going to go ahead and play a little disclaimer video.
Welcome to Hit and Run, co-hosted by Ronin Travelers and Fearless Talk. Before we get into today's conversation, we need to set the table. The views and opinions expressed by our guests, callers, panelists, and contributors are their own. They do not necessarily reflect the views, opinions, official positions, or policies of Hit and Run. Ronin Travelers Fearless Talk. Its hosts, producers, affiliates, partners, or platforms. This program is produced for entertainment, commentary, discussion, and educational purposes only. Nothing said during this show should be taken as legal, financial, medical, political, or professional advice. We discuss real topics, real events, and real opinions. But every viewer is responsible for doing their own research, checking the facts, and making their own decisions by appearing on Hit and Run. All guests, panelists, and contributors acknowledge that their voice, likeness, image, name, comments, and views may be recorded, live streamed, edited, clipped, republished, and used in future episodes. Promotional content, thumbnails, shorts, reels, social media posts, and other media connected to the show. Participation also grants Hit and Run, Ronin Travelers, and Fearless Talk permission to use that recorded material without expectation of compensation, royalties, ownership claim, or additional approval unless otherwise agreed to in writing. Now that the grown-up business is handled, pull up a seat. This is Hit and Run, where the conversation moves fast, the receipts matter, and the panel says what it means. Let's get into it.
All right, let's do a mic check.
I'm here.
All right,
All right, can you hear me?
Echo.
I can
hear my echo.
Hey,
Still here?
Still here?
yes. Good work.
It's got to be something with StreamYard, I think. Look, I had a little echo. Now you unplug that mic. I don't have an echo.
I still
I still have it.
What's
I'm
going
still
on?
going on my phone.
Woo! That's wild. Wild and loud. I need to know if my mic is loud.
Man, I don't have anything plugged into my computer at all. The only thing I have that's going on is we're streaming over onto my side.
I'm gonna let Fearless come back in.
I'm gonna back in.
For as much money as we pay, it's ridiculous that we have to have an echo. The echo is gone the minute I mute you. So I don't know what the hell is going on. But I'm going to back out here in a second. And then you're going to hold the floor and I'll be back. I'm waiting on Fearless to come back in here but we're going to have to continue this some way.
If somehow my side is creating it.
Yeah. Try backing out one more time, remote. And then we'll see if that's it, but something is definitely going on. All right, there's Fearless. All right, Fearless. Let's hear it.
Testing.
Testing. No echo. Wait, unmute your mic. Unmute your mic for half a second. Let me see once I talk if you get a reverb. Testing.
All right. I have nothing plugged up.
All right. So we're cool.
Is there echo still?
Between me and you. There's no echo between me and you.
I can't hear you.
All right, now we're gonna
I'm sorry, Ronin, brother. This don't never happen.
This is the first time, yeah, this has never happened to us.
Can you hear me, Ronin?
We're gonna bring up remote living.
I can't hear anything. Fuck is this?
Check. Go ahead, remote. Let's hear your mic.
Please don't echo.
No echo.
Just had to ask nice.
This is.
Now feel it.
And now there's an echo.
Jesus. Wow. This is crazy. What StreamYard is doing for the price they charge us now, especially for allowing us to partner, simulcast, and do all these things you guys like to do, is ridiculous for the amount of money. All right, Rob. No. Something is going on. Restart the broadcast. No, I can't do that. That's too much of an issue. There's too many people linked into this broadcast.
Let's unlink the stream. Mine stream.
All right. You can turn your stream off independently. Let's see, remote. I can say remove. You want me to go ahead and remove you on your broadcast and see if that changes anything? All right, I'm going to go ahead and end your live. And then I'm going to unmute you. You got to unmute yourself real quick, remote. All right,
Please don't echo.
All right, the only person that hasn't left is me. So, Fearless, unmute your mic real quick. I'm going to bring you up. Fearless.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to back out and leave you up and see if it's me.
So you want me to talk? I shouldn't have a feedback because I got earphones, so there shouldn't be anything going back. So Rob, while he's gone, let's get some pressure on you right now. So my question is, you're white, right?
Yes.
All right, man. I didn't know that. You kind of look like a light-skinned brother. No.
Yeah,
So the thing is, I think in this space, a lot of us have been talking about the bad behavior that has happened overseas. Do you think the fact that you're white, and since it's passport bros, meaning it's usually people of color that's traveling, and you talked against it, do you think that's where all the backlash came from?
Probably some. But look, when I started talking about it, when I heard the name Passport Bros, I never associated it with like any kind of color at all. Now that the more I got into this and started to learn, I kind of realized kind of what was going on. But like I said, for as much as like at first when I heard Passport Bros, I thought I was kind of one of them at first when I was single because I was just a single guy in another country. I didn't realize that there was like a community behind it, all these YouTube channels and parties being hosted and stuff. Like, call me naive or ignorant or whatever, just out of the loop, right? Especially for a guy that owns a social media marketing agency. But I didn't realize. And look, I built Facebook groups. I didn't realize there was massive fit. I didn't realize it was what it was, right? So,
I don't think it's a color thing. I just think the majority, it got to be you, Ronin.
Check
Mike.
Do you hear echo?
Yeah, now I do. I think it went maybe. I think it's just got to be two mics on at a time right now. Maybe.
Mute my mic.
Go ahead, Fearless.
So I don't think it had a color issue. I mean, not when I listened to it, I thought it was really just guys from the United States just traveling. So brothers, any color it could be at all. But do you think the backlash came? And maybe I can only say from what I've seen. So anything that I say that isn't correct, just correct me because I might be ignorant in this. And some of it just is assumption or just something I've just seen. So do you think the backlash came because most of the things that when I seen reposted was guys of color, black dudes, acting out over there. Do you think, why haven't you showed white guys acting up? Maybe you have. And do you think that's where the backlash came? where it's like, oh, this white guy is judging black guys.
Absolutely. I think that's what it was. I mean, that's what at least what people say it is, right? So, that's probably where that stems from. But look, I've called out white guys too. Here's the issue: is you don't have a lot of white guys making the kind of content, right, that the Colombians are targeting, right? There's just not as much out there. And look, the guy that's actually at the top of my list right now that I have any issue with at all is a white guy, you know, and I made it very clear. His name's Hunter Moore. He's a scumbag, right? So way beyond different parties and the other stuff that people do. That guy's an actual predator, right? The other issue too is where a lot of the white guys get into issues overseas is they end up being pedos, and those guys try to operate in the dark, so they definitely ain't sharing anything online. But when they get caught or anything gets called out, right, I'm the first to try and expose them. Hell, I went to Texas to try to introduce a bill to protect people from what becomes primarily a white audience, right? So, but you know, guys will look for anything, and especially when it's online, people are always looking for an enemy, right? You got good and bad. I like this guy, I don't like this guy, so they're gonna try to come with some kind of narrative. But am I trying to target black guys? It's the furthest thing from the truth.
Now I know you said that you who's not is that you, Ronin? I hear the feedback. Yeah.
I'm muted.
Hello.
It wasn't me.
I don't know what it is. So I'll just ask Rob, and then I'll mute up. You're in Medellin. I know that it gets crazy down there. I've been there more times than I can count. And in Colombia. I can understand you protecting Medellin, but then I heard you taking it to like DR. I think there was a confusion with Ronin that was on your list compared to this Ronin. And I think he stays in DR. So is it just Medellin that you're focused on, or just the entire travel space that's doing it?
Yeah, at this point, I mean, really, it's talking about the travel in general, because look, it's getting harder and harder to travel anyway. Look, Thailand has changed their travel days that you're allowed in country without a visa now, right? It's harder, obviously, to get into Colombia. That's the one that, you know, being talked about the most. The thing that came up with Ronin really just had to do with him being involved in the Melbourne stuff, so I'm calling him out, right? So, but I'm not targeting any kind of like country or anything per se. Like, I just live in Medellin, so that's where I focus the most, because again, I have a kid working on I had another one on the way. My wife had a miscarriage, but we're actively working to try and have another kid. I'm tied to that city, right, for reasons that and that other guys just simply are not. So I don't expect people to understand, and at the same time, I don't care if they don't understand.
So you're married, correct?
Yes.
Why'd you brought her to the United States?
Have no desire to come. Neither one of us want to come to the United States for that. My son is very close to his tita to begin with, and I left the USA to live in another country. So I never left to go find a wife and bring her back to the United States. That was never the intention behind leaving to begin with. So we'll work on getting her here, getting him here, and be able to come visit family and whatnot. But we have no desire to come back and live in the United States. There's nothing that ties us here. So we like our life right where it's at. And that, again, is why it's important, right, to try to help be part of creating the best Medellin.
Is this your son or her son?
Her son.
Okay.
It's her son that I adopted.
All right. I'm gonna have Rico on. I'm gonna go over that. So please stay tuned with that when we talk about stepdads when he comes on. So what made you travel outside the United States?
Oh, I love.
And I know you said that you weren't looking for a wife. Were you finding? Man, I just keep hearing the echo. Success in dating in the States, or what happened?
No, that's never been an issue. Look, I was traveling around the world when I was married prior. I've been around the world. I've been through the Middle East, been through Europe, right? I was already working remote back in 2019, so we were traveling around the world then. While I was married, I've been everywhere and anywhere in between, right? I used to have this thing in my mind, hey, if I wasn't with my wife, which I never intended on that being the case, right? Because I work remote and I'm free to kind of move around, I would travel around the world. I love experiencing other cultures. I think it really kind of opens us up. We become better when the more we understand other people outside the bubble that we're in, and that's what got me traveling. So, but I was traveling around the world before I was single.
I keep unmuting this. Every time I unmute, I'm sorry. I don't know if the audience hears an echo. I just hear an echo.
No,
We don't hear an echo.
Now, every once in a while, you got to broadcast.
All right, I'll talk. Hopefully there's no echo. So where you meet your wife at? You travel to Medellin, you're all over? Yes.
Yeah, I met her in Medellin. So out one day.
You can expand on the story.
Let me jump in here. It's your mic right now. Mic check. There's an echo on my side too. This is nuts.
I'm muted. I think it's you, Ronin. Mute your mic.
My mic is muted.
Let's see if I talk.
I think it's whenever there's three. So I don't know.
There can only be one.
All right. With Rob muted, there is no echo between me and you.
Yeah, I don't hear an echo.
When one of us mute up, there's still an echo. You get what I'm
It's
saying?
not my headset.
No.
Because I hear it through the headset.
How are you hearing the questions, Rob? Are you listening to the PC? Maybe the PC is picking
Is
up
there still an
the
echo?
mic with the sound.
I'm using just the PC now. I was using a headset before, but I don't have anything plugged in right now at all.
Yeah, this is making it difficult. Fearless. Now he can't hear. Let me mute him real quick. Mic check. Yeah.
I'm here.
Mic check. No echo on my side. By myself. Mic check. No echo with Fearless. With Rob muted. Now I'm going to mute myself and pull Rob up.
Yeah, mic check.
You got to say something with the mic thing. You can't just...
I said mic check earlier. I didn't hear anything.
Fearless can't hear us. Come on, man. Now he can't hear it.
I know I can hear you. It's just echo.
Okay, but I'm going to mute myself. And I need to do this.
All right, if I talk to you, Rob, do you hear me, Rob?
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't hear an echo.
I don't hear any echo either.
No, I'm not broad, but yeah, I'm not even streaming to my audience. I stopped that. All right, let me just go with you, Rob. I'm sorry, brother. We usually have a great thing, and I don't know what happened. I think Ronin just forgot to pay the StreamYard bill or something like that. Something's going on with this StreamYard. All right, so you were married before, so why get married again? I guess, everyone says the first one didn't work out. I'm going to live a free man. I'm going overseas, and I'm going to live my life to the fullest. Basically, they're going to be a passport bro. I'm going to date as much as I can. So why settle down?
Well, I was doing
And first, was your first wife in the United States?
absolutely, yeah. She was
Okay.
she's from a country girl from Texas, blonde hair, green eye girl from Texas.
All right.
So yeah, I definitely guys had no issues dating in the United States, not even close. So, right, I'm married now, so I ain't gonna get into pulling up any of the previous lineup, but I do just fine.
All right. So you get to Medellin. Why get married again? Did you?
Yeah,
I mean, did
so
you? Some people enjoy being married. So is it that you enjoyed the life of being married?
well, yeah, so look, I mean, I did plenty of the single guy hooking up with a lot of women, right? That's one thing I make clear all the time. Like, I don't even care what guys do, right? I did most of all that stuff myself. I just didn't go broadcasting online, bringing heat to everybody. That's the difference, right? Because that's where the heat comes from, right? But at the same time, doing all that stuff, it's empty, man. And I don't care. Well, I'll just keep it on me. I don't want to say what anybody says. It's an empty thing. It gets old, man. It's a real empty thing. It was cool at first, went early on in divorce, struggling, not really being emotionally available to anyone at all. It was good. It served its purpose, and at some point, it just gets old, man. And I wasn't even necessarily looking. Yeah, I guess I could say I was on dating apps, but I was on dating apps doing other stuff prior to that, right? And match with her, take her out, and then just something happened there that wasn't happening before. Just being honest, that's just how that changed. I was not really looking for it, and to be quite frank, even with her at first, and she knows, it's like I never thought that she was going to be the one either, right? Like but there's just day by day that changed, and ultimately she became my wife.
All right. Did you find it? I know you say there was no problem dating the United States, but did you find a difference between either the culture or how the women behave, or yeah, I'll say culture from Latin women, or maybe Latin women compared to American women? Most guys, and I say that because most guys who say they're passport bros and want to travel, that's one of the reasons they say they want to travel, is because of the Western culture that they're trying to steer away from. Did you
Yeah.
find that to be?
It's very different. It is very different, but both sides present different challenges, right? But it is extremely different. I get what guys are saying about, especially even being a business owner like myself. A lot of the women in the United States, like, they have a lot of masculinity to them, right? They want to overstep and kind of take your role, and they have their role. There's, immediately right away, it's, what can you do for me? I get all of that. So on the other side, you get much more traditional, right? You have, especially in Medellin, that's conservative, but you run into your own set of challenges. Language barrier, their culture is a lot different. They're not into our hustle culture and stuff like that. They're very into family and community. There is no, in the U.S., my ex-wife would be okay if I worked 7 or even 14 days in a row, and like, yeah, keep building, right? With her, that's not happening. So obviously a language barrier if they don't speak English, so there's different challenges with both. But I will say I'd rather deal with the challenges in Latin America than what you deal with in the United States, 100%.
All right. No, that's good. I'm just going to questions, nothing that has to do with me. So I know before you said that maybe on a show, you make a lot of money. So somebody says, show the receipts. So are there receipts? I don't know what the receipts would be. I don't know what a lot of money is.
Yeah. The receipts are on my Instagram, guys. I've made posts. Hell, you could go on my stories right now. The receipts are right there. I got a bank statement right there from a couple months ago.
So what is that I would be looking for? I haven't been on your Instagram, so I
If
don't
you
know
go
what
on
the
Instagram
receipts.
and go on my stories, I have something talking about. I'm one of the only guys qualified to be teaching anybody how to live abroad and make money, because a lot of guys are just teaching and they're grifting and they're making money off of teaching people how to make money. I make my money from from an existing business, right? Having an agency that, the bank statement's right there, like, $250,000+ a month. So it's all there. Hell, I got a C63S AMG sitting outside. You don't get that if you're broke, right? Like, all of it has been around. Hey, I got pictures of me flying first class. Like, all anyone has to do is kind of line them up, guys, and it is there, right? I got AMG Mercedes. I got a business. I'm flying first class. Like, I'm living good. I got a house there. I got the house here, right? You don't get that making $5,000 a month, not even close.
I'm just asking, so shoot the
Yeah,
message.
no,
I'm
I'm
just
not even.
messing.
I'm not even. I'm kind of talking to the people that asking you the question.
So what is this business? And I only asked that because what Ronin sent me was, um, and please correct the name, Live Abroad. Uh, what was the name?
So the
Remote.
Live Abroad Academy, I just
Yes.
launched. It's a month
Okay.
old, so I just launched that. So, but even with that right now, right? That right now is generating. So if you look and let me look, I'll pull up the school right now. Let me see how many people. Let me
But
see.
that wasn't what you were talking about.
No,
It's a
not at all.
business outside of that.
Yeah, but let's just say in here, so we have 60 members in here. Let's just say right now, 10 of them, okay, 10 of them
Okay.
are between me and a couple guys helping me and some Colombians that we let in for free, okay? So we'll just say at 50, at 125 a month to launch it in the beta, right? That thing is generating all that, and that's mostly net income I'm paying for school, and then nothing else right now. We're not running any kind of ads, and I built that off of just a couple posts. Right, that initial wave we built off a couple posts, and I haven't even stepped foot on the gas on that. We're going to launch campaigns next week and scale that, but that right there is already making just a little $6,000 a month. But that in itself is as much as a lot of guys that are trying to teach people how to move abroad are making. Right, my business is what pays me. So that's just getting that thing launched right now. So I don't even pay myself from that at all. Right now it's paying guys that are helping build that and bringing staff into the fold, and then we're going to start to really focus on growing that. I actually just sold my agency as of yesterday. We're going through the transition right now. Sold the agency to another company that's going to absorb it. I'm going to consult with them for 6 months, and I'm going to go full steam into Live Abroad Academy right now.
All right. So I'm gonna ask a few questions just so I don't get confused or they don't get confused. You had a business before, so the new business is the Live Abroad Academy. So why
Yeah.
don't you tell me about that? What is Live Abroad Academy, and what is Live Abroad Academy?
Yeah, so Live Abroad Academy is really teaching the guys the skills that you need if you want to be able to be geographically free. So the two skills that can get you outside the US and making 6 figures easily are going to be high ticket remote sales and media buying, which is what my agency, my actual agency, is built around, right? We run ad campaigns right now for med spas, and I work with some online trainers across the United States, okay? So I manage campaigns every single day. Right, and then I do high ticket sales myself. I'm selling clients into packages anywhere they're paying me $2,000 to my
Wait, don't
client.
talk about your new. I want to just talk about the new one. Then I'm gonna talk about the old one
Yeah,
because I'll get them confused if
yeah,
not.
yeah. So the new one, we teach them high ticket sales and media buying. So you get both tracks, right? But really, you can start in the high ticket sales. You can get yourself into a job within like 90 days. Get a closer role and actually be able to move abroad. The guys that are living abroad most successfully right now that just aren't like me that don't own a business really do high ticket sales.
I'm sorry, Rob. I didn't know that Ronan was trying to talk. I just thought he was trying to get his thing together. I'll put myself on mute and let him ask some questions. Ronan, I was talking because you just back there being silent. I just didn't know if you was trying to come up. Go ahead.
Now
I gotta see if the sound is right,
and it's
not right now.
So
It's something where when I drop down, it gets fixed. But when you're talking,
we
we overlap each other and it starts to echo all over again. So
I don't
know what we can do to fix this.
Hold
on, real quick.
Rob. All right, let's do this. Whoever's talking, everybody else mutes up. That way we can switch back and forth. So we're going to have to be very conscious about when we ask a question, giving the person time to answer the question. Okay, and that works. And there is no echo right now. So one of the things I wanted to ask is why do you associate the few people that you're talking about that you have an issue with altogether passport bros? Why do you think they're passport bros versus just regular random ass travelers that are doing pookie ass shit?
So it's not even that I consider everyone passport bros. I look at what how the locals perceive all of us, right? And the locals just group everybody into one. So I'm sharing kind of from that perspective always, hey, the Colombians don't want us doing this, right? They're saying this. So I'm just looking at it from their perspective, right? Because their perspective is the one that matters, right? They're the ones that are admitting people. They're the ones that are deporting people. They're the ones in the chat saying, I don't care if you guys end up dead, right? So we have to take into account how they are looking at things, right? So really, they group everybody into one. Everybody is basically a passport bro in their eyes, right? That's really why I share about it from that perspective.
So, like I said, some people would say that you're riding the wave of passport bros, the name. A lot of times you use that word and you group us all together. And specifically, I think it's more of a sensitivity thing for brothers, more so than anybody else, because y'all randomly, and when I mean y'all, Hispanics, YT people, and so on, randomly adopted the name after we went through the pain of being associated to a passport bro because you were a black man traveling abroad, because that wasn't something that was normally seen heavily. So now, because of your marketing background, I got to call you into question why you throw that name around so freely, cross-associating everybody with bad behavior to that name. Because I'm a veteran, I'm not a passport bro, but I don't throw that name around like that because I understand what it means for brothers to be able to travel freely without being negatively affected by the name or being associated to it. Go ahead.
So I throw the name around because that's what locals call everybody. So I'm just speaking the language of how it's already being spoken by them, right? If you go ask them, right, what you think about all the guys that are coming into Medellin, all the single guys that come to visit, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, the passport bros. They don't separate it, right? I'm actively actually trying to work on separating that right now as we speak. Because here's the deal. When it comes to my content, the people that kind of, I guess, roll with me, right? Because I'm in a place now where you either love me and you roll with me or you hate me, right? Which I'm good with. Because if you want to talk about my marketing background, yes, I need to be absolutely right there. That's how you continue to grow, okay? 100%, right? The people that follow me, right, are against all the goofy stuff that goes on. They actually get pissed off when I post too much about passport bros and the stuff that's going on. They don't want to see it. They literally are in my DMs like, stop talking about those guys. We don't want to care. We don't care. Start focusing back on the other stuff.
Okay. And don't take this the wrong way. Like I said, I do my research and I looked at your background. I looked at, and believe me, I'm a marketing genius when it comes to a lot of different things. I've been in sales for 40 years. Okay. So when I compare your setup and what your mentorship is and what you're teaching people, it's similar, if not almost identical, just repackaged to what a passport bro is. Do you realize that?
It's not even close. It's not even close because what I'm teaching has nothing to do with going to find and date women. I'm not a dating coach. I'm teaching guys skills to make money that get them geographically free. That's what I'm doing. The whole passport bro thing was built around guys getting going outside the country to find women they can date, right? Their dollars go farther, right? So I'm not a dating coach at all. So I don't associate myself like that at all. But I could see where guys maybe try to tie it in together. But again, I'm not even against any group of people. I call out behavior. I call out behavior, right? If guys went and traveled and stopped posting stupid shit online and kept what's supposed to be in the dark, and we weren't getting kicked out of countries and being denied all that stuff, you would never hear me talk about any of that at all. But it's impacting everybody, right? The behavior of a few is impacting everybody. And isn't that how typically life goes, right? Where rules and laws get put into place because a few people ruin it for everybody?
So you're kind of echoing what we've said before. So, that's why I said, do you think that the fact that you are white, the message either spread or went viral? Because the same thing you're saying is what we've said in the past, that a few guys we get judged as a group because of a few guys. So I do understand that. Ronin, are you going to keep going with this? Because I'm just looking at some things and I'll ask some other questions. I just don't want to take him off subject.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick. So the reason I'm saying it is, like I said, I do my research. You know, I don't challenge people on their points of view. And like I said, I'm a salesman. If you're selling to us, you're selling to us. Let's just call it a spade a spade. You know, this is a warm market, like you brought up earlier. You had never been exposed to YouTube Black travelers. You didn't even know there was a space like this until IG moved you into the YouTube space. So you saw an opportunity. Remember, I've been in sales. When I see an opportunity, I'm always closing ABC, right? So at the end of the day, you saw a warm market of like-minded individuals, maybe not the same color, but like-minded individuals that can fall into your client base. That's why I'm saying this. But why I'm verifying this stuff is, and what you see on these infographics are how you match up when it comes to what Passport Bros preach and what your preach is. And it's similar, but you're more in the corporate monetization side of it, teaching people how to earn money. Not that Passport Bros don't talk about, you know, digital nomad, you know, working abroad, finding money, how you work so that you can live abroad comfortably. You know, those things are the same. So why I say what I say is because I compared the two and the messaging between you two. And it's the same. It's just you're more corporate structured, where the Passport Bros grew as an individual entity with no one person in charge. What I have been talking to these young men about for a long time is organizing it to where there is structure. Your organization just has the structure that Passport Bro, quote unquote, did not. But when it comes to your audience, your core messaging, everything else, it's exactly the same. And I'm going to land right there so you can talk.
Yeah, actually, you know, with some of what you're saying, I don't necessarily disagree with, because I told you, look, hey, we're looking to build like another side of this now. For one, I wasn't looking for it. So what happened is people started DMing me all the time about, hey, how are you able to live abroad? How are you able to live abroad? I want to do it. And I wasn't going to do it at first because I already had my other thing. It wasn't something that I needed to stack on. But yes, my first business coach ever, his name is Alex Hermosi, okay? And Alex is actually who put me on the map. If anyone is in the digital marketing space, you know who that guy is, one of the best in the game, okay? I helped Alex Hermosi create an offer. Alex put me on the map. That's how I ended up on this side of things, okay? So one thing that Alex taught me is, hey, when the market wants something, you give the market what they want, okay? So everybody kept hitting me up. I decided to pull the trigger on it. Now, with the way that I've went about building my academy, here, I'll lay it all out for you, okay? I'll give you the strategic side of all this, right? There's other people that have programs like mine, right? Where they teach like remote sales. They usually don't have the media buying track. They charge anywhere from like 8K to 10K for like 90 days to 6 months, okay? Where right now I let guys in at a beta at 125 a month. Right now we bumped it up to 197 a month. I was going to put that at a $6,500 price point, but I'm intentionally keeping it lower because you are 100% right, Ronin. I am 100% building a movement of people that are similar but are identifying differently, right? That we are going to create a new image in the space, right? Get away from the negative image that has been created and start to create a positive one, right? And getting the academy off the ground is just the beginning of it, 100%. So yes, it is going to be more organized and structured.
I'm sorry. I'm not interrupting. I just got a little confused. So I'm going to try to ask this in a way that I can understand. Is your remote living academy to help people learn to live remotely? Or is it like, for instance, hey, I want to go live abroad. Do you tell me how to live abroad? Or is it for someone to say, hey, this is how you can set up a business? So is it more to tell someone, here's a business that you can set up to get money? Like if I already have money or I just want to visit, is that still for me? Or is it, hey, this is how you can make money abroad? I guess that's what I was trying to differentiate.
So it's twofold. So yeah, so the way that it works is we do the skill development because you have to have the skills to earn the income to get abroad, Okay, so that's the first part. Then when you finish, yes, right now we currently have like 15 countries that are like the most popular destinations for people that we lay out like visa requirements, real estate agents, how to get there, what kind of visas that you would be able to qualify for, things of that nature, right? City life, beach life, slower pace, fast pace. So there is going to be that element, but we don't engage in that until someone actually has the skills to even be able to get abroad.
So what is it that you're selling when you say skills? What is it that you're selling them? And
High
somebody
ticket.
also said 250 a month is 3 million a year. So you're making 3 million a year on your other job? Is that what you're saying?
That's the other agency. So this other one we just started. That when I say 197 a month, it's $197 as opposed to paying somewhere between 8K and 10K for 90 days. So we're going to fill the top, right, and the masses instead of going high margin and low volume. I'm going right high volume, low margin, and
So
that's
what type of skills would I learn if I went to your academy?
how to do high ticket remote sales, like selling over the phone on Zoom calls like this with high ticket offers, or how to run ads like media buying, Facebook, Instagram ads.
And with your other job, so it was about $3 million a year that you were making. You say cut. Let me stop. I'm sorry. I can't. I got to let Ronin, StreamYard is messed up. Go ahead, Ronin. Talk, Ronin.
Fearless.
God damn it.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Fearless gets into his lawyer mode and starts rapid firing questions. You get what I'm saying? So I gotta wave him down sometimes so I can get my questions in. Because I was going down this road for a second. Now he's exploring deeper. But what I wanted to say is, like I said, I don't have a problem with you selling. But typically when we see a white man in a space of black men, it's for profit. It's not because you necessarily care about our community. I understand how you got drug in, but I also see opportunity once you got drug in. And that's what I wanted to explore a little bit more with why I pulled these slides up. Not to blame you, not to shame you, because, hey, get it how you live, man. If you're marketing, you're marketing. So that's why I brought this up. And the other thing I wanted to share really quick is there are other positive Black content creators out there that are always in mentorship, downing the actions of Pookie actions overseas. So then with you jumping into space, and I understand you're going after a few, but we've been here longer and we're of the same hue. So it's different when we come from that background to speak on certain actions versus when you highlight something as a white person, how magnified it gets based on your skin tone. Do you understand what I mean by that? And I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying. So look, first I'll back it up. So inside my academy right now, there are Colombian women, there are white men, there are black men. If you want to know if I care or not, you ask the black men that are in my program if I care or not. They can answer that for you. Okay. When it comes to content creators, I'm going to be just as honest with you. I don't give a shit what anyone was doing before I got here. Nobody owns this market. Nobody owns anything here, right? YouTube is available to anyone. Instagram is available to anyone. The market is available to anyone, right? I don't concern myself. Right. So I get what you're saying and I understand it. And I'm outside of it. And I get like there's been all this stuff going on and people might have been trying to talk about it and do things. That doesn't involve me. I don't care. I'm just being honest. I don't care about it at all because it doesn't involve me. What I'm saying is because it impacts me, it impacts other people, and I could care less about who's been here longer, who's done what, who's done any of that stuff. It is irrelevant. 100%. If we're talking about the market and what you're talking about, building business, creating a profile online, anyone that's watching this right now can go fire up their Instagram, jump into this market and do whatever you want. Nobody owns anything. The travel space as a whole, when I first was traveling, I was getting Airbnbs, doing different things. I never even considered this stuff at all. Like I don't care. I don't concern myself with this at all. Right? I don't have to go on another person's YouTube. Right? I don't have to be on any other thing, and I'm still going to continue to take off how I am. right? And because I am mission focused, purpose focused, I am being driven by a why that is way past just money, right? If I was driven just by money, I wouldn't even be doing what I am. I already got money. I already got money. I don't need money.
All right, I'm gonna test you on that because just people in the chat. Why leave a $3 million a year business to do this? That would be one. And two, I think with the, what would I say, the cloud of like the Andrew Tates, the fake it until you make it, the buy this course. So the people said, where's the receipts at? So I don't know the receipts. I don't even know I know you said look on Instagram.
Go on the Instagram right now. I have accounts that I'm managing, spend $100,000 a month. I got my bank statement in there. Guys, may I ask what your Instagram is? I'll share it with the people. Remote Living Gringo. I brought more receipts to the space than anybody has, even come remotely close to. Right. So the receipts are there. Yes, at first I never did a course because of all this. When it comes to Andrew Tate's and stuff, I'm not those guys. Like Andrew Tate's and them are also about abusing women, treat them as property. A lot of the problems that we see in the travel community here, to be honest, I don't get down with that at all. Right. So the receipts are my bank statements that are in my story right now. Me managing $100,000 a month in campaigns, my clients holding up plaques for 7-figure awards, ClickFunnels awards. The receipts have been there for a long time. Hey, I helped build an 8-figure brand with 2 of my partners, right? Like I built a 79 location med spa brand. I've been doing this for a long time. I might be new in this space, but if you go into the digital marketing online business world, like my name has been known for a very long time.
Now, this is just me, so I'm not saying you don't. I'm just on here. I didn't see the receipts. I do see an image of a car, a Mercedes. If
you go in the stories right now, go in the stories.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
believe me, I'm not as technological.
It's all right.
Oh, okay. Paris, what story? Gringo certified. You tell me this. Hey, man, you got a lot of stories on here.
You'll see a green and white.
Gringo certified. Zoo Medellin podcast. Visa help. Medellin safety. I don't know. Maybe I'll just put it in and you guys out there.
You're in the highlights. You got to go on the active stories right now.
That's good.
Like click on my profile photo.
Oh, okay. There we go. That's your son?
States
yes.
are nowhere close to being the same as escorts in Latin America. It has nothing to do with their looks. It has everything to do with one group of women is surrounded by opportunity, lives in the greatest country on the planet, the richest country on the planet. Right? Education's available to them. Equal opportunity is available to them. They have the world at their fingertips. And for whatever reason, daddy issues, some trauma, being drug addicts, whatever the case may be, right? Even now, just sexually promiscuous girls on OnlyFans choose to go down that lifestyle, choose the easy money, choose to be prostitutes, right? When they have opportunity around them. The girls in Latin America, some of them starting out as early as being sold by their own families to the sex trade, never even getting to make the decision for themselves. Right, the ones that do end up making the decisions for themselves, they don't have the economic opportunity, right? They don't have the world at their fingertips. They don't have anything close to being available to them that the women in the United States do, right? Because if they did, they wouldn't make the same decision that the girls in the United States do. And I know this because recently a woman just signed up for our Live Abroad Academy. She doesn't even speak English, and she's going to go through our course to learn media buying because she said can give her kids a better life. She doesn't even speak the language in the course.
So I'll put it in the chat because I know nobody can see this, even if I try to blow this up. Just because you said you have the receipt, so it looks like there's I'm just showing people what it says there of what you posted. So I mean, everybody can make their judgment. It says a summary of 267. I mean, I don't know monthly. I don't know anything that I'm just showing what you have here. And then I couldn't capture it. It was something I couldn't capture it. It won't do it any justice there. So I don't know.
No.
I think
I
you're
could
on
pull,
mute, Rob.
Rob.
I could pull that up right now. Like I'm in accounts managing 6 figures a month for clients, guys. Like at some point, people just have to do some critical thinking. I'm not saying, I'm talking about the people asking the questions. If a company can spend $100,000 a month on ads, like they're doing well. And a company that's doing well is not hiring some bum to run their ads. It is that simple, right? I've showed enough receipts. I've showed plenty of stuff. And that if you keep going in there, there's more receipts of clients' actual KPI trackers, one after the next, right? I got more receipts for what I'm doing than anybody that's trying to show anybody in the travel space how to make money, and that's a fact.
So is that what you I'm sorry. Is that what you teach the guys on yours? In a sense, is it ad buying? Is it online marketing? Is that basically what your course is? The living abroad?
Yeah, it's 2 tracks. So the high ticket sales, remote sales, and media buying. So you can learn both, and you can go either direction. And here, I want to answer something real quick too, because guys said, if I have such a good agency and making money there, why leave? And it's a good question. It's a valid question. Okay. So one thing about managing campaigns and running ads for people is, especially when you own an agency, not like a freelancer with a couple accounts, right? When you have a lot of people that you're running businesses for, it's 24/7 all of the time, right? And I'm carrying around a huge amount of weight all of the time, right? Because I'm responsible for people being able to feed their families. That's how I approach my work. Okay. And it's never ending. It's so sometimes when you have skills that you can make a lot of money, you could start to decide how you want to go about making that money. Okay. Now I spend my whole day using my skill set for the most part for other people's businesses. Here until a few months ago when I popped up on IG, right? I'm everywhere online. My work is, right? You don't see me anywhere, right? Starting the Live Abroad Academy, when it started, is I get to teach guys something that I'm passionate about, that I'm very good at, right? I get to use my own skills for my own business, right? And I get to impact people in a way that I don't get to right now, or at least directly. Okay, for example, even right now, like we have Colombians. So I open, and we can, when anyone tries to talk about money, I have opened up my academy for free to Colombians that speak English, okay, that are in there learning for free, helping them level up. So like the argument that it's some money grab is non-existent. It falls flat the second you try to argue that position, right? We have people already, right, filling out and applying for jobs, right? Colombian woman right now applying to be a marketing assistant somewhere. Like we're having an impact, and I get to have an impact that I do not have. At the same time, yes, absolutely. The way that this will grow and build, right? When I get to the same amount of income that my agency is at right now, my workload will be drastically less. And I'll be able to focus on the child that we're trying to have right now, raising up my son, and being available to my family. That's why I'm making the move.
So a question. I know Travels Unfiltered. I know him personally. He says, I manage over 10 million in media ad buys from various programs. It's not that difficult to learn. I only brought this up because I know that there's no dig on him. I know he's not making 10 million. he's managing it. So my question is, when you show those receipts, is the receipts your net income, or is that just what the business makes? Because that's 2 different things. You can always say, I'm bringing in 250,000, but out of that, you may only make a percentage of that. And you're still on mute. I'm on mute up. Yeah.
So that's going to be a business account, and I run my business right now at about 70% margins running the agency. So anyone can try and do the math from there. So it's that is a business bank account, and I'm showing, hey, right, if anyone's going to teach you business skills, how to do this stuff, here you go, here's this, okay? And then I run my business right now at about 70% margins online. But yeah, anyone that, if he's managing 10 million in ads still, that's great. That's fantastic. Ask him, is he living abroad right now?
No, he's married to a Dominican. But he brought her to the States.
Let me, real quick. Both you guys meet up.
So like, we can ask Travel Unfiltered, if a company's spending 100 grand a month on ads, A, what kind of money are they making? B, who are they gonna let be responsible for that account? Right? It's
Yep.
simple when you understand the world. It's simple stuff.
Real quick, because we added 2 more people to the panel. We got Rico and we also have Andrew Show. I need you guys to be a little more proactive in muting and unmuting your mics. Only one person can talk at a time. So as we go round robin, because of this situation with StreamYard, I'd appreciate if you guys have a question, go ahead and allow the other person to ask the question, but mute your mic so that there's no echo and we can have a more fluent conversation when it comes to this. But again, welcome Rico, which we got some questions for Rico and Rob. We definitely want you to stay around. We do have Nat Measy coming up later. We're gonna hype. We're gonna hype up the fight that's coming up in October that you have put up for charity. But welcome Rico and the Andrew Show. I'm gonna let Fearless go ahead and finish his line of questioning. Let's make it brief so we can get into some of these other things too.
No, that was it. I just wanted to know about it. People were saying, "Hey, show the receipts. How do you make this? You know what that's about." And I think I've asked you before about just coming into the space. Did you think that the fact that you are white and the passport bros in a sense are people of color, was that the catalyst of it? And you answered it. We'll get into the boxing later, so we'll get into that.
Yeah. So again, Andrew, do you have any questions for Rob? Because you've been listening in the background. Appreciate you linking up and simulcasting as well for your viewers and your channel. But I want to give you an opportunity to throw a couple of questions out if you had some for Rob, and then we'll get into some round robin questions. My biggest thing was pointing out the similarities in both of your programs between Rob's more professional way of structured monetization and making money abroad while you're living overseas, and the passport bro mentality or system that they have when it comes to digital nomad and making money overseas while you're living. But go ahead. I'm going to let Andrew ask whatever questions he has real quick. Andrew, you got to unmute yourself if you have any questions. If not, we can move on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Am I loud? Okay, am I loud? Am I echoing or no? I'm good.
We're all muted, so there should be no echo. Go ahead.
Okay. What's going on, Gringo? How you doing, brother?
He can't really respond back because he has to be on mute. I know it's crazy.
Okay.
So maybe two people can talk at the same time. So you can unmute Gringo.
All right. So, yeah, there's a bad echo right there.
Yes.
Just need you to ask a direct question so he can answer it. Land your plane so he can answer it back. There can't be no crosstalk. Can't overlap. So go ahead.
All right. So, there was a question that you said about how everyone in Colombia perceives y'all as passport bros. Like when we go to that country. I mean, do you recall? Do you remember saying that? Okay. So, question is, when you first got there to Colombia, did they perceive you as a passport bro?
I'd imagine so, right? I'd imagine so. I really didn't have this much talk like we have right now online with it at all. So, and I wasn't really integrated into any kind of like content or paying attention to any of this stuff. Like I used to never see any kind of travel content online at all. So I never seen any of this stuff. So I never really had the conversations about it at all. But I've heard it thrown around like, yeah, I mean, even right now, like anyone that is like a single guy right, which I'm not anymore, that they see inside, and I'm gonna keep it to Medellin because that's where I'm at, right, is pretty much labeled a passport, bro. That's what they look at, and but now it's actually kind of worse, right? They if you want to really get into it, like they look at the single white guy is a pedo, right? And then the black guys are there to party and have the escorts. That's kind of like the categories that exist right now, but and none of them are good for the single guy that's traveling there.
Real quick, what behavior are you said they're looking at? So is there certain behavior that the men display? Is there certain behavior that women display?
So the main behaviors right now are, so when you talk to them, they'll say, hey, what's supposed to be done in the dark is supposed to be kept in the dark. So glorifying hanging out with the escorts, partying with escorts, and all of that stuff is a huge problem. Okay. The other part of it is not just now glorifying it, right? We're glorifying what's supposed to be kept in the dark and then monetizing it on top of it. They're not with it, man. It's just that simple. That's what it is.
So is it the talking about it or the filming it?
Well, both, right? But I would say that visually is going to capture someone more than anyone's talking about anything. So visually seen is what's always, because when you're scrolling through Instagram, right, visual is what's going to draw you at first, right? So that type of stuff. And look, and I would even go as far to say, well, I don't want to speak on it completely just because I wasn't seeing any of the streaming stuff going on YouTube, but I think I personally think that the Instagram stuff became a much bigger problem than what was going on with the streams and talking about stuff here on the YouTube side.
I just had a question. Because I follow up on you on Instagram and I see that before it started to get into Passport Bros, you were talking about the chicas that were drugging the men that were going overseas. So I was actually glued to your Instagram stories. My question is that knowing that we've seen what's going on in Colombia, where anybody that promotes anything that's regarding to Colombia, they're pretty much getting exiled. I mean, I know you've had some issues going to Venezuela, I believe, with your wife, because, people were seeing stuff that you were promoting, right?
Yeah, so I didn't go to Venezuela with my wife, but they did give her issues about me when she was crossing over the border, the immigration there, 100%. But the work that I'm doing, exposing women in Medellin, won't keep me out of Medellin.
So you don't think that won't cause an issue, since whatever's being promoted out there in Medellin right now, people are getting exiled? Why do you feel that what you're promoting wouldn't get you deported or out of Colombia?
I'm promoting keeping people safe and holding criminals accountable, not glorifying hiring escorts and partying and what looks to be in the club and drug scene and things of that nature. What I'm promoting is the opposite of that, but they do end up crossing paths, but it won't keep me out. If it was going to keep me out, been flying in and out of Medellin, up until right now. I'm outside my 180 days and I haven't finished my visa yet, so waiting to go back. But if they were going to give me a problem about it, they would already given me a problem about it. I'm not worried about that at all.
Okay, so I heard, my man, you having an upcoming fight. I think it's sometime in October. I mean, you're ready to get in the ring, and actually do some physical damage, and probably expect some physical damage to be done to you, because you've called out a lot of people in this travel space for a Royal Rumble match. So I want to know what's your take on that. Is this something you're taking serious, or is this one of your marketing moves that you're trying to do to get people to rally you in and give you some donations?
Well, I was already looking to do charity. Like, I'm big in charity anyway. I always take care of kids in the holidays. The very first business I had, we were donating. Right now, we're working on launching beds and burials already to put every kid in Medellin in a bed. It's a big part of who I am. So I was looking at trying to plan something, trying to bring, look, I'm trying to help create a different narrative. Everyone thinks I'm their enemy, but I'm not. Right? I'm really not the enemy. I'm trying to help create a different narrative. So by hosting a boxing match and raising money for kids in one of those areas, we can point and say, hey, look, we're doing some good here. right? And then I just bring in the guys that wanted to be, you know, having issues with me to invite them in to help make it, to set it off, right? So I called them out, but none of those guys are stepping. So it's going to be me and Nakmeezy to get started. Well, there's guys, but none of them. What's funny is, pretty much every guy that signed up to do this wanted to smash a passport, bro. And look, they're all single guys that are traveling too, right? People are, amongst within this whole single men traveling thing already are splitting themselves to different sides.
Wow. My other question is, some people online have accused you for being connected with law enforcement or the FBI. How do you respond to those claims?
I'm far from connected to the FBI, but it is kind of funny. The first time I heard that was actually before I ever made a piece of content. I was hanging out. It was while I was still single, and I was hanging out in the park. And this guy came up to me. He's like, "Bro, me and my boys are not doing anything wrong." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "We know you a Fed." I was like, "Yeah, I know a fucking Fed. I'm probably here doing the same thing as y'all. I'm just maintaining a low profile, right? Trying to hang out right now." But absolutely, look, you know, my migration. I have sent some stuff over 100%. Nothing with the feds though. Over to migration, and nothing in a long time actually. I could have sent over a whole lot more stuff. I have people from inside WhatsApp groups, inside Facebook groups. Man, I have entire WhatsApp groups. Fearless, if you're in a few, I might even have your phone number and not even know it, bro. So, because I got pages and pages and pages of that stuff that I sat on. The only person right now that I'm actively trying to do anything against, his name is Hunter Moore, and I've been saying that, Hunter Moore. And you can Google him on Google. You know, just Google the most hated man on the internet. He pops up. He already did some time in prison for basically scamming people, and now he's overdoing predatory stuff in Colombia. And I am on his shit with guys that already got him jammed up the first time. That include guys like Anonymous.
Absolutely. And like I said, I'm very intrigued with your investigation and what you put out there on Instagram. So I do keep up with that. My only concern is, do you think this could bring like a target on your head, since you're entering a, like, I don't know what to say, like a different realm where some people may take this serious, like what you're putting out. You know what I'm saying? Like fighting is, you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure you know, like, is this something that you're prepared for? Like anybody can come anywhere and want to do something to you.
Look, I've said it from the jump. A, there are people that want to come after me. B, I would like to see you try. Go ahead. Hey, I don't live behind a gate in Poblado. I live on a street with Colombians. You could walk to my front door. But just be prepared that if you try to come in, you ain't leaving, and you ain't ever getting to me. When I'm out in public, hey, guys around this community have seen me out in public and ran into me, and they will tell you that I'm never by myself, right? Like, and I've subtly made things known. Hey, guys, look, it's this simple, okay? For the last 3 months plus months, I have been exposing women, okay, that drug men, okay, that those women that do that are tied to criminal entities, okay? Okay, if there was anyone that I would be worried about, my face is not covered, I'm still on 10 toes. People, right, I don't mean you guys, people have to start to be able to think more critically, to ask themselves, how could someone actually get away and do that, right? Where you have a guy like Obi-Wan, who I love, right, who's wearing masks when they do this shit. How is it that this guy can get up, do that, and bro, 3 months doing what I'm doing, long time, and still not stopping, right? Anytime they come to me, boom, we're ripping them out there with nothing. And then you ask yourself this: guys in the passport bro community, they threaten me, they try to do whatever, they try to get my Instagram shut down. But then the women that are in proximity to me doing this stuff, why haven't they come after me? Right? If guys just ask themselves, look, people don't want to get to the answer, and it's fine, but I'll just finish this with this. If you want to try and come fuck with me, good luck. That's it.
I got a question for you, because I'm going to bring this up a little later. So I thought since you opened the door, I'll go ahead and let myself in. $3 million a year. Why aren't you living behind a gated community? Why aren't you living somewhere? Meaning, because I asked this question of Mariah, and I'm gonna have a clip on that. So prior to that, I'm gonna ask you, whenever I go to another country, especially a third world country, my money takes me a different way. I don't want to go to the hood. I don't want to be where I can be assaulted. I don't want to be where the normal people can kidnap me. I don't want to be in that area. And the reason I don't is because my money should take me to a whole different area. So a $3 million a year person, why would you live on a regular street?
So that's a good question. So first, when I moved to Cancun, I had a penthouse that the elevator opened and I walked in right into my house. There was no hallways, marble, granite everywhere. When I moved to Medellin, I lived in a penthouse behind gates. And again, I'm just going to keep it right where it's at, okay? The question that you just asked, right? If get to the say, hey, why would he live there? Well, A, I don't want my son behind a gate. I want my son living as authentic as possible. B, where I live is one of the best parts of town just for safety in general. All right. And for C, because I'm just gonna leave it like this, man. I have a gate around me, bro. It's just that simple. I got a gate around me. It just don't look like the metal steel one that closes after you drive in. And I made that clear for a very long time. And that's where I'll just keep that.
So I just don't want you to think I am picking on you. And I got to say this prior to sharing this video, because I'm gonna have to bring Uncle Krusty to the to the principal's office. But I do want to bring this up, and I need to do a disclaimer because my old lady said I got to do a disclaimer because she does not want this to be bashing a woman. So I can only put this because this is the person I see. This isn't directed at her. So I hope that we learn things, because I have more clips of her on here.
Man, get in here. My ladies from Santo Domingo. Y'all tell me if y'all agree with my observation. But all the fine men in Santo Domingo live on the east side. They over here in Santo Domingo Este. Now, not every part of Santo Domingo Este is the hood, but it's hooderer than if you go to El Centro or the west side. I went over there yesterday and I didn't see nobody fine. I didn't see not one man that was fine. You come over here on Avenida España on a Friday, Saturday, Thursday night, and they lined up fine, doing hood rat shit with their hood rat friends, okay? Playing dominoes, drinking, playing cards, okay? That's where all the fine niggas be. Guess what? They ain't barely got no money. They ain't got no money. Now, the ones on the west side, they got some paper. They got a little coin to spend, but they not handsome. Is this forever a decision that women all around the world have to make? The fine man versus the man that's just barely making it or broke? Y'all tell me.
The reason I play, you can take that down. Or how can I remove that, Ronin? There we go. Let me remove it. The reason I played that is this. She in the hood. She in the hood because I know it's the hood. The first girl I ever met when I got off the plane in DR in 2005 or whenever it was, she worked at the airport. She worked at duty free. I've been in DR before there was ever some translation, before you had a map. That's how long I've been going, where you had to scratch off orange cards is how you used to use the phone. She lived in Los Minas. Los Minas is 1 block from Venezuela Avenue, just right where she says she at. It's the hood. My question has always been, why did you travel, and not you, so that's why I was bringing it up when you asked about living behind the fence, to a whole nother country just to go back to the hood? And then we question why you say, oh, I can't find a good man. You just said, and I'm not saying she's there for a man. I don't know. But it lets me know the environment that you're comfortable with. You're comfortable being in the hood. You're comfortable being around the loud noises. You're comfortable being around broke people. How do you go to another country and that's where your area is? And as an American, your money travels much further. So why not go across to February 27th over to Acropolis or somewhere there where there's a whole different group? And it lets me think the mentality, especially of Americans or whomever, is there's never a state that says, I want someone who's stable, who has a good job, who is this. It's just, I want a good looking dude that's broke. And I'm comfortable with that. So that was the preset for my question to you as to why you stay in a certain area. Because as an American, this is what we're trying to get away from. I get money and I want to go somewhere where my money goes longer. I want to have a maid in the house. I want to have a driver there. All of those things. I'm sorry, I'll cut it so you can talk. Give me.
Yo, I got a maid. I got a driver. I got a chef. My son has someone with him 24/7, right? I live in the safest part of the city. Like I'm not in the hood, right? I live in the safest part of Medellin. My son has a driver and someone that escorts him everywhere he goes. I have a maid. I have a chef. I have all of that. And I live authentically with Colombians. That's how I live in.
So question. It's a lot of passport bro behavior. A lot of passport bros go to Sosua. They go to the hood. And this is going to be you, Uncle Rico. So I know you shaking your head, brother. Y'all get on all the dudes that go there and do this. And y'all say, y'all live in Sosua. Y'all go to the hoods. But I never seen y'all say anything about the women who go do that same thing or like that hood behavior. Because we call out the hood behavior. And I tell dudes, how can you travel 2,000 miles to go to once? If you lived in DR, Sosua is like 5 blocks. It's not even a big city. To go to the hood. Or to date hood girls. You said it, Rico. You can get that in the States, right? You know, I'm in Dallas. You can go to Harry Hines and get that all day. So why travel 2,000 miles to get that or to be in that? I thought you would level up. I guess that would be it.
Okay, let me start with, is my sound okay? All right. And I'll just start. And I think that was a great question that you asked. I think you asked that over there on the Dominican route with us. I don't think it was the question. I think maybe it was the way you asked it. But I will say this. To start with, I agree with you wholeheartedly. In this space, I'm known as one of the most bougiest black motherfuckers in this space because I don't do that hood shit under no circumstances. I don't do it. I don't do it. I don't do it. My belief structure is when I leave the country, I need to live at the same level I'm living in America or higher. I don't move overseas to move lower. But the point that you brought up about is that would apply to 90% or 95% of the space. So while you may be correct in saying that that was Mariah's choice to move to the hood, I'm going to tell you like 100% of the passport bros do the same shit. Whether it's up on the North Coast, Santiago, Santo Domingo, wherever on the island. I don't know about Colombia, but they look to live in the cheapest spaces. And you know what they'll tell me? I live among the locals, completely ignoring that there are wealthy locals, as you said, that live in these countries. I'm like, I live among Dominicans too, just the ones with fucking money. I don't care to live among the ones that's broke. But if that's what you want to do, God bless you. I don't have anything to prove. So in that conversation, I think people choosing to live according to, and I certainly don't believe any American has to live down because we do have an economic leverage. I think a lot of people are doing it, excluding Mariah, and not excluding her, but maybe even including her because people are just trying to be cheap. They're trying to save every fucking penny they can on, because a lot of people, I moved to the DR, or I'm moving to the DR because it's cheaper, not to be dirt fucking cheap. I don't want to do that. Yes, I live in a gated community with great security, and I'm going to continue to live there. Fuck that shit. And ain't nobody going to shame me out of it. It's just a stupid idea. I value the safety of my family. That's the most important thing to me. So I don't want to live among Dominicans. I'm not Dominican. I'm not going to be Dominican. They're never going to accept me as being Dominican. I don't give a damn. My wife's first language is Spanish. I'm not delusional. But what I'm saying is I agree. Santo Domingo Este is known as the low income part of Santo Domingo. I ain't going to argue with you about that. They do have some hella hood spots there. Not all. John from the Dominican route, he lives over there. I fuck with him about that all the time. I'm like, I got to come over to your hood ass spot. You know, I'm always busting his chops about it because it just, to me, I wouldn't live there, but I respect him and his family for their choices. I don't knock him for it. He has a fixed income. He has to live within his means. That's not my means, so that's not going to be my choice.
But I'm not want to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I just want to address this, and I'll let you go next, Rob. They didn't talk about income. I could understand if it was, I'm living there because I don't have no money. It was, all the cute dudes live here. They broke, they cute. And the reason I say that is, it's this mentality that even the women in the United States have is, I wonder why I got a baby daddy, and I wonder why he don't pay child support, and I wonder why I'm broke. And then I say, well, who the people that you were hanging around? Because your environment is what you're going to get. I'm sure remote living, that if you want to be wealthy, you kind of channel yourself around wealthier people.
But can I respond to that? And I'll just say that, and I'll let you go after this, remote. Is again, I can't speak to what she sees in men because I'm not looking at that. I'm just sitting there saying is, but again, if that's the way we're going to look at it, then we have to look at the totality of the travel space, because overwhelmingly, not just in the DR, in Colombia, people are traveling looking for the fucking hood. In Brazil, you got male and female travelers staying in favelas. I find them places to be extremely dangerous, but they're reckless and foolish and want to live in these. You know, what do y'all have, Rob? System 6, 1 through 6. They'll try to live in the cheapest places they can. They do the same thing in Thailand. It's not, yes, you can paint this and put this on Mariah, but I'm saying it's the entirety of the space. They're fucking cheap, period.
So if a guy said, I love Minnesota school because it's the hood chicks. They ain't got no money. They broke. They out all night. They doing all of this. What would we say to that person? We wouldn't even. That's a person we wouldn't want to follow. That's a person that anybody in this space would be like, what you just drove 2,000 miles to get with a girl with long fingernails, fake hair, and weave, and we would cut them up because we say, man, y'all getting the lowest of the low, but y'all silent when a female does it, and that's going to be my problem throughout this, because I just call it out fair. I just think that we shouldn't be doing that. You know, we should level up in any space. Go ahead.
Yeah, the part where I want to touch on this is when you talk about Medellin and where you live in Medellin, okay? Poblado and Laureles are going to be your two wealthier areas, okay? But they also just so happen to be where a lot of the street petty criminals hang out and be robbing people, okay? So like that in itself becomes an issue, right? Where you got places like Sabaneta. Look, I'll tell y'all straight up where I'm at. I'm in Zone 7, Envigado. I'm in the safest part of Medellin. Right, I'm in a nice part of Envigado. I'm out. I used to live in Poblado in a penthouse in Poblado, right? But when you look at the stuff that I share, when we talk about guys getting robbed and stuff happening, it's happening in Poblado, in Laureles, where there is a high volume of foreigners hanging out, and the street criminals are coming out from the barrios into those areas. And people are getting robbed and stuff. So that for me is a big reason why I want to be out of that, and that there's other nicer pockets that you could be in that you don't have to worry about that stuff, right? But then that's in the middle. Like you're 100% right. I am not living in the barrios, not even close.
Let me say this real quick. No matter what one of these countries we're talking about right now, typically when we go overseas, we're in the top 5 to 1 percentile in earning potential. What might be expensive to them is dirt fucking cheap to us. You got to really be squeezing the fucking ink off a dollar bill to want to stay in the fucking hood. In any country we travel to, you really do have to be low budget. I'm out in the province in a gated guarded community around doctors and lawyers and shit like that. In a 4-bedroom house. There's no excuse why you need to live in the hood ever. And you can't give me a good reason why you would do that. Not at the type of income we make as an American. You carrying a blue passport, you don't blend in, you're never going to be accepted as anything other than a gringo or an American in these countries. So you saying I'm trying to get the whole environment of the culture by living there, you make yourself a target of opportunity. They might not have struck now, but you never know when that moment of desperation arises and you're putting yourself at risk for being in these places. And I land my plane. Go ahead.
I have no problem with Mariah living where she wants to live. That's not even my issue. My issue was boring rich dudes, good looking poor dudes. That's where the issue comes at. Meaning you can surround yourself with people who make money. Every time when I go there and I've been on lives, I'll film in the back and I send it to Ronin. I'm like, this is where I'm at. Everybody where I'm at is wearing a suit. Everywhere where I'm at is talking. I might be in a cigar bar, or I might be meeting with someone, who has money there. So you don't have to surround yourself with that. Maybe your income makes you live in that area, but you're an English speaker. You got it over everyone in there. So once you start speaking English, they already think you have money anyway. So I just don't understand the mentality of our American women to say, oh, I'm cool with a poor dude from the barrio. And I know, look, I lived in Santo Domingo. I moved because of the traffic. I mentally can't deal with it. I used to be on Abraham Lincoln and Winston Churchill. I just can't deal with the traffic. That was my only thing. But I know when I was in Los Minas, you get woken up by the chickens, you get woken up by avocado, the horns, the blast, and the music. It's the hood. I mean, it's the hood. And eventually, sometimes you just say, I could do that in the United States. I don't know.
Can I jump in on this hoodness?
Go ahead, brother. We might not respond immediately because we all have to mute because of Ronin's cheap.
Oh no, it's no problem. I on the contrary, I'm attracted to the so-called hood, and it's not because I'm attracted to criminality. The hood is not only made up of criminals. Let's get that clear. The majority of the people in the hood are hardworking people that just happen to be in a different economic class. I can relate more to them and life struggle, and you have some of the people with the biggest hearts with the smallest wallets. So I tend to do my work in the hood. Even with this boxing match, a lot of the people that will benefit, i.e. these children, come from families that are so-called from the hood. And look, at a certain point in life, you should strive to have better for yourself and have a safer place for your family. I get it. But there's an elitist tinge to some stuff that we're saying on here. I don't want to hood shame, and if you're not hood shaming, salute to you. When we talk about this boxing match and just doing good deeds, the good deeds are done in the so-called quote unquote
I think you went out a little bit, men,
women included. Brother, let me finish. Please let me finish.
Brother, stop. We couldn't hear you. You went out. So I'm telling you, we couldn't hear you. You got to get off this angry man thing, brother. We just let you know we couldn't.
No, it's not angry, but I'm saying it's if it's that you can't hear me, all right, it'll come back in, brother. It just happened to be when I started speaking about your points, though. But a bunch of men farting on their nuts talking about a woman that ain't there is crazy to me. Let that young woman do what she do. All of us either don't have hair or got gray hair, some of us anyway. And then we're talking about young men and women in their absence. Drop a link, somebody reach out to her, and then have the conversation. But like throwing shots when someone's not there, to me, is not how people from our generation should be acting. Shout out to the hood, and shout out if you got out of the hood. Now let's get it.
Can I address Rico?
So do you still date women from the hood?
Fearless, let homie have the floor.
But let me respond here. Let me respond to this question real quick. Sorry, homie. Salute to homie sub. I'm married. My wife's mother lives in the hood. I'm extremely good there. I'm good in any hood because I know how to move, because I used to be that kid from City of God, a little rugrat that used to fish off of a bottle and string, that used to steal my neighbor's guanabana when I was a little kid. And yes, I'm Black American, but was raised in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, for a time of my life. So I'm not an elitist. So yeah, I'm married and my wife is from the hood, but she ain't hood.
Go ahead, homie sub. Welcome to the panel, by the way.
Salute to the panel. Salute Fearless, Ronin, Rob, Nakmeezy, Andrew, Rico. So Rico, I'm coming on here respectfully to address you. You had a lot of words for me the other night on Mariah's stream. I'm not really sure how much context you have. Doesn't really matter, but I just wanted us to have that conversation here like men. So if you wanted to reiterate or any points that you wanted to get across, I'm here and my ears are open.
I think there was only two things that I spoke about you about was on one stream. It was two separate streams. On one stream in particular, I said that I had watched you on your live, and I said you had, in a lighthearted manner, implied some sort of physicality with her. And I didn't think that shit was cool, and I still don't think it is. I said I didn't think you were serious about it, but you read a comment out, and I didn't think that was appropriate for a man to bring up a comment because one of your subs, because I know as content creators, people get, as much as content creators like to think they lead conversations, they sometimes get led by conversations in the chat. So do you acknowledge that that is what happened, or did I get that incorrect?
You got that incorrect. I've stated multiple times that I've never hit a woman.
I didn't say you.
A woman.
I said, okay, go ahead.
Hold on. I did not insinuate anything that would come close to that happening. Somebody said, what if she signed up for the boxing match? I'm like, bro, we wouldn't do that. And we made some jokes as to this. And I'll get into the jokes, right? But I'm like, me and her are not going to do anything. If I see her, I'm going to run the other direction. Like that was what I made clear several times. I think that got spun out of control. I know you might have insinuated and maybe only had 2 points, but your point ended up growing into a narrative on following live streams where people were trying to insinuate that I said something about putting my hands on her.
Because that's not what you said. The way you just described it is not what you said, homie. I watched that. It's clipped. And I guarantee you, if I was to play that clip here before everybody, I said you said it in a lighthearted way. I said that. You did say it in a lighthearted way, but you did not say it the way you're describing it. Like, oh, I'm not going to. No, you were like, it'll take 4 of them to beat her tail. So that's fine. I'm not going to go back and forth with you on it. And then I don't think I said anything else about you other than the fact she brought up on her live stream that you said something about her daughter. And I said, that's not cool. Nobody should be talking about your child, period, point blank, period. And I stand by that.
Do you know what was said?
She said you said something about her daughter has colonizer blood. So I didn't hear what you said because I asked on the live stream, could she play it? She said she wasn't looking it up. I took her at her word, and I don't think you should have said any fucking thing about her child. I don't know what was it other than happy birthday. What could you possibly have to say about anyone's child?
So there was no insults thrown at her child. We don't mention her child. If her child ever comes up in conversation or comes up on stream, we actually blur her face out because we don't.
Did you say her child had colonizer blood? Yes or no?
I'm going to give you context as to the conversation. So, number one, I think you inserted yourself into something you have no idea what's actually going on, and you're listening to the whole thing through one perspective. Mariah is utilizing the FBA conversation against me because I'm Nigerian, and we're telling her that she has absolutely no leeway to have that conversation as somebody who's half white, right? According to what the FBAs are saying in my chat. I'm not an FBA. I don't know y'all rules, right? But that was the conversation we had. Then the conversation goes back to her baby daddy. She then defends her right to be able to speak on every aspect of the conversation because her baby dad is African and her child has African blood, European blood, and FBA blood. And then I just reminded her, I'm like, no, you have colonizer blood. And your daughter has colonizer blood. It was in direct response to what she said. So she's the one bringing in race, her authority to speak on things, and why I'm not able to speak on things, and how I sold slaves and all types of stuff. That was the context of the conversation.
Okay, I will say this. You're misguided about FBA. That's one. And then two, while I can accept you saying whatever you want about her, you can say she has colonizer blood. You can say whatever you want. There was no reason, and there's still no reason under the sun to bring her child into it. And I just think that people in this space bring people, like, that's why Rob is on the rampage. People brought his wife into it. Had nothing to do with it. Y'all could have tore the white guy down from Sunday to Sunday. Y'all could have said, the white man. What the fuck does his wife have to do with it? Nothing. Same thing that Mariah's daughter has nothing. You can drag her from Sunday to Sunday. She's an adult. She can stand on her own 2 feet and defend herself. But that and in that conversation, I didn't go any further than that because I didn't know anything other than that. And I think that was the only discussion we had. And I'll stand by that was wrong for anybody to bring your child up the same way I tell Rob, nobody should have ever brought his wife up. No one should have ever done that.
So
and
these
I
are not
stand by that.
These are not similar situations.
They're family members outside the principal. The principal is Rob and Mariah, not Rob's wife, not Mariah's daughter. The principal is Rob and Mariah. You can attack them. They are the content creators.
You need context because you are speaking as if you only just sided on one point. You sat on that girl stream for 5 hours and you had a lot to say with so
what else did I discuss?
Very little context. So first, let me say this. The people that went after Rob's wife, that was completely unnecessary. It was literally just insults towards him, talking down on his wife, talking down on his family. You mentioning your daughter, right? And then within the context of that conversation, break down that she is now African because, like I said, you missed the whole conversation.
I said I didn't hear.
You are only focusing that her daughter was mentioned. Her daughter has been mentioned since the beginning of me and her back and forth because we were questioning her decision making as a woman, her mentality as a woman and as a parent. It had nothing to do with the child, right?
Are you a parent?
But in the context of the conversation, stay on point, Rico.
Okay.
In the context of the conversation, and this is the same conversation that you guys are having tonight. Okay. She makes bad life decisions, and she now just opens her mouth and speaks on things without thinking about them. And that's all we've ever been talking about. The conversation was never about her daughter. It's never insulting her daughter. We don't do that over here. We don't speak on kids. We don't mention kids inside of our conflicts at all. But in this one particular situation, because she's so emotional about the first time her daughter was brought up, she keeps bringing up her daughter in conversation, which then creates a chain reaction of us speaking on her daughter more than what we are supposed to. The conversation is sticking to one basic thing: your decision making as a grown woman. Period.
So you couldn't speak about her decision making without mentioning her daughter.
You spoke on something without knowing the context of the conversation.
I'm asking
and
you.
You're still doing it.
I'm asking you. You, first of all, I don't know who any of us are to be questioning people's life choices. But nonetheless, because we all have a right to make them. You make yours. Let me finish.
You spend all this time speaking on Passport Bros. Life decisions. That's what. So
but I don't speak about their children, siblings. I speak about
the problem, Rico. You want to hold one person accountable, and you don't want to hold the next person accountable. In this space, as intellectual men, we hold everybody accountable.
So what accountability does her child have?
We never.
What accountability does her child have?
Hold on, because you're trying to play a scheme here. We never inserted her daughter into.
You just said you did. Are you listening to what you just said?
Let me give you context once again, because you don't understand it.
Okay, I don't.
Mariah moved to Medellin. She is just another traveler girl who moved to Medellin. The conversation being had surrounding her comments in which she was getting upset was why she was in Medellin as a woman. Then the following conversation is, why are you in Medellin with a child? She speaks about it openly. She brings her child into conversation, how she's parenting in Medellin as a single mother. This is her introduction into the space. So we are literally reacting to your content in which you have volunteered information online. That is the entire context of her daughter being involved in conversation. It doesn't go any deeper than that.
Okay.
That's it.
Hey, can I touch on this real quick? I want to touch on this real quick because I'm raising a kid in Medellin.
Go ahead, Remo.
So here's a couple of things. I want to touch a couple of things real quick because I'm going to ask questions, all right? Because technically I am the outsider, right? It is extremely hard for a guy to live in another country outside the United States, let alone a woman. And when I say you guys, yes, I'm referring to the black community right now, has a black woman, man, that is out the country making it. Like, I would think that we should find a way to lift her up. I'm not even going to address Homie's Hub and her beef because I don't want to be in the middle of it. And I think that both of y'all know, like, I don't want to be part of that at all. It doesn't involve me. I'm just talking from looking on the outside. Here's the next part, okay? When it comes to raising kids in Medellin, okay, right now, we talk about where I live, right? My neighbors know that I'm away. Okay, that everyone in the neighborhood holds it down, right? A few nights ago, I'm at my house. I get a picture sent to me from one of my neighbors. Hey, some guys are out walking by your house, right? What Medellin is. See, most people never integrate deep enough into Medellin to actually know what it really is, right? That we are kept in a bubble and never experience integrated into Medellin, into Colombian communities. Okay, hold each other down. Right, like I got my own neighbors who are Colombian. I'm an outsider there, right? Sending me photos, making sure that everything is good. Do we need to do anything? Is everything good at the house right now? Right, raising a kid in Medellin can be safer than raising a kid in the United States. Right, it just because someone is in Medellin does not mean that it's unsafe. Just how someone asks, why are you not bringing them back to the United States? Right, because I don't want to. I don't need to. My family is just as safe there. Then hell, I could say that it'd be worse for my son here, because he'd be out of his culture. He's still learning English. He get picked on and screwed around with kids messing with him and stuff. He's in his culture. He's got his community. He got people looking out for him. The way that I know the Colombians and my neighbors, right? If Mariah was living around them, they would hold her down. And that's just me.
But Rob, let me say this, I could accept possibly the criticism slightly. I know I'm a father. I believe Nack's a father. I know Ronin's a father. I'm not sure about Fearless, and I know you're a father. If it came from a father, but to have the level of hubris to talk about parentage, if you've never been a parent any fucking where, anywhere, that takes quite a leap. And I would only say to you, homie, again, I understand how you're trying to frame it like it was. I don't know how to comment, because again, I said at the beginning of this conversation, I did not hear the conversation. That's why I asked her to play it to give me context or so I could hear it myself. She just told me what you said, and just hearing the words, and I asked you, now maybe I do need the context, but just hearing the words, she's got colonizer blood, I wouldn't say that about anybody's child I could think of off the top of my head. Maybe once I see the clip, I'll think differently, but someone telling me, oh, he said my child got colonizer blood because they're mixed race. I have mixed race grandchildren. Fuck no. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
That's why you
that's
need
an
context,
insult.
Unc. That's why you need context, Unc.
But I don't necessarily believe the context is going to change my opinion on it. I'm just sitting there saying is I wish you would move forward being more careful with your language, because I know we get heated in these spaces and we just say shit off the dome. And when it comes to kids, the same way I said, the people that fucked with Rob's wife, they didn't want to mess with his wife, but they got mad and they did some dumb shit. And then they woke up the dragon. And that's why he been on their ass. And I support him for being on their ass because they fucking asked for it.
Rico, if I spoke on that girl's daughter, I would not have so many people supporting the back and forth going on.
It may not have been your intention, is what I'm saying.
We did not speak ill of her daughter, and I'm gonna just keep it at that and move on from that conversation, because that seems to be the only leverage that you can have in this conversation right now.
I don't know what else I said.
We go ahead and move on. We got it. We'll do it. Now I'm gonna talk about people and their kids, so I'm letting y'all know that right now.
I am.
So y'all can call me what y'all want to call me.
I don't speak ill on family. I don't put my hands on women, and all of that was insinuated by you on her stream. That's why I came on here to address you. Because
I heard what you said about the boxing. I didn't hear about the kids, and if that's what you say,
if you watch my content,
I respect
you know that
that,
I'm not that kind of guy.
Okay,
right? I have class. I have decorum. I'm not one of these passport bros that go overseas and crash out and do a bunch of crazy things. People know this already, right? So what I'm trying to get you to understand is, before you take somebody's side, right? Because you spend a lot of time, and me and you have had plenty of conversations on these panels. You have spent hours judging the life decisions of men that decide to take their passport and go overseas and do these things. I'm asking you to hold that lady accountable the same way you hold everybody else accountable. And that's it. And the main core problem between me and her is I'm holding her accountable for her life decisions, because she thought that she was going to get her breakthrough into this space by holding other passport bros accountable. So when people flip the mirror back on her, all you were watching is a woman who does not want to take any accountability for what she's doing. And the insults and the mentions of race and family and all those things start out of her mouth. I don't care if she's a woman. She's a grown woman, right? So I'm going to hold a grown woman accountable like an adult. And if you don't like for the conversation to go into your weight, if you don't like for the conversation to go into your race, if you don't like for the conversation to go into who you're sleeping with, then you don't bring the conversation there first, because then it would never get flipped back on you. And I rest my case.
Okay.
All right. Let me go, Rico.
I withdraw. I'm telling you, based on the information I had and what I've seen, yes, I absolutely stand by every fucking thing I said, but I'll withdraw saying that you meant any ill will towards her, because you said you didn't. But up until that point, based on that live stream that I saw you talking about your boxing list, right? The people you were going to fight, and somebody in the chat brought her up, and it was only you that brought that up. That made me feel a certain kind of way. Like, why would he even bring up that comment? That's just weird, because I do know, and the reason why I'll tell you, homie, because there's a lot of men in this space who do wish physical harm on women. And I don't like that. I'm not saying you did, but in that moment, you sounded like one of those dudes that would fucking hit a woman. You sounded that way. Not saying you would, but that's how it was received. I was like, oh, now he He talking like them. There's a lot of people in this space who do that, and people don't want to admit that we have a problem in the fucking space. You don't want to admit it. Ronin don't want to admit it.
I'm gonna admit it. Hold on. Let me now. Can I go? You kind of long-winded, Rico.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna address two things. I'm gonna address two things. My first clip will be addressing what Nakmeezy said through another clip. The second is I'm going to indirectly talk about kids or women or however. And the reason is, and it will be some of Mariah clips. And the reason is Rico, we called you because we said, as we always do, we're going to hold your feet to the fire. And you were on a show. And so I'm going to bring up clips that have Mariah to hold your feet to the fire on that. And one of the subjects we're going to talk about is being a stepdad. But I'll play this one first. This is to address being in the hood and how I think the mentality is. Everybody has a different mentality. And I say that to say about the hood. Yeah, you can always go back, but at sometimes the people got to level up to you. You can't. That's how a lot of the rappers get killed. That's how a lot of them. I got to go back to the hood for my people. But Ice Cube don't live in the hood no more. Dr. Dre don't live in the hood no more. Jay-Z don't live in the hood no more. That's just something they saying to you. So at some point, my thing isn't to go back to the hood. My thing is to uplift who's ever in the hood to my level, to bring them up to where I'm at. I don't have to disassociate, or call them bad. Yeah, they're great people. But what I have understood is, and I'm going to address this, there's trauma in the hood. There's a lot of trauma. And that's why some of the women that we have that I'm going to talk about are the way they are. Now, I'm going to address one more thing. Well, we're going to talk about stepdads. But Rico, I wanted to do.
You ain't gonna let me respond to you. You mentioned my name, bro.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Spoken like someone that probably ain't never did shit for people in the hood. To help people in the hood, you gotta go to the hood. The thing is to be very. You gotta choose who you spend your time and resources with. So on that, I get it. But you gotta go to the place where the people need help. Instead of being judgmental and elitist. I'm not saying you're elitist, but some of us are elitist in how we look at places where some of our family come from. That's all I'm saying. I don't stay in the hood. I really don't. But when I gotta do work, I do it in the hood. I went to one of the most dangerous hoods in Accra, because that's where the help was needed. And I'm telling you, bro, that's where I learned that a smile could break anything. A simple good morning could break anything. Some people, they're not happy a lot of times. But once you break that ice, bro, it should be good. And those that will not be saved and can't be saved, it's on me and you, Felix, to be able to discern between the two. And I'm pretty good at that. So if I'm talking to a group of 6 kids, it's the 2 that are nodding their head and want to speak to me after, or keep interrupting me as I'm speaking to ask a question, who I'm going to spend my time with. I'm just saying, let's not be judgmental about places where some of our family come from, brother. And I noticed you mentioned me, and like, me and you got to get in the ring, bro. Like, what's up?
I mentioned you, brother. I'd take you out. I'm just too old, man. I gave that up. I would take you out. I'm way too much. I'm too fast. But as Ronin knows, I had to make a bet when I had my child, because I kept trying to meet people. Ronin knows I was out here trying to fight everybody on the internet. Nobody showed up.
You didn't have no kids.
I got it. I got a daughter, man. Yeah.
But I just asked you what you
I was messing with you. I was messing with you. So when that happened, I was trying to meet people out. Nobody showed up. I'm like, I'm right here. I live streamed there. Nobody did. So when I had my daughter, my wife said, man, You got to chill that shit out.
Stop it.
You can't do that.
Yeah, it's best. Listen to your wife.
No, but here's the thing, brother.
You got to be here for your
no
kid.
time. I'm a
You got them bad
I'm a
knees.
4 Letterman wrestling, state champion wrestling. Always stepped on the field. I played college ball, high school ball, state championship, and got rings. At no time have I ever stepped on the field or the ring ever thinking somebody was going to beat me. So at no time would I ever think you're going to beat me, brother. It's never happened. I'm not saying I'm undefeated. I remember my brother used to pay somebody to beat me up when I was 5 and all the way up to 10. It was that's just what happened. But I just learned I never had a mentality that I'm ever going to get beat in anything. I
respect that mentality because I have the same one. I respect it because that's the same one. But your light skinned ass will leave that ring looking redder than a goddamn tomato if you.
Brother, you ain't got enough weight up. You got to get your weight up. You're too lightweight, man. You're too lightweight.
I want your stepdaddy questions.
Hey, real.
So I'm gonna get to the.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get to the stepdaddy, but
Okay.
before that, and that I might come down to view. I don't know if I can't do it during my hackathon. What is the dates of the boxing match?
It's October 29th. And look, Knack Measy, you already called me out, so you ain't ducking that smoke now, bro. So you're gonna have to fight Fearless a different time.
Man, y'all dudes are so soft. Y'all all softer than baby shit. I could beat like 3 of y'all on one night.
Well, you're gonna have a chance, bro. You're gonna have a chance. But here, I want to touch on something real quick. When it comes to we're talking about living in the hood, not living in the hood. I'll never pretend that I grew up in the hood. I didn't.
Oh, hold on, Ronin, can you mute because it's echoing again? I think Ronin needs to mute.
Yeah, I grew up lower middle class, never in the hood. But at the age of 29, I ended up homeless though. So I've been on the street, right, from a drug addiction that I ended up getting clean from and turned my life around. So I think what both of you guys are saying exists though, right? And even how Snoop was saying it, like if you look at the things that Snoop does, right, Snoop gonna go back into the hood and try to lift people up, donate, take care of people, but then you go home. Right. So like even with what we're starting in Medellin right now in beds and burials, like go to make sure every kid in the city ends up with a bed, but still going home. Right. So like both things can exist. Well, when I say both things, Fearless, to your point, like, no, we ain't living there. Right.
Well, I'll say this, and I don't mean to interrupt you. And I understand what Nak said, but I have never been inspired when somebody came into my neighborhood. You know what inspired me? When I went to their neighborhood. When I went to, like, I had a friend and they had the pool. His dad was a executive vice president of Huntington National Banks. That's what him coming to me would have done nothing. Me going to them, looking at what's in their driveway, looking at how they eat, how they live, the pool. That's what I wanted. Because him coming to me was nothing because I'm still living there. I was like, yeah, you come and talking to me, but I'm in the hood. It developed no dream and no thought. When I was able to leave the neighborhood and go to another place and see how other people live, now my dream came. Now it was, what can I do? What can I be? You come into my hood meant nothing because everybody comes to the hood and talks and then leaves, and I'm still in the hood.
Yeah, well, I think Snoop is actually a perfect example of that because what did he do in starting his football league and bringing kids out, bringing them to the field, creating opportunities, and what? Like, I think there's a number out there. Snoop responsible for a number of kids playing in the NFL now. Right. So, yeah, that is how he was active. Right. But still, I think it is important, right, to try to help people. Right. Like typically people in your neighborhood don't need as much help. Right. To try to go out and to try to do good for people. So I get both sides of what you guys are saying, though. But I think that the work is important. Right. And at the same time, there's plenty of kids that are there that sometimes, man, a little shot of hope, right, goes a long way, right? So you can deliver that hope in a number of different ways, right? Maybe even you don't get them back to the house, having a conversation with them, right? Doing any kind of good and letting them know that there's opportunity for them, right? When I talk about even the academy, right, not to bring it up right now, but trying to create a different pathway for people to create opportunities for them, right? So I think both of you guys are saying, right, is equally true.
Yeah, I think we both want to help. Just coming from different perspectives. That's all.
Real quick, Rico, you said something like I said something derogatory, or I don't speak up. I do recall me saying 95% of the time to be silent is to be complicit. So every time, even back in the Peso Man days, you had never heard me not speak up against something I've seen in our community that's being done improperly or misbehavior in our community. So I'm lost as to what you were referring to.
I guess I would say I feel like definitely you, Ronin, fearless. You're more new on the set to me. I would see where you would speak up about certain people. Like, so for one thing, like when me and Peso, we got called out every fucking day. I was like, niggas would not leave us alone, right? However, a lot of the people we were calling out for doing the things, people, and I used to always say this thing: if you're not gonna say nothing to them, don't say nothing to me. Because you corrected me for calling them out, but you're not correcting them for what I'm calling them out about. It was always that, because I think in this space, most people don't want to get involved. And I get it. And Robert, you tell me if I'm wrong. I would say this. In the travel space, you guys get 1,000 likes. And I think just any content creator, your belief structure believe that that's 100% of the space. No, that's 10%. You get 1,000 likes, 1,000 subs, 1,000 followers. You think it's 1,000 people in space. No, there's 10,000. The other 9,000 dislike what you're doing or what's being promoted. They just choose not to get involved. They choose to stay silent. They don't want to be called a hater. Because see, when me and Peso, we were called old, we were called haters, we were called everything under the sun. You know what me and Peso wasn't? Neither one of us is white. Neither one of us is a woman. We were two black men. And in the space 5 years ago, so I tell everybody, I ain't support Robert or Mariah. They supporting us. Because 5 years ago, we stopped and said, fuck it, they not listening. They picked up the baton because they saw the same thing that we saw. So what I'm saying is, I feel like people who do not hesitate to call out the people who call out the bad behavior are not as quick to call out the people doing the bad behavior. So if I say there's a fire, you're going to jump on the fireman, but you ain't going to say shit about the fire. And I'm not saying you, I just feel that. I feel like and I'm like, you know what? I'm just done. I'm tired. Fuck it. They don't care.
Can I interject?
All right, yo, I gotta work. I got shit to do, y'all. Like, we talking about this boxing match for what, man? Like, what's up?
Yeah, we can go ahead and switch to that, Nat.
We can talk about that real quick, so you can get your hype out about Rob, and then we can move back into the.
Do they got weight classes? Because I don't think Knack is in the weight class.
Who are you fighting, Knack? Who you called out? I know you called out Rob. Is there anybody else on your list? You said you fight 2-3 people. So what's it gonna be?
I mean, look, I called. Wait, could we mute up, please? Or there's the echo. All right. So first of all, shout out to Rob for accepting the match, because I didn't want to just have a random boxing match with just whoever. You understand? They have to have a presence on social media. There have to be some sort of smoke. I don't have any smoke with Rob, but he called people out, and I kind of took offense to it. Because like, yo, who you think you are coming in the space talking about you about to shoot hands? Like, all right, so I'll take that. And he immediately accepted it. He saw where I went with it. So he and I are gonna do it. He's gonna be easy work though. Let's make no mistake about that. But we will, salute his courage and his bravery. But like I asked, how should I do it? Body shot, headshot. I think body shot will be better, because then he makes the choice not to continue. And it's all positive because it's for the kids. He said if he gets dropped, he's going to drop more money on the kids. So I'm doing it for the kids. So after I take him out, then, somebody else that got an issue with me, not just some random ass dude, can get the smoke too. This guy's not here. Yo.
2 rounds or it don't count. You lost. If you don't take him in 2 rounds, you lost.
No, we're not doing that. I'm like a cat. I like playing with the dead mouse before I send him. I'm gonna drag it out the whole fight. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, y'all could put hits out on Rob. You know what I'm saying? Y'all could support me. I'll put your name on my shorts with the knockout, with the minute when I'm gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So I could talk cash shit. But shout out to Rob, and I ain't gonna like me and homie stuff don't have no issues. I respect the fact that he trains. That's why I said, yo, he and I could do it. He's on some more organic beef shit. He want to fight somebody that he got an issue, so I respect that. You know what I'm saying? But I might fly to New York so we can get a nice friendly spar in the gym. I know all the gyms in the Bronx. I'll come to you. I'm delivering ass whippings 5 boroughs like Uber Eats. So if you want the smoke, I did bring the smoke to you homies home.
Hey,
All right, bro, I'm here, bro.
real quick, since it's me and Knack. Knack, I know I said that if someone dropped me, I'm going to put an extra $1,000 into the charity. I'm going to drop your ass, and then I'm going to pull out that grand, drop it on you, and you could donate it to the charity. That's what's going to happen.
Oh,
I'm going to
we
give you this.
talking hot
You're gonna catch these hands, boy.
Damn, he's
Oh,
gonna
whoa,
smack
whoa,
you
whoa,
with a
whoa.
grand. He's gonna smack you with a grand after he knocks you out, and then say, "Go ahead and give it away."
All right. I'm not gonna let the boy thing slide. I'm come from a generation where we don't call each other boys, so let's keep it on a manly tip. You got that, Rob? If you in a black space, you gotta understand nuance, brother. We don't call each other boys. We men here. You got that?
I'm still learning, so there we go, man.
All right. Perfect. So now we passed that. Now let's get back to the smoke. How do you want the steak that you're gonna have to put in your eye? You want it raw or medium rare? Because I'm gonna blacken your eyes, Rob. Straight up. For the kids. How you want this?
I eat my steak medium rare, baby. So I mean, I guess
Okay,
I'm
no
gonna have
doubt.
to take it.
All right, so Rob, it's set up for you and I. This is in the spirit of brotherhood. This is in the spirit of sporting. There's some people that really want to see you get hurt. I'm gonna play with you before I put you down. You know what I'm saying? And maybe you could put me down, but I'm telling you, I know your workouts ain't like my workout. So take me not lightly. It's about 190 pounds. If I come a couple of pounds over, please forgive me. I'm 53 years old. But the thing is gonna be that you're gonna get your ass beat by a 53-year-old, bro. How are you gonna cope with that, Rob?
That means you're 190 pounds at 53 years old, bro. Oh my god, bro.
No, I'm not 190 pounds. Should I say it in Benin patois? I'm right now. I'm 222 pounds.
Oh, good.
Okay.
That's what I like.
He's gonna cut.
That's better.
I like that.
I'm a cut. Yeah, I'm a cut. Yeah, I'm a cut down to 190.
Yeah,
Because
you gotta
Rob,
bulk
there
up
be-
with me, bro. Because I'm gonna maul you. It's gonna be bad.
huh?
Wow.
Brother.
Okay.
So
Okay.
wait a minute.
It's
wait a
gonna
minute,
be
wait a minute,
bad,
homie.
bro.
Are you calling him out? Are you calling him
53
out?
Homie, stop talking shit.
Wait a minute. And so, is there a fight in Sasua, or is he coming to New York for you, homie?
Sasua.
He gotta come. The plan was he was supposed to meet me in Thailand.
Oh,
because I'm in New York, I say, bro, just come to New York because we both from here. That's more likely to happen as soon as he touched down.
Don't do it yoga, homie. Don't do it yoga.
He gonna do yoga.
Nah. I've been having open gym sessions for people to come see me. Everyone else is ducking. So for me, now that I'm here in New York, if somebody want to make it happen here, we could do that. But if I'm gonna go to DR and take time off, it's got to be somebody that's on my list, which I said already. If somebody that I got smoke with pull up, I'll make sure that I'm there. If
All right.
not, commentate.
Oh God. So, brother, homie, and I don't want to take anything away from Mr. Rob Eaton, who gonna be sleeping on that October weekend. He's gonna get knocked out straight up. You, homie, sub. I find it ironic that a man with lunch lady arms has the audacity to talk about knock easy the way you do. How dare you, bro? Don't you know I'm the boogeyman in this space on some New York shit? Brooklyn reigns supreme over the Bronx. The Bronx is the dusty S-hole that Trump was really talking about. The Bronx, and I went to high school there, so I know what it is. And let's make it clear. Homie Sub comes from an advantage home, you know, a loving home with money. He's not from the hood. He's from the houses, probably up there by Gun Hill where all the Jamaicans is at or whatever. You're not hood.
What's
You're not
wrong
like
with
that.
Gun Hill? What's wrong with Gun Hill? I'm from Gun Hill.
Nah, but he's
Yeah,
facts. That's facts. Nagmeezy.
So what gym you got? Where you train?
You are 50 something years old. I don't know where you see
Yes,
lunch
sir.
lady arms, bro. I could do 70 push-ups straight at 250 pounds, and you know I'm active physically every
I
day.
lie. You did tell. You lying.
You are gonna get mauled, bro. You're gonna get mauled. It's gonna be bad for you. I think you should use Robinson practice before you come back over here, bro, because you're gonna need to get at least one tune-up fight before you come see me. It's gonna get nasty for you. It's gonna get bad.
Nah, bro. You first of all, you lying your ass off. And look, lunch lady, what you know about these shit? Let me show you the guns, homie. What the fuck you know about these?
That's cute.
At 53. No. There's power behind this, bro.
Small,
Wait.
Small.
Fearless, you can get this too, Fearless. Look at that.
Let me see if I can show you. Let me show you this. Let me see if I can show you this.
Let me see them lunch lady arms, homies. Hub. Homies Hub be eating too much homies grub. Homies Hub eat too much homie grub. Come on, son. Yo, homies Hub, get on here and show your titties, you fat fuck. Now what's up?
Don't worry.
Show us some titties, nigga.
I'll be in shape.
How about this, homies Hub? I'll cam up right now, because I'm calling cap on your 70 push-ups. We can have a push-up competition right now, homie. There ain't no fucking way on this planet that you're doing more than 40 straight. And I'll put everything on that. Right fucking now. Don't say nothing but cam up, nigga.
Listen, here's what we gonna do, right?
I thought you wasn't gonna cam up.
Next time I go live, if you want to put your money where your mouth is, we'll see if I could do more than 40 push-ups straight. How about that?
No, wait. That's for now. If we're gonna do some set it up, I challenge you to a push-up contest anytime on live. You just make the live if I'm up, then it's up. Put it like that. Cause them lunch lady arms ain't getting you to where you need to go, brother.
I keep it a bean. I can do 40 at 61. I'm 61 years old. I can do 40 push-ups.
Hey, by the time
it's not easy, but I can do it.
By the time we get to
no ass down.
By the time we get to the boxing match, Nakmeezy, I might end up being the people's champ. You're gonna call out every damn person along the way. They're gonna end up being like, we need this dude to win.
Oh, okay, come on,
Rob. I've been doing what you're doing. I've been doing this for a while. These dudes been ducking me like I'm the boogeyman. Shout out to you for stepping up, bro. But I didn't. Homie Sub is only because I respect that he trains. That's it. You made a call out. Homie Sub is kind of more humble with it. You know what I'm saying? But either way, Homie Sub is gonna get it when I have the convenience to come to New York. I'm gonna come. No. When I have the convenience, he can choose the discipline, either boxing or kickboxing. I'm not rolling around with lunch lady arms and pointy nipples with no shirt on. I'm not doing all of that.
Right.
We either boxing or we kicking.
Because that would be completely unfair for you. So we gonna probably just keep it boxing. Because if we keep it mixed martial arts, you might not make it out the ring on 2 feet, bro. You might have to get carried out.
Homie Sub, brother.
You're going to sleep for sure.
Definitely. No, I've never been put to sleep though.
Damn.
First time for everything.
It won't happen from you, brother. You be age shaming. Yo, somebody got to mute up. Y'all got to mute up. I'm gonna cook this dude.
That's Ronin.
So now, homie Sub be age shaming. Y'all know I don't like that age shaming, right? I just show y'all the guns that will put fearless and turn them into fearful. At 52 years old, I'm knocking heads off. So now, homie Sub, you and I got international smoke, but on some push-up challenge. My brother, there's no way you're even in the same physical realm as me. Anywhere you trained in the Bronx, I either been there or I know about it. So I'll be up there and we're going to get the friendly fade. Focus on friendly because I don't have no smoke for you, bro. You know what I'm saying? You and I had conversations about the history and the difference between Benin and Yoruba. So I fucks with you on that. But in this ring, you food. You a good boy from the North Bronx. You ain't about that. You understand?
Listen, I just respect the fact that you're the only person that's actually agreeing to the friendly fade. Everybody else is dead quiet. So we'll make it happen when you here, bro. I'll be in shape by the time you get here. Don't worry. I'm 250
you'll never be in shape.
But
you'll never be in shape.
If I go down to 230, bro, you're gonna think you looking at the Black Panther for real. In real life.
No, is that not the Black Panther, the black pussy from the North Bronx. You ass cheeks, my nigga.
I love it. I love it. All right, bro. Be close.
Yeah, you love it now until I'm standing in front of the ring. Bro, I'm locked in for Rob. And unfortunately, Rob, I'm not overlooking you, my brother. I'm telling you straight up. But homie Sub, you, all these people, yoga from back in the days, got me so hyped that I'm gonna be able to put my hands on one of y'all traveling dudes that you're gonna suffer the brunt from it, Rob, but it's gonna be good for the kids.
All right, come on, Fearless. Give me your conversation. Because I know you wanted
Fearless
to
Fearless ain't got nothing to say. Fearless over there being light skinned, scared. He got bad knees. He can't even do goddamn jumping. Look at this motherfucker, man.
Don't be jealous. That's what you're gonna come up against at a
Wait, let me do it. Let me see something.
What I was telling you. Hold on. Let me get this off. Let me show you.
About 30 years ago.
No.
About 30 years.
This is what I got. I'll beat y'all with push-ups with my perfect push-up.
That's from 1985.
I'm doing dips with it.
Video. Get out of here with that bullshit, Fearless.
Dude.
Look, you got a nice. Go on.
No. I'll go to the push-up thing. I do these every day, so I'll hit way over 70. That's what I just do.
Stop pulling up them old ass videos.
I mean, you want me to get naked now? I can get naked now. You know,
nah, we ain't doing all of that.
Please don't.
Okay.
Pause, man. Flag on.
No, I mean, I just saying, y'all brother want to see where I'm at. No,
sir. We not turning the show.
Yo, this is how this is going right now.
No.
We got the FBA, Black American. Then we got the tragic mulatto in Fearless versus, and then we got the purebred Nigerian with the lunch lady arms, and then we got White Rob. This is what it's about. I'm gonna take all y'all down for everybody, and for the travel space. I'm gonna put the hands of God on whoever wants it. Fearless don't want it.
I'm gonna whip you like my mama side, my mama side with your granddaddy.
Your half white side gonna get his ass whooped.
Fearless ain't got enough melanin. You too white.
From October 30th until the new year, ain't no one gonna hear from Nagmeezy. He gonna be MIA. MIA.
You better ask these people about the pull-up game. Rob, you started training yet?
I saw the training, bro. I saw the training. That's why I said,
don't let us old heads down, Nat. Don't let us old heads down.
Why your voice crack, Rob? Why your voice crack, Rob? I've been training. Why your voice crack?
Hey, I'm not genetically blessed with the speaker voice. Fuck it, whatever. I don't care. But you're gonna still catch the hands, though, bro. I talk way how you're talking too much shit. I talk way too much shit to come out there and just lay eggs. So your ass is getting drilled in that jaw.
Whoa. That's on some video. Like, you're not drilling my ass. Pause. I have to say pause for that. But yo, Rob, continue your workout. Don't injure yourself because you're still above 40. So it takes us longer to heal. I wish you the best, brother. We're doing it for a good cause. You're getting your ass beat, though. If I were you, I wouldn't tell anyone that you know that you're about to do this. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to embarrass the shit out of you.
Too late for that.
Yo, homies up. I'll fly you out.
So
I'll fly homies up out. Let me fly homies up out to DR. I'm going to fly you out like a thot and then beat your ass and send you back to the Bronx on a 4 train. Let me fly you out, nigga.
I got money, bro. It's not about money. It's time.
Nah, I want to fly you out just to humiliate you. I'm going to fly you out, and I'm going to put you in a shitty Airbnb and then beat your ass afterwards. How about it?
You saw how Bobby Green was talking to Bang? That's how I'm gonna be
Yeah,
talking to you. I'm punching
nah, you a IG boxer, bro.
the whole time. I'm gonna
You
talk
do it for the gram.
I'm gonna talk to the camera. I'm gonna talk to the audience. I'm gonna talk to the dude sweeping up the corner while I'm just punching you around, bro. It's gonna
Yo,
get so
bro,
nasty.
I'm doing this for my FBA ancestors that your ancestors sold into slavery,
Hold it
bro.
down for them,
Straight
bro.
up.
I'm gonna show them
Yes.
what a purebred Nigerian could do, bro. Hold it down for them.
Nah, if it ain't about scamming, y'all ain't doing shit. Cause you can't mess with us physically. You could probably scam the shit out of us.
Go ahead, Fearless.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna switch gears, Nagneezy. I wish I could. There's only one time of the year that I can never leave. Is from the 19th. Well, it changes every year,
Yeah.
but I have
anytime I'm gonna be there. That's the only time you can't be there. Anytime I'm gonna be there.
No, I got a hackathon. I can. It's every year. I can't do it. I host a big hackathon.
He's scared. Now
I'm
move the
scared.
conversation.
I'm scared.
He's fearful. But that's my brother though. That's my brother. At least his black side. But now
Damn.
I'm talking cash shit, but I can back it up, man. Straight up. Ooh, homies hub, please let me fly you out, bro. Let me fly you out.
I just wish you would come here now, bro, before I start work. Like we could just
Bro,
quietly talk.
I'm gonna show you who the Akata is.
Bro,
I'm gonna show you who the Akata is.
You have never seen no African my size move as fast as I do, bro. You're gonna be
Bro.
terrified. You're gonna be
Nah.
terrified. Like, wait a minute, he move fast and he don't get tired and he talking shit the whole time. Yeah, man, it's about to be a long night. This about to be a long night.
Oh god. Yo, bro,
Long
you know
night.
you got flat ass feet. I seen your feet. Your feet is mad flat.
Don't worry.
And they curve inward. Your feet curve inward.
I'm gonna interrupt because Rico getting old and Rico want to move on to this. He want to move on to the stepdaddy. Before I get there, I don't know if I want to. I'm gonna see. All right, I'm gonna play this one first.
Do 20 push-ups, man. Do 20 push-ups. I think those are old pictures. I think you got a big ass belly right now.
A big belly. God, and why always got to prove brothers wrong, man? Why
We don't want to see your fucking pictures. Come on.
Why I gotta
Stop
prove
falling for the bait.
Let me see. Because my daughter
falling for
always
it,
be like,
Stop.
why you be doing that, Daddy?
Stop.
All right. So let me get here. I'm sorry. Let me switch lanes. All right. I'm playing this, and this is not on. How can I phrase it? This is not to talk about anything.
Just fucking play it.
All right.
Just
This is
play
to
it.
bring you to the. I got a whole bunch, so this is gonna be the first one. Where we at? Downloads. Boom. Here we go.
Go to red light districts, not just there. You know, we go eat, we go to the popping ass clubs, we do all that. Like, and I let him do what he do. And I'm not always in the room with him because I don't want to be there. Like, I just know that a nigga got to get it out his system from time to time. So I'm okay with that. But anyway, going back to what you were saying about the whole you and homies hub.
All right. The reason I played that one was this. Rico, as long as I've been knowing you, you always talk about brothers going to these red light districts. They going there, they doing this. When a woman says she goes there, you sat there like this. You ain't say one word. You don't bring them to accountability. So that's the first part I want to go on. I don't care what she does. That's if her and her husband have some kind of relationship where they do it, that's fine. But you don't say anything about a woman going to the red light district, but you talk about all these passport bros and all that. And she said, I specifically go to the red light district to get my groove on.
Get them.
Did you tell the whole story? Or did you just tell half the story?
No, that's what she said. You didn't say anything.
No, not about what she said, about what my critique was.
Okay, what's your critique? I'm sorry.
My critique was, I found it to be unfair for men to go to red light districts and compare them to regular women back home. That's what I found offensive. I've never had any exception to men going to red light districts, indulging in adult activities with adult sex workers. As a matter of fact, me and Peso, Peso always said, these niggas need to get some pussy so they're not here doing something wrong to women in the States. My issue was, remember, the narrative was we're leaving these black women, particularly they were talking about black women. They said it was Western. Particularly, we don't want these hyenas in the States right now, and we're going overseas to get better. And where you went to was red light districts full of prostitutes. I always said it was an unfair comparison to compare sex workers against FBA black women, and I stand by that. Now, what Misha said was her, because again, I don't have a problem with, I said that people have even criticized me for when my sons come over to the DR. I'm like, look, I know what y'all gonna do. Y'all gonna go up there, you gonna see what you gonna see, and you gonna do what you want to do. And I told them how to move so they don't end up on World Star. They're not fighting with nobody about prices, none of that stupid shit. That was my issue. So I still stand by that. And Misha told something that was completely in line. She said her and her husband was basically like, hey, we're like a passport bro couple. I was like, okay, that's your business. Go do what you're going to do. But I didn't hear her saying, we go over here and we sleep in red light district because we think that women in the States are trash. That's my argument.
So your other thing was about stepdads. And I know you talked about brothers going over there making kids with making children with kids and not taking care of, right?
Okay.
So how do you feel about that? Well, I know how we're going to get to the stepdad part, but how do you feel about the dudes going over there, making a kid, not doing anything for them?
I think anywhere in the world, if you father a child, you have an obligation and responsibility to support that child and give that child the best possible life according to your means. I don't give a fuck if it's in the United States, if it's in Africa, if it's in the DR. I don't give a fuck where it is. You as a man have a responsibility to provide for your seed in the best possible way. And
that doesn't mean just having a kid and I can have a kid and leave or something.
No,
like
I think that's the height of irresponsibility.
Okay.
I'm
glad you said that.
In 2026,
I want you to listen to this because I'm glad you said that.
One is a teacher and then one is 18 years old. He want more kids. I don't, but I'm okay with him having more kids, just not here in the States. He can have a kid with a Colombian girl and he can have a kid with a Dominican girl, just not here. And I'm okay with that. And a lot of people say, oh, well, you're being selfish. Those kids need their father. Da, da, da. Yeah, they do need their father, but we all not going to have our dads one day. At least the siblings will have each other. That's just how I look at it. I don't have.
What do you mean they're saying they're selfish? The kids are not.
You ain't say nothing. You didn't say nothing.
No. Again.
But hold up.
Go ahead.
Ronin says silence is complicity.
Okay.
You be on these shows, they come on and they say this. So we talk, you want another dude to take care of somebody else's kid as a stepdad. All right, we'll get to that.
No, I don't think somebody.
But when this woman says he can go have kids over there, have him over there, he ain't got to really pay no child support. So she's okay with him having a kid,
right,
but not being a father, not taking care of the kids, not doing that. If I said that as a dude, if I said, shit, I'm going over I'm busting these nuts on these girls.
Right.
I'm gonna have one in DR, I'm gonna have one in Colombia, I'm gonna have another one in Thailand, because I just want to have some kids, but I ain't really taking care of them because the child support. You're right.
Fairly, you got me on that one. On that one, I'm gonna give you the win. I'm gonna give you the one. I missed that. You got me on it. I ain't got no pushback because I do not agree with that. I do not agree with that at all. I don't know how maybe I just wasn't paying attention. I don't know. But even if so, that's her opinion. I can't change how other people, because I've heard a lot of men in the space say that too. They've argued, have them overseas, the child support laws, this, that, whatever. And I'm like, I don't care if in the DR you only got to pay $100. You should want to do the most that you can to give your child the better life. I've heard you and Canal, like y'all said, hey, we bringing them back. I don't believe in that book. I don't even like when guys say, don't bring them back. I don't subscribe to that. But a lot of people in the space do. You and Canal, y'all brought them back. And I applaud y'all for that, for not being afraid to bring them back to the United States. Because if you are afraid that they're going to leave you, you got the wrong fucking one anyway. I just believe that. Call me optimistic, romantic, stupid. I believe that. So again, what she said, I'm not going to demonize Misha. That's her point of view. I don't agree with that. If her husband was to go and father a child anywhere, I think he should be in that child's life because he is the father of that child. But that's her point of view. I might have missed that. I'm going to give you the W on that one. I'll take the L because I didn't push
You
back.
sound like Nakmeezy now. Man, it said you sound like Nakmeezy. You going to give me the W?
I'm going to acknowledge.
No, I'm saying you're going to give me the W. That's what he usually say.
Oh, shit.
Go ahead, Rob. I'm messing with you, Nak.
Oh, go ahead. I mean,
go
but go ahead. So I'm still standing where I stood. That I didn't see, or I didn't pay any attention to. I don't always get it right. When I get it wrong, I'll admit I got it wrong. That one I didn't get wrong. I didn't correct it like you said I should have.
Yeah. So and that's what I want to touch on. Like when I talked about earlier about calling out behavior, just hearing that chick, I don't mean to say that disrespect, Misha is her name, hearing her say that, like that shit is disgusting. Right, like that. What she said is appalling. I'm not giving her anything, and I'm not trying to attack her or anything. Like that shit is absurd, right? To even try to bring that up and anyone sit around that and just listen to that is ridiculous because that shit right there is pathetic, right? To even operate from that, I'll call it out right now. That is a pathetic mindset. It is a pathetic mindset. And, because, hey, you know what, Fearless, you asked me earlier, how did I end up back up married? And I told you at first, I never expected my wife to be the one. You know what changed my life? And look, I'm a guy that was traveling around the world, no kids, used to brag about it, all that kind of shit, could do whatever I want, live wherever I want, doing what I want. The day I met Martin, my whole entire life changed. And that is not my seed. That is now my stepson that I have adopted. That's Martin is my son.
Okay, all right.
Changed the whole direction of my life. Mm-hmm. When I speak about the stuff that's going on in Colombia, that's for Martin. Everything now is for Martin, and I didn't even give birth to that to Martin, and that is my son, right? So to think that a man can go and have a kid and then just run away is pathetic. The woman saying it is pathetic. The guy that does it is pathetic. And I don't give a shit if anybody doesn't like it because we should be talking about that. And I give Rico props for owning it right now that the people on that panel should have put her in check right then because that is a fucking absurd way to even try to operate and anyone co-sign that.
Yeah, I think anybody, if you bring life into this world, you have a responsibility to do the best you can, the most you can until the day you die. My kids are all grown. I got like 15, 16 grandkids. That's who I'm dealing with. I'm mad because my grandkids is fucking peeling my pocket. But until the day I die, I will fight for my children. It's just, so again, I don't feel anything bad about Misha. I think maybe I missed that in the conversation. You guys know how these conversations go. You catch as much as you can. I stand on the things that pique my interest in here. And I do think she's a good person. I think maybe she's just misguided on this issue. I think she really is misguided on this issue. And I think she's misguided on this issue because she was speaking about it from her perspective. And I'm just guessing. I don't know. That was her husband. She wanted her husband to be fulfilled, but at the same time, maintain possession or whatever it is over a husband without him feeling like he needs. But I'm like, but if your husband go out there and he decides to procreate in the world, if he procreates, decision or no decision, he needs to own up to that. Because that's the language that I tell my sons. I tell my sons, I don't give a fuck if you hate her. If you procreate, motherfucker, you better father. Because if not, there's hell coming from me. We must father our children. That's it. You don't have to like her. You can hate her. You can despise her. But you must father your children because I gave my life to you all. There's no exception to that. And I applaud you, Rob, for what you're doing for Martin because I have several stepsons that'll tell you this. I don't even use the word step. That's not even in my vocabulary. They're my fucking sons. Period.
Let me speak on this real quick, and I need everybody to mute up because there's always an echo. Okay. So I'm a stepfather too. Okay. Raised my stepson from the age of 8 until he was already in junior college. Okay. Sports. Got his father to fall in love with him, who hated even having a son. You know, sent them football games, basketball game tapes, all that, the whole time, from the time he was 8 until he was 18. And his father came to the high school graduation. We even invited him out. He couldn't speak to his son at all. You know how you have a party and the father's supposed to talk highly of his son? All he could do was sit there and weep. I literally gave that conversation. I literally gave that speech to the family and the friends that showed up. Okay. Put my all into having a stepson. At the end of the day, I raised somebody else's legacy. He's loyal to his parents, his blood parents. Sounds like me as far as his mentality. He knew my pitch better than I did sometimes when it came to talking to the kids that play football and basketball for insurance, financial planning. He knew my pitches because he listened so much that he sounded like me even giving a pitch. You know, but at the end of the day, that's still somebody else's legacy. It's not as honorable to be a stepfather nowadays because the morals and ethics of the world are different. Okay. So it's not an honorable thing to do when it comes to a man. Yes, you can subject yourself to it. And maybe the sons like Rico are very appreciative and do align themselves with you. It's a hit or miss. No guarantee. You know, but again, I cultured that relationship with him and his father. You know, so how am I going to tell him to ignore his father for me, even though I raised him? You know, I have no relationship with that son. And I called him my son. And you know how when you first get married, you allow that child? No, it was either you're going to call me dad or you're not calling me anything. It ain't going to be slip in and out and call me by my first name. Not while I'm running a house. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
at the end of the day, let me say this real quick about Misha. Misha is who you brought up. I call her my sis. Okay. I respect her because she's very honest and forthright. She doesn't stay on girl code. She tells the truth when it comes to women and relationships and how it should be. Point blank, period. So while some people might not agree with her lifestyle with her and her husband, hey, whatever makes you happy makes you happy. I ain't faulting you for it. You know, and if you already have kids, how dare you say you can't marry somebody that already has kids themselves? Okay, because you're making her a stepmom, but you won't be a stepdad.
Can I respectfully intervene real quick?
Yeah, let me land my plane real quick. So in her respect, you know, I don't know what the grief is with her. I respect the position that she's in. She owns it. She's not in denial of it. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what it is. You know, that's between her and her husband at the end of the day. If they're happy, I'm happy. I've had several chicks I used to go hunt around in the clubs with to pick up a third. I've dated those type of women before. I've never had a problem with it, you know, but that's after I've already had kids. If you don't have a kid, then, hey, maybe you might want to think about not being a stepdad right off the bat. But if you have kids, you've been in a relationship several times, and you feel like that woman understands you, it shouldn't matter whether she has a kid or not. And I'll land my plane with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to intervene real quick. First of all, shout out to both of you gentlemen, all you gentlemen who are stepdads. You know what I mean? I applaud that, definitely. Because it takes a real one to step up, you know, and to be able to look out for someone else's kids. But I'm gonna say this because I did get married before, and I was with a woman who had a child by someone else. Now, this is just my opinions, okay? I just wouldn't do it again, only because of the experience that I endured. Now, I'm not saying all women are like this, but we are in a different age, a different generation, where women are completely toxic. Okay. We don't know what's going on in their relationships when they're having children with other sorts of men. So you got to take on that side of what she's going through or what she probably been through with her baby daddy. So you may not even know the relationship what's going on behind scenes. So I'm just painting a picture like these things do happen quite often. And most men just don't want to sign up for it. So I applaud you men for doing that. I personally just couldn't do it. Not again.
Real quick, I want to touch on that real quick because I think it's case by case. Look, I dated a woman in the United States that had 2 boys. And at the time, I was on some Richard Cooper shit. I had been through my divorce. I'll never date a woman with kids, none of that. And then I met her and she was amazing. Started dating, okay? And the boys were great. But, you know, you hear about that ex and the toxic ex and creating problems and you get drug into it. She had that and it was miserable, man. Like I almost went to jail a couple times over a guy that I never even knew, right? To where when we were first started dating, one day the younger boy came home, you know, switching up, you know, from house to house, and he was all upset. And he went to her and she was talking to him, find out what's going on. His dad made him write on a piece of paper 100 times, "Robert is a pussy." Never even met this guy, knew nothing about him, anything like that. But there was so much tension between him and her, right, that I just drug into it. And it was absolutely miserable. And as amazing as she is, and we are still friends, and I would do anything for her, I cannot be in a relationship with her. Okay. Now, when it comes to with Martin is my son. I'm the only father that he knows, will know, is raising him. There is none of that there. If anything like that existed, I could not be in that relationship. I could not do it. So I think it could be case by case for sure. And I would never knock a guy that wouldn't step into it because I have been on both sides and the wrong side is completely miserable. And I would never wish that life upon anybody.
And Rico,
that's a great, go ahead.
I'll say this to you. So
okay,
it was just on the other show, and I'll play it after this. So I commend you. But I think how it was portrayed, because there was another guy on here, it was, you guys got to step up. There's a lot of YNs out there. Y'all ain't helping them out. And y'all ain't, and I'm like, hold up.
I'm glad because I want to support it. I'm gonna let you play your video.
I didn't put him in that position.
Let me speak after.
You sound like Dr. Umar at this point.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But no, that's I'll play that. But Rico, I'll say what happened to you doesn't happen to everyone. I'll give a little bit of your story.
Go ahead, and I'll tell you why. But go ahead.
you were married. You in a sense she had 2 children, and when she left, the children went with you.
Yes,
that's a great thing. That's maybe they didn't like their mama, and maybe you was a better daddy. But sometimes that don't happen. This is usually what happens.
But I'll tell you why.
You love those kids.
And it's the work.
I'm saying what happens is you love those kids. Sometimes you even adopt those kids. And then she leaves. And then that's where the spike comes in. They got a dad who don't pay child support because you adopted them. And now you have to pay child support for children who ain't even yours. Maybe who don't even want to see you anymore because they got a daddy. And I just think when we put them in that situation, it's entirely different. I think that your circumstances were entirely different, but I don't hear those stories.
You leaving a lot of stuff out though, Fearless. You leaving a lot of stuff out.
And I could go ahead, brother. I'll let you tell the story.
And I'll tell you this. So when we talk about adoption, okay, if you use the word adoption, they're your children. Period. Full stop. I don't give a fuck what state, what country on the planet. Once you adopt a child, you've severed their parental rights with their biological children and you cleave them to you. That's your fucking child. If that child hates you, wishes you death, whatever the case may be, that's your biological child. Once you
not biological. It's your adopted child.
For all intensive purposes, for all legal purposes, and as an adoptive parent, you have the same rights as a biological parent. The biological parent cannot come and insert shit over an adoptive parent.
I have no problem with that, Rico. The problem is sometimes those kids want to search out their biological.
But hear me out. You said particularly, and I'm like, that's one issue. Okay. The second issue I always tell people is, again, and I've been a step parent twice to two different sets of children. None of them do I use the term step. My daughter calls me her bonus dad because she has a very inclusive relation. She's Salvadorian, has a very inclusive relationship with her father. But I'm so much of a bonus dad. You know what my fucking grown ass Salvadorian daughter did? When she got pregnant, guess who the first person that knew? It was her bonus dad. She didn't go to her biological dad. She didn't go to her biological mom. She went to her bonus dad because she had a better relationship with me of being understanding about what the situation was. And it was some heavy shit for me to deal with because I'm like, oh, Lord. I didn't even want to have to deal with it. You know what I mean? She's 24, 25 years old. My grandson is coming up on his first birthday. But the fact of the matter is like, she's coming to me crying, and I'm trying to figure out how we're going to break the news to her biological parents. But it's not lost on me that she came to me first. She didn't go to her mother. She didn't go to her father. She came to her bonus dad because she felt like I was more understanding. Where that comes from, and I'll tell people, because this was the second marriage. The third marriage, because I've been married 3 times. But my first marriage, they were all biological children. My second marriage, I had stepkids. But what I did in my second marriage and my third marriage was, when you get into a blended family, right? And, you know, of course, the women will always say, oh, we're a package deal. We've always heard that shit. It's a package deal. I come with kids, right? And that's true. But what you have to understand is when you're in a relationship with that person, you're in a separate relationship with those children as to whether or not they're going to like your ass. It's not the same relationship. So you can have a great or horrible relationship with the adult. You know, it just matters. I always made sure that my relationship with my children was distinctly, I didn't try to make it that way. It was different. So if your mother pissed me off, y'all wouldn't be mad at me because she pissed all of us off. You know, shit like that. So when I got divorced the second time, that's why my son was like, I love my mother, but we'd rather live with you, Pop. All right, so I'm going to fight for this shit. I got married the third time. My daughter, you know, me and my wife, we're not divorced. But as she grew up, when she runs into certain problems that she know her mother and father are not going to understand, she knows she has a third voice that she can go to. And that's me. And typically, 99.9% of the time, to the point that I fucking hate it, she comes to me the most. Because we have a separate relationship. My relationship with my daughter is not the same as it is with my wife, the same as I have a biological daughter. My relationship with her is not the same relationship that I had with her mother. They're all fucking adults. That's how you have to look at it. And if you don't, it sucks to fucking be you. So I would say to you, Robert, your relationship with Martin should always be different. It shouldn't be contingent to your relationship with your wife. He should love you. If you and your wife don't work out, he shouldn't stop loving you because of that. Because he should say, hey, Robert's my dad. He was always there for me. It doesn't matter. I don't have nothing to do with their shit. That's the type of relationship I tell people they need to cultivate as stepfathers. And that's why I said 99.9% of these motherfuckers ain't built to be one.
No, and here's the thing, Rico. I heard y'all talk about this. Oh, you know, back in World War II and the Vietnam War, dudes got killed. And then, you know, the children is home and guys, y'all said, stepped up and became a stepdad. That's not today's thing, man.
I get it.
And maybe I'm biased because of some things that I have witnessed. And I'll give you some examples.
Mm-hmm.
There was a girl that I knew and she had 2 kids. I assumed that her husband was the father of both of the kids. Because I heard her say, he better not whoop my kid. And I was like, why not? Why can't he spank his kids? She was like, no. he can spank his kid, but he can't spank my kid. And I was like, what do you mean? So I was still confused because I thought they was all together. She said that I have a kid that's not his, that's he's not the father of, which was the first kid. He's the father of the second kid. And I said, hold up, y'all live in the same household. They only about 3 years apart. What are you talking about? It's not his kid. And she made a differentiate, like this is my kid and this is his kid. And I said, there's no way I can get into that kind of relationship, because if I see both kids coloring on the wall or something and I'm gonna punish, you're basically saying I can't punish your kid. So that already makes animosity. Number two, you said there's two people in a relationship. Sometimes not. Sometimes it's three people.
No, it's only two.
No.
Only two.
It's you. I'm letting you know, it's the wife, it's the child, and then the father of the child.
The father's allowed to be, but it's only two.
Because here's the thing: you're in your house, and you try to say, "This is my house, and this is how I'm gonna run my house."
But Fearless, that's the setting of we talk about things like boundaries. That's the setting of boundaries. So like I said, when I met my wife, my stepdaughter, who's now 25, 26, she was 10. She was 10 years old. She had a father very much involved in her life. I mean, super involved in his life. But I still set boundaries. My boundaries were my boundaries for us to be together as a couple. She could subscribe to my boundaries or she couldn't. And I can go the fuck on about my merry way. I can't, you can't, I'm sick and tired of guys.
But you're
60-something
years old.
Wait.
You older. That's not today's generation.
But let me finish. Guys get in a relationship and act like, I had no control. You got all the control in the world over what the fuck you gonna accept.
Yeah.
If you accept these lack of boundaries, then you fucking accept it. Don't cry about, she made me. She didn't make you do shit. Yeah. You accepted that shit because most of you motherfuckers are sorry. You could have said, I ain't accepting this shit and move the fuck on.
Hey, can I touch on that real quick? Because
Yes,
I've unfortunately experienced almost all of this, right? The first relationship that I was in with that woman, as amazing as she was, right? I had to deal with the ex. That was one issue. But what Fearless brought up was the other issue, right? Because she's already a great mom and she kind of like a little bit off the chain herself. Like if I try to discipline the kids, she'd be like, fuck that. You know, you got to stay in your lane. And I'd be like, nah, fuck that, man. If I, especially, I'm fucking paying all the motherfucking bills in this house. Right. So, but then, yes, except for a period of time. And then eventually at some point I have to make the decision. Am I going to tolerate this or is it not going to work for me? Right now, here's the other side is now with Martin is my son. Right. Today is a perfect example. Martin was at school. And I get a photo earlier in a little video where Martin had some fucking marks on his face. We already had an issue with the kid hitting on him in school before. And Maria sends me a little video and some stuff of Martin with his face fucked up. And you know what Maria said? Hey, Tom, you need to take care of this shit. Right? Not Maria and I can't. You need to handle this, Robert, because you are his father. Right, but these are two what could be considered similar relationships with very different results. So it becomes case by case, and I'll touch on this too. My dad left my mom. My mom had 3 boys. I watched my mom struggle for years trying to raise us on her own, especially she ended up with 3 teenage boys, and we were all a hot mess, right? My mom met my stepdad because he came to investigate my brother. Now they've been together for 20-something years. Okay, so I'm actually a kid in this situation right now too. My dad lives here in Tampa, Florida. My stepdad lives right down the street. My stepdad and I have season tickets to the Bucks. We got season tickets to the Light. My stepdad does everything and anything that I always wish my dad would do for me. Right? I will take a bullet for my stepdad. Right? He ended up with cancer a couple years ago, and I sat there and cried with him on the back porch because I thought I was gonna lose him. That man is my father. As much as my father is my father, if my dad hits me up, my birth father, and says, hey, you want to go to lunch or whatever, I will. I just gave up on that a long time ago because it never happened, right? So I've been the kid and caught in the situation, right? So for me to then walk into something as an adult, right, I just have a different perspective. But I think everybody runs into this kind of situation here and has a different experience. And because a lot of different things happen in that world, right, that will leave a different taste in your mouth for sure.
But the thing I'm saying, Rob, is again, like you said, the way you describe it, and that's the way I describe it, is again, it's like the boundaries. If you like I said, you know, like my second wife was like, she would always like, I knew early on it was impossible for me to leave because she would me and her always bumped heads. But when it came to the kids, she was like, them your boys. And she'd be pointing at her kids. Fuck them up, do whatever you got to do. I mean, even to the point that I wish she had pulled me back, because there were times that I felt like I went too far with all the boys. I didn't single one out because I was just like a harsh disciplinarian. And she was like, you their father, do what you got to do. And it wasn't like it was something I was doing to her kids that I wasn't doing to mine. She was just like I had my kids in the Young Marines. I made them play football. When they didn't do shit, chores, I'm like, we gonna run. So I look back on someone like, maybe I went a little too far with this. Maybe I went a little too far with that. Just that whatever. But there was no division. She was like a woman that was like, you the man, handle your son. And the beautiful thing was I had 5 sons. So there were no girls. So I worked the dog shit out of them. Because I was like, y'all, you gonna shut the fuck up, do what I say, so on and so forth. And that was just like the household and the lifestyle. So when we get into, so even my sons now, they're grown. They look back like, Pop, you know, you might have been a little bit too much, but I get it. I respect it. They're not doing the same thing with their children that I did, but they're stern. I tell them, be stern, but be fair. Be very fair. And like, I got my granddaughter, she's running track. I got a grandson that's being a little babied.
It's not that I'm cutting you off, Rico. I want you to hear this, and I want y'all to
go ahead,
talk about it a little bit. It goes into this,
okay,
and I'll tell you a little bit more.
Own occupations change. I also want to address this part about you, like, you acting like being a stepdad is a bad thing. This is what I want to say to y'all too. Like, again, I'm not trying to convince y'all to be a stepdad if you don't want to, because there's no shortage of men that don't give a damn, to be honest. But it's so funny to me.
First, I'm gonna say that it's almost like they convincing us that that's the path to go. Like she's saying, oh, all the men want me, and I'm just not concentrating on her, but that's how it is. Like, y'all want me.
Okay, can I address that?
All right, I'll pause it. And it's still got more to go. You want me to play
okay,
it all,
but I would just to get on that one. I didn't hear that, but specifically, I agree with what she said up until this point, right? Because to be honest with you, that's how a lot of motherfuckers fall into being stepdads. They don't fall into being stepdad. The average person that fall into being a stepdad is not because they give a fuck about the children. They don't give a fuck about the kids. They give a fuck about trying to fuck the mama.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what she's speaking to. There's no shortage of people being stepdads if I shake my big ass in their face because niggas want to fuck. That's what she's saying. And I agree with that. And that's why I said most people who are stepfathers turn out to be terrible stepfathers because they only wanted to fuck the mother. They didn't really want to deal with the kids. They didn't give a fuck about the kids. They don't like children, but they want to fuck their big booty mama. So I agree with that, but you can let it play. But I just wanted to say that.
How a lot of y'all would come on here and y'all claim to care about care about black men, but it's a young YN epidemic going on. And a lot of the reason is because it's no fathers in those houses.
Whose fault is that? Marry before you carry. Ain't no father in the house, ain't got nothing to do with me. And it seemed like these women, I'm just playing her, are blaming the dudes. And I'm like, hold up.
It's both.
You chose this dude.
But
why do I have to step in and take care? I can be a mentor. I can be something else. But it's almost like you guilting me to step in. And I'll let it play. I'm just going to comment.
Fearless, it's both. You said whose fault is it? It is the woman, but it is the man who impregnated her as well.
Oh, no, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
But we never call out the woman.
Okay, but I'm saying it's both.
Yes, I agree.
You asked the question, I can give you the answer. It's both, but go ahead.
See, back in the day, back in the 90s, it would have been a stepdad in that house. Now the new dudes, y'all don't want to get back.
Back in the 90s, the reason or 2000 there was been a stepdad in there because of this.
Yeah.
If a dude
and I'm not saying the stepfather should step up.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if a dude went off to war and he died, and he seen a woman who had a kid, she was behind the 8 ball already.
Yeah,
so she wasn't coming with all this attitude. She wasn't coming all. She already knew. Look, it's already gonna be hard for me because I have a child. So I'm gonna be feminine. I'm gonna be a woman. I'm gonna be the great woman and mother that I should be. Not, oh, you got to take me. That's why it ain't. That's why the 90s or the 60s ain't happening, man.
Fearless, I disagree with that, but go ahead.
Hold on real quick, Fearless. Something I want to touch on too, though. To your point, right? The dating market in the 90s, 60s, 80s, 90s, whatever, 2000s ain't the dating market today. I always say we're in a global work economy and we're in a global date economy. So before, men kind of had to date what was around in town, and what becomes available becomes limited. Now there is unlimited opportunity to date anywhere. So men have a lot more opportunity to go find someone without kids. So I mean that exists very much today.
No, I'm in agreement with you.
Let me ask you this, Robert. Will you also agree that if you say that the dating market is global, which I would agree with, so are the problems in the dating market? So the same shit that's the problem in the U.S. dating market is starting to show up in Colombia, DR, Brazil, and so forth. When they cry about feminism, when they cry about gold digging, when they cry about all this other shit, I'm like, I see the same things that y'all are crying about the dating market in the U.S. starting to rear its ugly head globally.
No, and I'm gonna get on you about that too.
I'm saying, would you agree with that, Robert? Yes or no?
I'll let Robert.
So there, to an extent, yeah. I mean, especially when we hear about what she was saying there, to go have kids and then bounce and not take care of them, right? That is a huge problem. Guys are doing it and disappearing, but it's past just having the kids, though, right? Like even trying to date, internationally, you have cultural differences. There's a hard time even just having a good relationship. But yeah, I mean, anytime something opens up and becomes more, the problems exist and expand with it, right? I don't think that. Well, I don't know because I'm not doing it, right? I don't know if people are intentionally trying to create problems, in the global dating world, but they are finding their way into it, if that makes sense.
Right. So you would agree that body count and single motherhood rates are equally or higher overseas than the U.S.
100%. I mean, look, before I got with my wife, I mean, I'm guilty of all that.
I'm just saying in Colombia, no matter what they say about the body count and single motherhood in the U.S., it's astronomically higher in Colombia, in Brazil, in DR, in Thailand. And that's all I'm saying is that, like, the same pool you think you're escaping from, you're going to, they just speak Spanish. That's the way I
disagree. I disagree with that.
Okay, but
one thing is the laws. So I don't say, maybe they don't take marriage as serious, but they take the relationship more serious. And the law, yes, and the laws. If you cohabitate with a woman, she live with you, y'all are common law people.
I absolutely disagree.
No,
but those laws do exist. I forget what it is in Colombia, but once I've been living with Maria a certain amount of time, I'm on the hook.
Yep, she's just like a wife to you. She's just like a wife.
Let me tell you, common law marriage exists in a third of the United States.
No, but most of those women can't take half of it if you aren't married. Right. If you aren't, they can't take your property.
What I'm sitting there saying is, you are far more on the hook if a woman wanted to sue you for child support in the U.S. as opposed to Colombia or Brazil or the DR. So, irregardless of the common law marriage, right, Robert? Mm-hmm. You can be common law marriage to Maria. If you haul us and say, fuck this shit, I'm leaving, right? She gonna get X amount of dollars in Colombia, right?
Yeah. It'd be much harder. It would be much harder to get anything from me, even if I'm on the hook for it.
Exactly. They're not gonna make you stay in Colombia. You're gonna get to leave and escape and say, fuck that kid, fuck them, boom, 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 right? And what they're gonna get is significantly less than what they would if she was in the U.S.
Rico, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So, with that being said, would you encourage a single mother from the U.S. to go to a foreign country like Colombia or the DR and start opening her womb to those local men?
I wouldn't encourage any single parent to do that.
Yeah.
Mother or father. I wouldn't encourage it.
No, let's
go ahead.
Let's stick with women. Let's stick with women.
Okay.
So when you are aware that a single woman from America that already has a child is coming to these poor countries and sleeping with these poor men, are you holding that woman to the same standard you're holding a man, right? Because I'm pretty sure if a man came to Colombia or DR, was spreading his seed and getting women pregnant and wouldn't be taking care of it, you would hold them accountable. But are you holding the woman accountable, knowing that she's coming to these third world countries and opening her legs for third world country men, who she has admittedly out of her own mouth let you know she's more attracted to the poor men of those countries?
Okay, so what I do not hold people accountable for is their sexual proclivities or their behavior.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Why not? Why not?
Finish.
And then we got to go in on that. Why not?
No. What I held accountability for what me and Rob was talking about was parentage. We didn't talk about somebody fucking somebody. We talked about somebody seeding and leaving a child. Am I wrong or right, Robert?
Yeah, I'm talking about, but I understand. I understand what homie.
I understand what he's saying, but that's what I'm just making that clear.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that men can't come overseas and fuck cheap women in the barrio or in the campo or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if that leads to the procreation of a child, you have a responsibility to step up for that.
Sex always leads to the procreation.
Yeah. No, it does not always lead.
Well, hold on. When I'm not saying every time you have sex that you're gonna have a baby, but what I'm saying is that the only process that you're gonna get led to a child is through sex.
I agree.
So as a woman, when you're living overseas and you're already in a situation where the men are probably financially incapable of taking care of a child, the odds is that if a man gets her pregnant, she's gonna stay a single mother.
So what happens if you're a woman that's incapable of having a child?
Hold on, because we know she's capable, so let's stay on the topic, right?
I'm just asking.
We know she's capable of having a child, so let's stay on the topic.
Okay.
Are
she's capable.
Are you addressing her and her life decisions the same way that you're going to address other men who might be going overseas, spreading their seed with no intention of taking care of a child? What about the woman who is putting herself in those situations? Are you also addressing that?
I want to touch on this real quick with homie sub too.
Wait, and I'm gonna follow up. I'm not gonna run from it, homies. I'm gonna answer it right after Rob.
A couple things. So the first thing that homie sub said about would you encourage a woman to do that? That answer is absolutely not. Never. Would never do it. Most could never survive and make it. Like, we're just being real, right? Like, but Mariah has. So I can respect that part of being out of the country and being able to raise kids in other countries because I'm seeing it for myself. So I'm not going to hold her against that. I would never encourage anyone to do it though. Okay. So that we'll start there. The next part of it is this. Look, and not to be too much. Look, I have a lot of options. I do, and I know it, right? My wife's family is from Itagüí, okay? Like I married a woman, right, that is not from any kind of like status like that at all, right? And did so because of her, and she does for me what obviously no one was doing before. So. And she could never do anything for me financially, and I don't care about any of that. I also know that when you flip the roles, our role as a man is different as well, okay? So, but in Mariah's case, going and being able to date men in the country, right, where that typically if there was a kid, right, she's going to probably be more financially off than well off than them. Well, part of that is I give Mariah props for not only being out of the country but for holding her own. But then yes, to your point, homie sub, to where if she did have a kid, right? And to end up in a situation where if the dad couldn't really show up the way that you would think that they should and that they're responsible for, right? Then it becomes a situation where you question that, right? Because you're voluntarily having a kid, but she hasn't had a kid. Right. So, but I get how you're actually looking at it and seeing it. But to Mariah's, just to looking at Mariah in her case right now, I think Mariah has held herself down in a way that most women would have folded a long time ago.
But hold on, Rob. Hold on, homie. Here's the thing, right? Myself and a very close friend of mine, we've often had this conversation about people bringing children overseas. And I'll even tell you, Rob, right? So this even applies to you. Because we've even said this conversation around families moving children overseas with the husband. So she could be there with a fucking husband, kids, this, whatever. And myself, and I deal with a lot of people that's in the mental health space. My son's in the mental health space. A lot of my friends in the mental health space, and deal with children. And we've always said that no matter what people say about America, when it comes to schooling and education, America is the best, universally as a whole. That doesn't mean you don't have great private education in all these countries, because you do. It's private, you pay for it. But their standard public education just fucking doesn't compare. There ain't a country on the fucking planet. It just isn't. And we've always said it's almost like a selfish notion because the parents want to leave. And we get that. You know, Robert, you wanted to go. Mariah wanted to go. And I'm talking about, I know of 100 parents that have moved to different countries overseas. And like, they wanted to go. And they'll say, oh, my kid. No, that wasn't your kid's idea. That was your fucking idea. You convinced your children, and okay, and they're thriving. They're doing good things. And I'm not saying that you can't be successful. But even when we talk about homeschooling, children that are homeschooled lose certain levels of social interaction, right? You can't necessarily put them in the public schooling that goes on in all these varied countries because, oh, now the kid got to learn Spanish, or they got to learn Thai, or they got to learn Portuguese, or whatever, depending on where the fuck you go, or some African language. You know, so all these things, we are always against it. But I don't put myself in the place to say, I'm careful about it because of what is the individual parent's reason as to why they did it. We always go to.
Do you know her reason, Rico? Do you know her reason?
No, and I'm not going to presume I do know it.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think you know it either.
Hold on, because this is my problem. This is my problem because I've been letting y'all talk on stream, but I'm not even cutting in. I'm here just listening, right?
Yes, sir.
But I'm gonna hold you and Rob accountable because this has been my problem since day one.
What's her reason?
I'm the villain in this situation between me and her because I'm holding her accountable.
For what?
I'm getting pushed back because I'm holding her accountable. You just gave the demonstration where she's bringing the kid overseas as a single mother, not a family. Even when Rob tries to compare, it's like, Rob, you can't even compare. You're building a family, bro. You got husband and wife. This is a family structure.
That doesn't matter, homie.
It 100% matters.
No, it does not.
Because we see the difficulty children go through growing up in a single parent household in the States. Now you are creating
or two parent. It doesn't matter.
Pause. Hold up. First of all, Rob's son, now adopted son, is from the country he's in.
Yeah. If I brought him,
a child that does not speak the language, ain't from that country, into a society, into an educational system that she can barely speak the language, but you're ignoring that. And so it's acceptable for her to do that.
My point.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
My point. Hold on, Rob, because we're gonna get to you, Rob. Hold on, Rob.
No, but I want to touch on something that you're pointing on real quick. To homie's Hub's point, right? My situation would be in reverse. So look, if I pulled Martin out of Colombia right now and brought him into the United States, I'd be putting him in a difficult spot. I already talked about this earlier, right? With Fearless, when we said, why not go back to the States, right? And the first thing I brought up was because I'd be putting Martin in a tough spot. He get picked on by kids, doesn't really, he's learning English right now, but it's not his first language, right? It would be a lot tougher for him. He's already closer to his family here, his tita, right? I would never pull him from it, right? That's me, right? And I mean, and the selfish part of me is I still love living there anyway, so it's all good. Like, I'm happy with staying there. But yes, I can see it from the other side, because it would be, for me, it would be bringing Martin in, right? I would be putting him in a really tough spot, and for me, I would not do it.
So why, when I address these things, the conversation starts turning into, oh, you talking about her daughter, talking about this? I'm like, no, I'm holding you accountable for your life decisions as a woman. Rob coming to Colombia and building a family and already being a man that has means to be able to take care of this family is not the same as a single mother who has her baby daddy on child support going and dating poor men in that country. Is she family building? How much family building are you doing when you're dating in Colombia? You were there for 4 or 5 months, and then you jump to DR, and now you're on TikTok talking about, oh, the men that you're actually attracted to are the poor men in that country. Where is the structure here?
Do you want to know why?
Considering also that her child spends the majority of the time with her, that child now has to not only be able to.
But you're talking about her kid again now, homie, slow down. You're talking about her daughter again. I'm telling you.
No, we're not talking about her daughter. We're talking about her parenting decisions, bro. Stop deflecting and stay on point.
Okay.
Stop deflecting. We're talking about her parenting choices. So now you're putting a child in a place where they got to keep jumping country to country, learning language to language, and you're not even pursuing real family structure. And then when I hold that woman accountable, the same way you hold every passport bro accountable that goes overseas and does deviant shit, you start talking down on me. When I'm literally saying the same logical thing every man on this panel is thinking. Explain that to me.
Homie Sub, I want to touch on this real quick with Homie Sub.
Homie Sub, don't leave yet.
Yeah, don't leave, because I need to explain it.
Hold on,
can I just finish playing this clip so I can take it down? I never finished playing it. And then I have something I'm gonna hold her accountable with after.
All right, I want to touch on this with you real quick, Homie Sub, real quick.
I'm gonna play this and then y'all can touch on it.
Or y'all act like y'all too good to be a stepdad. So guess who's suffering for it? It's the young black men. It's the young black men out here running around with no male guidance. So at the end of the day, the young black women, we not really going to suffer like that because, we find a way. We make a way. A lot of times we got our mama in the house. She show us how to be a woman. It's going to be.
I'm just touching in, but because I want to touch on this later.
All right.
I want to show y'all about trauma. Hold up. Not yet. I'm just going to comment and we can go. This is all about trauma. This is when somebody has trauma and it continues. She has her mama in the house. Nobody ever said a father in the house again. We still got one single mom carrying another single mom. She says she was in foster care. It's just a trauma bond.
What's the other single mom? Who's
the other
single mom?
Just her mom. That's what she said. Okay. So let me let it play, Rob, and then I'll let you go.
Yeah, go ahead.
These young black men on the pavement, in the jail, in a grave. And a lot of y'all don't want to keep it real about this, but a lot of y'all had a stepdaddy in the house. A lot of y'all real daddy wasn't in the house.
Yeah.
Or a lot of times, not even if y'all didn't have a stepdaddy in the house, y'all mama had a man she could call when them lights needed to stay on. Or your mama had a man she could call when she needed to put something under that tree for you during Christmas.
I'm only pausing this because I'm going to interlude later. This is why I don't agree with that lifestyle when you say, oh, she a stripper, that's okay. It's a mentality, man. And if you see the mentality, my mama got somebody who can take care of me. She never said a relationship. She never said I got somebody who can love or anything like that. It's all I got the light bill, because always see when you are a stripper or you something like that, you always view your relationships as transactional. Every relationship you have, and she's even saying it. When somebody says my mama has somebody I can call when the light bill is out, that means I'm just using the dude for the money. It's never a structure.
Can we go back to the conversation we had before?
Yep. I'm just going to let it play.
Okay.
A lot of y'all not going to come on here and be real about how it was men that was not your daddy. that kept shit running in y'all household. But that's okay. I'm gonna let, and I'm not saying you particular Pharaoh, but y'all gotta quit fronting because I know what was going on. Y'all
All right, real quick,
We got
homies up.
generations of kids teaching that same fucking mentality for the last 50 fucking years. Women have taught their daughters to do the same fucking thing. I don't know if you guys looked at that news report back in the 1980s where they were asking single young mothers if they wanted the man to be in the house. They said, no, we got the government that can support us. We don't need a man in the house. And that's why I say sometimes the person that's giving the message doesn't need to be the one speaking, because they are part of the fucking problem. And this is the problem with our space. We gravitate to what we're fucking comfortable with hearing. And you came out of that environment. Just like dudes are used to running to the fucking ghetto, they're used to hearing a fucking woman squawking on a goddamn mic because that's what they grew up around. And it makes me fucking sick to hear that shit. Why are you guys seeking information from the same thing you're running from? You guys don't want strippers. You don't want single moms. You go overseas for something different, but this is the woman y'all listen to. What in the fuck is really going on?
My point.
And I'm going to lay in my plane. Go ahead.
Homies up. I want to talk real quick just on your thing with her, so we can move past it because I never wanted to even
mute
be
up,
part of
Ronin.
it.
Mute up.
So and I'll bring up the only thing, because look, you know me well enough to know, man, I've had my squabbles with multiple different people here, and I'll be friends with one side, then the other side we don't get along, or whatever the case may be. You and Mariah stuff is you and Mariah stuff. I'll tell you the only thing that I've seen, right, that where I take issue with, and in the sense that I just don't like it. It bothers me, and I think that you got to be above that. Even if you're calling out her parenting stuff, like you're talking about there, the other night when you post the video and you put a thumbnail up, but basically calling her fat and sizing her up in a thumbnail, like I think that's just that's not masculine, bro. It's low. Right. And that shit really rubbed me the wrong way. But past that, like, I don't want it. When you guys started bringing her up on the stream, that's why I try to fall back. Hey, me and Mariah are tight. We can have y'all can do your squabbles. But if you're going to go after the parenting, you're going to go after some of the decisions, some of the stuff that you're talking about, I could see it. I understand that time. But I think you weaken your position when you go out and you try to attack in other ways, if you know what I'm saying.
And I'll say this. This is not about Mariah. It's just that Rico was on the show. And I wanted to show that sometimes he don't step up. He let those things go when it's a man.
Defend it.
And another thing, I'll play this, so this will help out with Homie Sub. And I tell guys, this goes to you, Ronin.
Play the rest of it.
Don't date these type of women. When I say these type of women, this is the type of woman that I say. No matter what, I have found this out. If your morals that you would be an OnlyFans model or something like that, whenever things go bad, you always gravitate to that. Like if I was a thief and I was a person who stole and I'm doing good, but as soon as things go bad, my morals will allow me to steal again. If I was a prostitute woman and I was doing good, if I go down bad, I've already crossed the line. It's nothing for me to cross the line again.
Okay, play the rest.
Fearless, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes,
No, let him play the rest.
Hold on,
I want to hear this high morality.
I want to ask him on
I
this.
got some motherfucking questions to ask this panel about this high morality and this pious fucking attitude that they take about these motherfucking niggers in this space. But go ahead, play the rest.
I want to ask you.
I want to know.
I want to ask Fearless something real quick. I want to ask Fearless something real quick. Hey.
Yes,
from the time I was 12 until 2 months shy of my 29th birthday, I was a drug addict. I ended up homeless on the street.
They would have never said nothing about you, Rob.
I dropped out of high school. I did all that. I got my life clean. I got clean. I built a life for myself. I helped a lot of people, right? To where not this, and I'm only speaking about me and my experience and how everything is. We've come across this. Everyone's situation is different, right? But like, then am I that guy? Like, am I that guy?
You are that guy.
14 years later.
No, you are that
woman. Not a man.
No, I just said you are that guy because this is why. Your past is the best indicator of your future behavior. That doesn't mean you're going to be that way. But how many times would you hire all felons or people who stole or did that? Or you say when you hire, you have a different eye. Or if somebody was stealing, and would you let them in your house alone? Now, their behavior may have changed. They may be, and I have no nothing to say that you didn't change, that you didn't become a different person. But the reason people ask for your resume is because they want to see what your past behavior is, because sometimes that indicates what it is. And the reason I'm going to say that, this is why I'm going to drop this in so you understand what I'm talking about.
Still good, I would still be in the club to this day. If the money was, I would probably be working like a job in sales or something in the United States. And then, 3 days out the week hitting the club, because why not? That was good money, right? But I started reading the room. So I remember.
Hey. So I say that to say she still would do it. No, you can get out the space, but that's what she's comfortable with. And the money goes where she goes. And that's what I'm saying.
You didn't play a whole clip, though. You cut it when she said something.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He cut the fuck out of it now.
Yeah, he's framing. He's framing.
Hold on. Let me touch on
the whole
something.
thing. You want me to go back and play the whole thing?
Yes, please play the whole clip, brother.
Hold on, Fearless. I want to touch on something you said, though, because here's the deal. Part of what you said is right, okay? If I ever put them drugs back in my body, I would be that guy, right? I would be that guy, right? But I became the guy that will never put those drugs back in my body, right? Does it make sense? To where 100%, you're right. I could be him again, and I know that, and I refuse to be him, right? But that's a decision and a relationship that I had to get to, and point that I had to make with myself.
And I'm not saying you're bad, Rob. You
no.
just asked me that, and I say everybody has a hesitation when somebody did that, to say, did they really change? Are they different? If the circumstances came back, if you got depressed, you lost all your money, would you resort to that? And that may be more of a yes. I don't know.
When I first got clean, okay, because I told you about, I obviously got daddy issues and shit with my real father. When I first got clean, I had about 4 days clean. I just got out of detox. I was sleeping on my brother's couch, and I was like hitting up my dad, like, yo, we got to fix this shit now. My life, I'm clean. I'm moving in a new direction. As soon as we figure out this shit right here, you and I will be good. And he didn't even respond, right? And then eventually my brother comes home. He says, yo, dad said stop sending some crazy shit. He ain't talking to you, right? And then it was about 6 months clean. He hit me up and said, hey, let's hang out, right? Because the evidence started to stack up day after day that I was moving in a new direction, right? But why I shared that is because part of what you're saying is true. Part of what you're saying is true, because if I decided, like when my wife left me, if I decided to go and put the substance in my body that brought me to my knees, man, I would have been fucking broke, fucking robbing and trying to steal to get shit, because I have been that guy, and I can be that guy. But I believe it, then it becomes case by case. And then to be able to come to a decision, you have to do what you're saying, and you have to evaluate every single person, because they can become that guy or gal. But you don't have to be, and people turn from that shit and never go back too. So both exist.
And let me say
Rico,
this.
Can I ask a question? And Rico, you could go right after.
Okay, go ahead, homie.
Just because I want you to add this to.
Okay, go ahead.
If I had a kid and I was moving around from DR to Colombia, smashing hoes, do you think you would be more vocal towards me than how you currently are towards Mariah?
I will say this. I can't, and I'm going to tell you why I can't. I've never, if you look at my entire history, I never went after a single father moving with their child. I never have. I went after single passport bros who are traveling without family, without children. They're just going overseas to fuck off. So I've never done that. So I can't say that. Would I have given you the same grace that I gave her? Maybe, because I've been a single father. People don't understand that. People don't understand I've been a single father in the United States, and I've always been sympathetic, which is why I'm sympathetic to single mothers. If you've ever been a single, I'm not talking about a single father like I paid child support. No, nigga, the bitch left me with the kids.
Brother, that is not the same. As a man, you have less resources than a woman.
Listen what I'm saying.
No, listen what I'm sympathy for a fucking woman when she got a whole fucking system supporting her.
No.
Stop. It is not the same.
Hey, and when y'all let me, hold up. Can I play this clip because y'all said I was cutting?
No. Hold on. Let me make this clear.
All right.
It was not. I was a single father with the kids with the mother. We got divorced, and where I thought I was going to leave her with the kids, she left. I was the single father with the fucking children with 2 sons. It's a different thing. And one was like
way less resources available to you as a single father.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying, but
you had it harder. You had it harder.
But listen, what I'm saying is, which is why I'm more sympathetic to women in that position, because I lived it. Most motherfuckers in this space never lived it. They just deadbeat baby daddies, don't pay a check, dis a fucking peer. And I'm like, no, motherfucker. So for example, Robert, your wife leave you with Martin, and it's just you and Martin. Just y'all two, with no fucking income coming in. And you got to make it work. I lived that shit.
That's what Ronin said.
Well, Rico, let's stay on topic because that's not her situation.
Hold up, before I do
but
that.
But that's the topic.
I want to jump in here, y'all. I want to jump in, please.
That's not her situation, though.
Or do you want to jump in?
A fearless pause, real quick.
I like to hear the rest of the clip.
All right. And it gets worse.
And then I want to jump in.
The reason it gets worse is it lets you know a hood mentality. Not just on her. I'm letting you know what a hood mentality is with people and how they always view. What's another one? Let's see. Oh, Don P. Okay.
The money was still good. I would still be in the club to this day. If the money was, I would probably be working like a job in sales or something in the United States. And then, 3 days out the week hitting the club, because why not? That was good money, right? But I started reading the room. So I remember in Dallas, first of all, I had to know a shift was coming, right? And this was even before Trump took office. All this hood shit, street shit, that shit over. So I noticed a lot of the dudes that would come in the club, all the major, dope boys and stuff.
I'm pausing. I'm gonna let it go. What does you hang around in the club? What is the people that you associate with? This is what I'm saying, where the trauma starts.
They all started going to jail. And y'all got to understand, all of that COVID, PPP loans and stuff, that was a whole setup. They gave people enough rope to hang themselves. So people started going to jail, and behind that, boom, all the dope boys going to jail, boom. All the dudes that was stealing catalytic converters and coming to make it rain in the club, boom, they going to jail, right? Okay, so the money started drying up in the club. And I noticed this about 2020. It started 2020, end of 2021. By 2022, it was dry. Like it was, I knew I had to move around, and not just that. Another thing that they did in Dallas. So I worked at what would be considered an after.
How far you want me to keep going? Because now she's just talking about the hours of the club. Since y'all blame me for cutting somebody off.
Go as long as you need to prove your fucking point.
I thought I proved it. Now she's just talking about the hours of the club.
I just want to.
Y'all saying I'm taking stuff out of context, and I really tried to save her by trying to tell y'all the trauma and mentality that people go through. And when y'all keep saying you need to go,
if you're done, you can stop it.
There's nothing to save because I've been highlighting this for months, like literally 5 months.
I got one more.
I don't think you proved anything.
I was raised in foster care. I was in the strip club for 5 years. I was fighting good bitches all my life. Like,
talk about it.
Even for shits and giggles, even if I know she's gonna say no, I would never embarrass or degrade myself by calling out somebody that's so small compared to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Punching down.
I'm bigger than her. I'm stronger than her. I have more fighting experience or whatever the case may be.
I play that to show you this. She had trauma. And y'all keep trying to gravitate to these people who have trauma and saying that's the people y'all should marry. That's one. Number two, I asked my wife, like, when you ever fight? She talking about I fight people. I'm big. My wife ain't never been in no fight, man. I think she argued with her sister and got angry. And I try to differ. And this is nothing about Mariah. So I don't want y'all to think it's about Mariah. I'm talking about dudes that go and deal with type of woman who have past traumas, who had issues in the past that resort no matter what. She said it from her own mouth. I would still be in the club if there was money. I don't care how much money there was. My wife wouldn't be on stage stripping. It's just like if I said that easy, how much money can I give you for dude to backdoor you? You're going to be like, bro, there's no amount of money you can do because there's a moral line that's not going to be crossed. And some people just have a moral line that you can't cross.
But Phyllis, my point is this: is we do all this, and I hate to say it, we gravitate all this to come to this space to say, okay, basically this is all about, okay, we hate Mariah, we hate Mariah, we hate Mariah. I understand.
No, hold up. I just want to be clear. I do not have nothing against Mariah.
And I'm speaking to hyperbole.
I'm only showing the type of woman that y'all go for, that y'all say is good. OnlyFans woman, they gonna keep going to that. And shout out to Andre.
I'm speaking to hyperbole, right? I know you and I know Ronin don't feel favorably about her, and I can understand and I can respect that. That is well within your right.
You keep saying her. It has nothing to do with her.
Period.
Okay.
My thing is women like that.
Young men, especially a woman coming from that background.
Okay, so
what we're trying to get boys to get away from.
Hold up, Rico. So I just want to clear it up because I don't want her to think I'm coming at her.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying, why would a dude want to be a stepdad to that type of woman? A woman who has no problem stripping, a woman who has no problem being in that resorts back to that, who lives in an element that says, I'm cool with drug dealers. That's the element I was in. I'm cool with going to another country, being in that same element. Because I even posed a question. I said, hey, you get child support from your child's father, but she's not with your daughter's not with you in the summer. Does he still have to pay child support?
Are you gonna let me ask the question? The question,
oh, brother, you long-winded, so don't get mad.
No. The question I want to know is
hell, son.
No, the question you don't try to cut me off because y'all don't want to hear it because it's tough.
No, come on, Rico.
The question is, if you are proposing to us as to why we should not support her, I will flip the same question back. Excuse me. I will flip the same question back to you all. Why the fuck do y'all support people that we don't support, or me and specifically? Let me finish. You gotta let me finish. For example, Austin Holloman. And you can't say you haven't supported him, irregardless of his questionable shit. So if I can't support Mariah, why the fuck can you, Fearless, support Austin? I need an answer.
Okay, I'll say it. Support in what way? I've never given Austin any money.
Did you collab with him?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Yo, you sat there and you talked to him. You sat there and you told me that he's getting better. You did all that.
I'll tell you exactly what I said. I'll tell it in every aspect. I said
how you tried to rehab his position.
I just said try to rehab it. I said I talked to him. Hold up. I did to him what you didn't do to Mariah. I talked to him like his daddy should have. And when we went out, hold up. We went out because all you seen was this live stream. You didn't see the 12 hours before.
Okay.
So I sat him down like a daddy should have and said, brother, this is what you need to be doing. This is how you need to present yourself. We even talked about the whole cigar thing. I said there was no reason, one, you should be smoking cigars for free. You should always get somebody should be sponsoring you. So everything you touch should be sponsored. And what you don't see, Rico, is outside of that, I'm in a WhatsApp group with Austin. So hold up. So what you don't see is stuff we say behind the scenes to him. Matter of fact, where my phone is. Matter of fact, I say the same.
No.
So hold up. You don't do those things. You don't call them out.
No. But let me ask you short. Let me ask you short because I don't care about the bullshit. I don't care how you fucking hand job them or none of that bullshit. The bottom line is this. Did you in any way demonize or disassociate yourself from him? Yes or no?
No.
But Rico, you didn't do that either.
No.
Hold up. Why do I have to?
You didn't do that either.
Why do I have to demonize
you? Gotta sit down.
Hold up.
I have
no. Hold up. You coming at me? I have no reason to demonize you. Why do I have to
I'm not saying you should have. I'm saying you didn't. What I'm saying is,
what did he do? No, you got to tell me. What did he do for me to demonize?
I'm not saying he did anything for you two.
Well, how can I demonize him?
What I'm saying is you made a conscientious choice that you didn't think anything he did went against your values or your beliefs that you needed to do that.
Yes, he did.
Listen, I'm telling you, the same way you felt about Austin is the same way some of us, myself specifically, I'm going to speak for just myself, feel about Mariah. Now, do I agree with everything she says? No, just like you didn't agree with everything Austin said. But there's nothing that that young lady has said that would make me demonize her in any fucking way, disassociate with her in any fucking way, or to sit there and go after her in any fucking way, just like you didn't do with Austin. That's what I'm trying to make clear.
All right, so now let me go to this. What did Austin say when I was on a live stream with Austin that I would have demonized him on the show?
I knew what Austin's again.
Hold up. We ain't talking about that. Hold on. Meaning, if Mariah made
on a live stream,
listen, Rico.
On a live stream, I cannot recall.
If Mariah made, because it hasn't happened. If
right.
Mariah,
no. I'm not gonna say it hasn't happened.
Matter of fact, hold up. You know how I know? Let me tell you, Rico.
Go ahead.
Because not only this ain't the first time I brought you to the front of the classroom and spanked your
know
ass.
It ain't.
Because you said something before, and you said I was on Austin's program.
That punk ass
we were
shit
talking
about
living
don't
to
fight
America.
for the military.
Hold up,
yes.
And you put words in my mouth, and you put
I
words
didn't,
in. Yes, you did, because I brought you and whipped your ass, and I played
no, you didn't. You tried, but you didn't.
Ronin is there. I played the clips and said what you said. I said yes. I didn't say, and then I played what I said, and I told you the truth. So I had no reason to lie. Whenever I'm on Austin's show, I don't agree with him. I don't have to agree with him. He don't bring me on to agree with him. I'm fearless, brother. I didn't get that name. It was given to me.
I agree.
So I have no problem with that. And
I
so
respect that.
Let me add to this real quick. Our job is to mentor young men. We can't control them. We can just tell them the way they should go.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there has not been one time you haven't heard us try to steer whoever's been on any panel with us that the direction they're going needs to change. Now, Austin has made some modifications in the way he does his content. Austin was a monger at first. Now he's looking at marriage. If he's not already married, he has a wife. But see how you change your hand like this a little bit?
I agree.
And as young men, you should be progressing in life, not continue to repeat yourself over and over and over again. And this man is demonstrating that in his own way. But you're still demonizing this kid like he's still 5 years old.
Hold up. And Old Krusty. Hold up. Old Krusty. 1 second, brother.
Hold on, Felix.
Old Krusty. Austin was in his early 20s. Hold up. No.
That's what y'all don't have. Y'all don't have the same grace for her.
No.
That for fucking Austin.
Well, you know why?
That's my issue.
You know why? Austin is in his early 20s.
I don't care.
Mariah is in her mid 30s.
Bullshit.
What you talking about, man?
Hold on, Uncle Rico.
Rico.
Okay.
I would hold on. Listen. She's let me say this. She's a female. It's not for us. There should be another woman mentoring her. We mentor men. Okay. I'm not saying in this space wanting a woman, some of which have raised some of these young men, misguided them in the way they raised them, coddled them, and everything else. I don't need another woman in this space trying to mentor men to be fucking men.
But why are men trying to mentor? Why are men trying to mentor a woman? I agree with you.
I am not.
Can I answer this, please?
Hold on.
Please?
You are.
Let homie Sub go.
I'm not trying to mentor her. I don't care about anything she's done in her life. She could be a sex worker. She could go overseas and be a passport sis and sleep with whoever she wants. My original problem with her is that you have entered a male space by grifting, speaking down on the lifestyle choices of black men overseas. That was my primary critique of her. Then when we flip the mirror back on her and we have uncovered her mentality, it stopped becoming about her personally. It's not about her personally. It's not about her daughter personally. We use her as an example to demonstrate her mentality. And her mentality is a detriment for women in general, and it's even more of a detriment because now she's existing in our space, speaking on our issues. She's literally the very same. That's the same mentality us as American men decided to go overseas to get away from in the first place, and that has always been my point. So
do
why?
You believe that this is an overwhelming? Do you believe that this is an
Rico,
overwhelmingly male state? Yes or no?
As long as I've known you, you are very hard on men's life decisions. Because
they need to be hard.
Yes, right, that's fair. But you want black men to make better life decisions.
Yes.
So what I'm asking you, and what you keep running away from, is why you have not even taken an ounce of that tenacity that you speak with against black men to even talk about anything she has going on. You were on her panel for 5 hours. I didn't hear you make one lifestyle.
So your answer is to make men. So your answer is to make men stronger is to punch on fucking women.
Is that what I said?
No, I'm asking you because my whole fucking point.
Listen, it's to hold them accountable,
homie,
Rusty.
Listen to what I'm saying. My point is, I'm sitting there saying is, no. Listen, homie. Listen what I'm saying. I hear you when you sit there and you say women need to be held accountable. Yes, women do need to be held accountable. Women absolutely need to be held accountable. It should be held accountability at the same level as men. But that is not going to, if I whoop every woman alive's ass, it's not going to make black men be better.
Bro, you're being
we are only going to be better if we hold each other better.
And guess what,
Rico? But you don't hold her accountable.
I'm holding you accountable right now. That when you're sitting on a panel with a lady like that, you need to hold her accountable. Because we ain't going to fix nothing if you're going to be selective about who you want to hold accountable. In the court of law, you hold everybody accountable. As men who need to try to enforce things, we hold everybody accountable. So you sat on the stream and you already said that you disagree with the lifestyle decisions.
I didn't say that, but go ahead.
That the next time you hop on that girl panel, or
go ahead. I didn't say that, but go ahead.
Let me finish, right? Or you speak on a situation that you don't have context to, right? I want you to, number one, find context. Number two, hold people accountable. And I drop my mic on that.
Hey, can I ask a question? Not to really switch gears, but Ronin, I want to ask you something, and I want to ask Homie Sub too. Why do you make content, Ronin?
My mentality behind the content I do is, one, because I'm a traveler that had suffered from PTSD in prior military service. I'm retired now, semi-retired. So I want to and basically get people to want to travel overseas, because there's a lot of brothers that are self-deleting because they feel like they can't do anything back home. There's cultures and countries they can go to be in the service to where they can feel like they belong again. Okay, so part of it is because of PTSD. And two, I'm semi-retired. I've raised my kids. I have grandchildren. Why not? You know, I got stuck in America doing all the right things as a father, as a stepfather. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm at a point where I'm able to travel, semi-retired, do the things I want, also generate more money and other resources for myself through AI. Why not?
Yeah, so
I can answer that question after the homie to hub.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask. So, but there is a part of it to generate resources for yourself, but for a positive way, because you're putting good out into the world, and then you're able to support yourself in a manner too by making money, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's why I say semi-retired. Who wants to retire? The minute you don't have any kind of job in your life, pretty much you're gonna die off pretty quick. You don't have any need.
I'm with you. And then Homie Sub, why do you make content?
To help black men.
Okay. Is there a monetary part of that?
Yes.
Okay. Fearless, go ahead.
I make it for three reasons. One, when I got a tax bill because I made a lot of money, I said, how the hell do I get this down? I think you got to mute up a little bit, Ronan. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. My financial advisor said, bro, you got to write something off. And since I have been traveling so much, I've been to 37 countries and I was spending a lot of money. I said, why don't you just have that as a business? So one was to get my whole tax thing down. my whole tax phrase down. So that was number one. Number two, when I had a child, so this isn't my only channel. This is just the channel I F around on. I have a financial channel. I have a rant channel. My wife, let me see if I can even, I'll bring this out real quick. Just as a flash. I don't want to.
Rob, why you didn't ask me?
Hold on, we're gonna get to you. And I don't put this up.
Me,
This is gonna be a good flash just because I don't like haters on there. And so even with this is my wife's channel. So
don't forget to ask me, Rob.
and so the reason I do that is my wife is Dominican. I have a small child. So everything I say is, how can we make something better? I'm a stay-at-home dad. I stay at home. I work remote. And my child stays with me. And I said, I want my child to learn the culture. I said, I want them to learn Spanish. So when my wife says something, I said, why don't you just make a channel? So we made a kids channel, of which I do a lot of work for. We do songs and all that. Mine was next. So that was a second. My third was, I'm older. I'm not as old as fucking Krusty Rico, and I'm not as old as hell Ronin. They way older than me, but I'm older. So I know that probably my time would be limited with my daughter because of the age gap. So if I become like 60 or 70, I pass away, I want to have a legacy for her to be able to look back on me. So that's why I do the finances.
That's the other reason too.
Yep, I do all my finances. I do stories. My rant channel is more about morals and things like that, so that when she gets older, she has a library of me, because I don't want someone to tell her who I was, or I want to be able to tell my own story and say, this is what I don't want someone to be able to say, hey, this is how you should do money. Because the one thing I found out, like you, all right, I'll ask you, Rob, you may have a lot of money, but if you died tomorrow, your wife wouldn't know what to do with it. She'd probably be broke in a year. I do Financial Fridays with my wife, where I sit her down and I say, this is why I do something. This is where the money is at. This is how you got to spend it. This is how it goes. Because none of that means anything if you die and your little son don't know nothing about finances. So that's why I do it. Tax break, legacy, and for the fun. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rico. I ain't gonna leave you out.
Okay, yeah, I know. I'm starting to feel left out like a stepchild. No, seriously. Just to keep it a beam, I don't have a channel. I don't have a page. I don't have an IG. I don't have nothing. I came to the space. I believe it or not, I came to the space from the manosphere, from the gender wars. Guys that were coming from, we hate black women, blah 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 blah. And basically, to me, that's all passport bros are. Passport bros are the little brothers that got kicked in the ass from the manosphere space, the black manosphere, who rejected them and said, okay, y'all ain't getting no pussy in the States. So when they kicked them in the ass, they decided they'd create their own group, and they created the passport bro space to go overseas and fuck cheap whores. And I'm like, do your thing. Okay, that's fine. I don't have me coming into the space was, again, and people always go about like the Austin thing was, I like Austin Holler. I didn't like his ideology because he became so popularized. And in him becoming popular, he made men believe that like, you don't have to care anything, what you don't have to care about women in the States. But he made them believe coming overseas was a cheat code. It's not a cheat code. You're having the same difficulties, whether it's in Brazil, Colombia, the DR, whatever. Because at the end of the day, these women want their local men. You're a foreigner, and he just didn't tell any of that. So he pushed this narrative like, oh, come to Brazil. They'll kiss and fuck on the first date. And that's how it made it sound. And that's why he got in trouble. And that was the promotion of sex tourism that he got into, because he didn't do it on purpose. He was just fucking stupid. He was just stupid. So when I got with
Krusty, he was in his early 20s, right?
Yes, but
what stupid things did you do when you was in your early 20s?
But if I did something,
I know, Rob, but you hold him accountable.
No, I don't hold him accountable. What I'm saying is, I'm gonna tell you what I did stupid in my 20s. When I was in my 20s and I was stupid and I was in the military, I stole from the military. You know what happened? They court-martialed my ass and kicked me out of the military. That's what they did in my 20s.
Yeah. Hey, look,
there's
I want
consequences irregardless of your fucking age. I was in my 20s in the military, stole a bunch of money from the fucking US government. They court-martialed my ass and kicked me the fuck out of the military and sent me home at 26. That's what happens in your 20s. When you're stupid and no one tells you you're being fucking stupid.
And that's why we tell them they're stupid. But I'm glad that I didn't have a camera when I was in my 20s.
But that's what I'm saying. But you asked that question, and then what I'm saying is when I was pushing back against Austin, it wasn't pushing back against him. It was against, because I was 20-something years old listening to a 35, 45-year-old Vietnam vet that was stealing shit. And I just listened to the shit. He made it seem like easy money. I wanted the easy money. I took a white guy, looked like Rob from Turkey. I believed the shit. And I stole the shit. And when he got caught, he told on everybody.
So Uncle Rico,
look, I want to pull this back. I want to pull this back in though, because why I started to ask the question is this. Look, and I'll share real quick on my perspective. Right, when I started making content, right, the first time I let one rip, had no intention of making the second. Then I start to make it. People are asking questions like, you know what? If I'm going to keep doing this, especially with all the bullshit that I'm dealing with in the DMs and all the shit that's coming my way, and people are asking, you know what? I am going to find a way to use my own skill set as a marketer to monetize this, but do it in a way that I could help people. Okay. So that's where I'm at. But why I ask everybody is this, because actually, you know what, Ronin, you were asking me questions earlier about why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I'll admit, probably at the time, you know, on the hot seat, almost coming from a defensive position, not even really thinking about it. But when I started the academy, okay, I reached, actually, homie sub, you could probably test this. I reached out to you and said, hey, I know something that could probably be good, and reach out to Capo. Because here is the thing. When I started the academy, I know with where I'm at in the space right now, not everyone's going to come and rock with me. I'm not an idiot, right? But was at a point where it's like, you know what? Maybe I could work through Homies Hub and even Capo, maybe build something that other guys could benefit from, that they could level up, right? That would never come to me. And they don't even ever have to know that I'm a part of this stuff at all. And I'll still help in that way. So my question is this, right? Because right now, all of us in some way are benefiting from content monetarily, for sure, right? Everyone here, it sounds like, is trying to help people. So my question then is, why don't we start to find more ways to collaborate in a manner that we can help more people actually come up? Right? You get what I'm saying?
I don't think me and Ronin have an issue with that.
I'll tell you why.
I won't talk for Homies Hub
like I said, get it how you live it. I mean, just be honest about it. I don't care if you're selling to the market, you know, and I don't care that you found and discovered a new market by happen chance. I know what sales opportunities look like, and you need to be able to move on a dime on an opportunity.
Yeah, but I'm talking about though, Ronin.
Well, the reason I bring this chart up is because there's a whole bunch of brothers that talk to these points.
Yeah, but what I'm talking
in the space. So, and I get it. And I'm not trying to tell you to shut the hell up. I'm just saying there are already brothers in the space that have a more closer identity to what the problem is, that have been kind of like sounding off. If you're marketing, great, wonderful. I don't care. You know what I mean? Do you?
But what I'm talking about is,
I can see opportunities all day.
What I'm talking about though is collaboration. People that have different skill sets, different talents, actually working together to help more people, instead of there just being all the drama back and forth, to actually collaborate, to come together, to move things forward. I don't care, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's plenty of other people out there. Honestly, I don't know who a lot are, but what I'm interested in is people coming together.
That's why we invited you on the show. Obviously, I did my homework, you know, with your skill set and everything that you're doing. I'm not hating. I brought you on the show, right?
Yeah, well, no, I'm not saying that you're hating at all.
Right. But what I'm saying is, people are going to pick and choose who they're going to follow and what they're going to listen to. And if somebody can spark a positive reaction out of somebody, I'm all for it. You know what I
Rob,
mean?
can I
And
say
it's
something to you,
yeah,
bro?
go ahead, homie.
So Ronan, I just want to say,
Ronin, you gotta mute.
I really want to hear all of your points, but your mic is so low for, I don't know if it's just me or if it's a general chat. But if you're able to turn it up, Rob, let me say this, bro. So I've told you this, right? I actually like you. I rock with you, but I'm going to tell you what the biggest problem is going to be, right? You're trying to market with controversy that is actually negatively impacting Black people. And at this point in time, you're in a primarily Black space, right? Like the Passport Bros isn't all Black men. It's a wide range of people. But the ones that are the loudest, that tend to draw the biggest attention and crowd, just like you said, are the Black content creators, right? I think you being a marketer is phenomenal. I think you having an international way that you try to get people overseas works, but you can't in one breath look like you are targeting Passport Bros, deviant behavior, and then in another breath you go, well, I need all of you guys to come together so we could do XYZ. Right now, you are top op, whether you want to say so or not. And even though I can understand what you're doing, because I know deep down it doesn't really affect me personally, I know that there are people in my audience, people I've met in real life, that don't rock with what you're doing. So it's like, I get what you're trying to do, but I don't agree with how you're going about it. I'm just going to make that clear. Just prime example, what you did with Rampage Jackson, right? Though I understand it's for controversy, it starts looking like you're doing anything to get those clicks, anything to get and it's like, bro, you've lived in the city as long as you know what it is when you're here in the city. I get Medellin is trying to make a change. I think Medellin launches a campaign every year as to how they're trying to make the place better, and they find somebody new to blame it on. Like I told you the first time, I said at some point you don't think that they're just drawing you into their agenda, and then when they change pace, they're going to kind of just leave you there hanging. For me personally, I can't say, hey, even though I don't agree with Rob, I'm still going to rock with him and push what he's doing. It's not going to work, bro. I'm just being honest.
So here's the thing.
Rock, can I tell you?
Hold on, no, 1 second. Let me touch on this. I don't need anyone to rock what I'm doing at all. Here's what we're missing. Okay, what you guys, you landed it. Hold on, I want to touch on it now. Right, you guys are making organic content. Okay, when I talk about inserting my skills to help what you guys are doing, right? When it comes to media buying, when it comes to get what I'm doing on Instagram organically will not be a fraction of what I make through the Live Abroad Academy. When we launch campaigns, it will not be about any Passport Bro talk at all, right? It will be a whole different angle that we're working, the organic side of things. And at the end of the day, even with that, I've been on posted content 3 months, and if already what I'm generating from that is above what other guys are making right now. So what I'm talking about is me not rocking with me, but you being able to utilize someone else's skills to even be able to move your own thing forward, not mine. Trust me, and I don't mean this in an arrogant way. I don't need anyone to help me move my shit forward. When I launch the ad campaigns and I start pushing cash behind it, it's just going to be data at that point, and that I scale behind, and that will solve that problem. That's all that it is.
But Rob, what I'm trying to get you to understand is that it looks like to everyone else, whether it's the truth or not, that you really financially don't really need to be in this space, but you're trying to leech something from this space. And I'm telling you the general consensus, whether you want to hear me out or not. It's like, okay, what you're doing indirectly or directly is hurting Black men that travel, no matter how you put it. You could be the guy that's the sex pat. You could be a guy that's starting a family. People don't differentiate who's good or who's bad when you're in the Black community. We all get put under the same umbrella, right? When there's a negative stereotype on one of us, right, and we look similar to that guy, it falls on everybody. So when the primary of your content as of lately starts looking like you're particularly targeting Passport Bros or travel bros, which indirectly has a connotation to Black men or just men that want to travel overseas, in this space that you're currently marketing to, it looks like, yo, I don't want to be a part of that. Now, granted, I know you got people that's still enrolling anyway, but I'm talking about for content creators, as a content creator, and I'm sure many of them feel the same way. They'll go, listen, I get what he's doing. I don't like what he's doing. Therefore, I want no parts of it. And even to make it worse, they'll go to other content creators. I get what he's doing. I don't like what he's doing. But the fact that you rock with him, I don't rock with you. So indirectly, you even start causing division in the space. See what I'm trying to say to you? And just optically, and just hear me out, because I'm a very fair person, Rob. I'm not biased, bro. I tell it how it is, right? Optically, it starts looking like we let the white guy in the space, and now he starts separating and causing division.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Hold on. Let me touch on this with him directly.
Let me jump in, Rob.
But he's talking to me, so let me address it back with him real quick. Okay. So I get what you're saying, and I can put myself in your shoes, and I agree 100%. But I want to go back to what you said about Rampage. Okay, has it been made clear what Colombia does not want to happen?
Rob,
what they're go ahead,
Rob. Can you give some background context? I have no idea what happened with Rampage.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Rampage going viral because he's in Colombia right now, and he has a video out, right, that he's talking to like a Colombian guy that's a translator, and he's got a chick next to him, and he's like, "Yo, tell her I want her on doggy on her tonight." Right, and then she starts laughing or whatever, and then she's like, ask him if he's got the stamina, and he's like, "Baby, I'll run that shit on you all night long." Okay, so hey, at the end of the day, if that wasn't creating any problems, I wouldn't say shit about it. That is creating problems. So I'm saying shit about it. It's a very simple concept, man. Like it's not, I don't think, for me at least, that is difficult to figure out. That is when you guys talk about, hey, I'm making it difficult for people, that shit is making it difficult for people. So I'm saying something about it. So I can't take it. You could not like it at all. But that behavior right there is making it hard for everybody to travel into these countries right now. And that is a fact.
But Rob, can I ask you a question? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. With all due respect, okay. And I hear all the critiques that's given about why people are not going to still. At the end of the day, and you did a video earlier, and this is the frustrating part to me. And I said this, you did a video about like the population of Medellin, how many people are there compared to cities in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Like 4 million in Medellin compared to all these cities in the U.S. Mm-hmm. And I've always said, and I told him, I said, the reason why, like, passport bros are stuck in a fucking level of delusion that you just can't break these simple-minded fuckers out of. They literally believe, oh, these cities can't live without us. I'm like, y'all are fucking delusional. You are the least spend. Where passport bros go, your taxable footprint is so small, it's non-negotiable. They get mad when I tell them that typically in most cities around the world, the global tourist is a husband, a wife, and 2 children. That's what everybody wants. They don't want fucking passport bros who, whether you come to Medellin, you stay in a cheap Airbnb, who doesn't pay taxes to the government. So the government ain't getting money off of that. You're probably eating off the truck off the side of the road who doesn't pay taxes, so the government ain't getting off of that. Most of your money is going to the workers of the night. The government doesn't tax that. They're not getting money off of that. You motherfuckers have such a small, low taxable footprint. You're not the desirable type of tourist that they want. So they'll go, they say the same thing. Oh, they gonna miss us. I'm like, why? The government's not getting anything from you. Maybe those individual businesses were getting money from you, but they weren't paying taxes to the government. So why should the government give a fuck that they don't get money from you? They don't.
And Rico, and that's the
hold up, Rico.
Homie,
sir, 1 second.
Sorry.
Rico.
Go ahead.
Man, you just contradict yourself all the time.
Go ahead. Tell me how I contradict.
Because when we talked about immigration and I said they don't pay taxes, you said, oh man, they pay taxes when they buy stuff.
When did I say that?
When I said they don't contribute. You say they contribute because they buy stuff.
When?
Immigrants, illegal immigrants. and you're like, they pay taxes.
Where
when
were
they
you
buy
talking
stuff, and
about?
they
In the
support
U.S. or
company.
you talking about
the
in
U.S.
the DR?
In the U.S.
I don't remember that conversation.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
but that's
I'll
what you
accept
said.
that
We had it.
I'll
we did
accept it. I'll accept
So my
it.
so all I say to that is, even I'm not saying that the brothers rule anything, but you can't say they don't contribute, because the money that they give to women, they get the nails, the hair, the clothes.
None of that goes to the government.
I'm not saying it went to the government, brother. I'm just saying it does contribute to the economy.
The overall economy,
and it does
yes.
go to the government, because you know why?
No, it doesn't.
Just like Colombia and DR
doesn't
have the highest sales tax that there is, brother.
But what
every time you buy something, there's sales tax.
But Fearless, I agree with that. But in the DR, and specifically, I'm gonna stay in the DR because I don't know about Colombia. In the DR, it's typically something like 60% of small businesses pay zero taxes to the government because they all claim they had no earnings. They pay nothing, even though they made money in cash. They don't claim any of it. Typically, the only people who traditionally pay all the taxes in the DR are large corporations who can't avoid taxes.
Rico, have you been to Colombia?
I said I've never been. One more time, I've never been to Colombia. I'm only speaking about the Dominican Republic. In the Dominican Republic, the majority of small businesses, probably at a 60% rate, pays no taxes to the government.
Me and Rob are talking about Colombia right
now. I didn't say.
So I would like for us to stay on topic because I know you like to.
No. Me and Fearless was talking specifically because I'll be honest with you. Okay, if it makes you feel better, homie, I don't believe that the tax rate is that much higher in Colombia. Rob,
Rod, you
tell me if I'm crazy because you don't live there, homie. You don't live there, Rob. You do.
And I think you should let me and Rob talk.
Okay, explain. Talk the tax rate.
Go back and forth with Rob about this.
Talk the tax rate. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all two talk. Talk the tax rate. What businesses are paying? What percentage of businesses?
Rico, let us get back to this because we're way past where we were at. So, homie, I want to ask you this: Do you know how many people in the United States? This is a statistic, right, through surveys, have said that they would be willing to live outside the United States, right, if they had the skills and the ability, a job and the ability to get outside the United States. Do you know what that number is?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's pretty high.
49 million, right? Okay. There is 49 million. So the second, but even at 49 million, that's over 10% of the U.S. population, okay? So for anyone to try to say that I'm trying to tap in, right, to what the black men are doing, right, it's just categorically false. It's not even close to being accurate. There's 49 million. When I go launch ads next week, I have 49 million people in the United States, right, that are potential customers for me, right? That is where I'm operating from.
Perfect. So then what is the point in making the short form content that you currently make, talking about Passport Bros and the Colombian government? What is your personal purpose?
I have a family, a child, a wife, my wife's family in Colombia. I am integrated there, building my life there. What goes on there matters to me, right? And honestly, people being able to travel freely, everybody matters to me, right? Because at one point before I had all that, I could become a guy just coming into the country, just minding my own damn business, and I'm getting yanked to the side now because of all the shit that's being blasted online, that's being done, that's bringing heat on. That heat is on everybody across the board.
Okay, so let's talk some realness, Rob, right?
Yeah.
How many jobs you think are currently available for the women in Medellin? Jobs.
It's low. Hey, why do you think I offered them to be up free into my thing? Because I know there's lack of opportunity. 100%.
How many women live in Medellin?
If there's 4.2 million people in the city, you're going to be, right above, right around probably 2.2 million.
Okay, so do you think you're going to create 2.2 million jobs for the women in Medellin?
Not even fucking close.
So then how are they going to feed themselves even after you implement what you have going on?
But that's like saying to do nothing because I can't solve the whole problem.
No, you're avoiding the way that they're currently feeding themselves. Sex work.
But here's the thing: when it comes to sex work and even guys going and hiring escorts, I've made my stance clear from the beginning. I have no problem with it at all.
Okay,
right?
but
I want them. Go ahead.
Here's the correlation. Come on, bro, because you're a businessman, bro. So let's talk raw data, right? Like, let's just stay on raw data, right?
Go ahead.
The reason as many sex tourists go to Colombia is because they're able to do research before they get there on what to expect when they get there. That research are these content creators that's putting it out there as to what's going on inside of Colombia. That is indirectly causing more men to go into the country and then provide a living for those women. How do we know that? Because we already know there's not enough employment for these women. So how else are these women even surviving if they're not mainly doing it off sex work, which we already know Medellin is the sex work capital of Colombia, and it's also the webcam and sex work capital of Latin America. Is that false?
I got a question.
Wait, hold on. Is that false, Rob?
Right at the top. So Brazil and Colombia.
Okay. So you don't see how you might actually be disproportionately harming the very country you're trying to help?
No.
So what you're telling me is that I should not try to create what is a better way. Here, let me ask you this question. Of the women that are providing the sex work, okay, what percentage of them would we say are excited about it, want to be doing it, or would not do something else if there was a better opportunity for them?
But you're not going to create that opportunity, and that's my point.
At scale, no.
You are actually better off. It makes a lot more sense if your entire niche is digital, remote work, relocation, but you're actually calling out sex tourists and passport bros. And I'm saying no matter how much effort you put, you're not even putting a microscopic dent in what's currently going on. So I'm trying to understand.
You took a long way. Not thing on you. I just understood what you were saying. It took me a while. Rob, I think what he's saying is if your point is to make digital content and get people, why even worry about the passport space? If your thing is to get people employed, the passport bro content and posting that really has nothing to do with your business
at all.
You should be focused on doing shorts about, hey, living abroad, hey, come here and I can help you do that, instead of shorts. I'm just summing up, so that's not my word.
But I got a question.
Okay.
Can we identify what is a sex tourist?
Someone that travels for overseas.
No, Rob. I don't want you to answer. I want everybody else to answer. What is a sex tourist?
Let's not get demonetized over a definition. Let's move on. I think we all know as grown men what that means.
No, I don't think we all do.
No, Uncle Rico, we do not need to define it for YouTube algorithm to pick it up multiple times so we can get demonetized. We don't need to do that.
I think the problem is I think we're conflating sex tourists with people outside the country with people inside the country. They're not the same.
Fearless, I'm going to answer your question.
Inside the country, you're not a sex tourist.
I just want Rob to answer the question
locals
as to how his short form content is.
But homie.
In the business plan, it just doesn't really add up to me.
Hold up. Let him talk. He's talking to Rob. Not my question, Rob. It was homie.
No. But I'll answer them both because it goes both in. So you say that it doesn't fit into it, right? And actually, this is where I have said I could actually help people here because you're wrong. Okay. When we talk about marketing in general, we talk about a marketing funnel. Okay, where you have at the top and then it filters down to the bottom. Okay. So when I am making content, it's twofold. First, I stand on what I'm making. Okay. I believe in it. I want the best Medellin there. Okay. The second thing is, okay, and I've already proven it. I put in 50 plus people into a Live Abroad Academy from a couple posts on my Instagram. So what that says is that my audience is coming in through my content. Right? When I go and I just talk and say to someone, hey, you want to just go make money abroad? I'm working at the very bottom. right?
But Rob, I will ask this though: you're employing Colombians?
I'm not employing. What I did is this. It's twofold. A, I'm helping guys develop the skills so they can get abroad. One of the things that we catch the most heat about for is like gentrification. We're gentrifying, which, you know, it is what it is.
Before you were saying you were employing, I know there was a number. I don't know the number of Colombians.
Well, I'm helping them. They're in my academy. I do have one Colombian that's working for me though on the academy side.
So my question would be in Homie's Hub. Why point out passport bros if your employees are mostly Colombians? Meaning, if I'm employing Colombian people, I don't have to talk about passport bros. They live there. So I should just be catering to what they want. That's not my audience.
My consumer for my academy is American men. Well, actually, we got guys in Europe and Australia now too. But my audience that purchases, my consumer, is for the most part the U.S. traveler that goes abroad.
So I'm gonna give and like I said, Rob, you know, I've been rocking with you, but I gotta get on your ass when it comes to this point. So I don't want you to take it as a personal attack.
No, right? Go ahead, give it.
But I gotta be fair. Like I said before, it looks like you have an agenda, and within your line of the funnel, you gotta utilize the passport bro algorithm because you know there's money in it, right? Me and you both know there's money in it. I've monetized, and now you were monetizing. But in the very effect, because you live in Medellin, you're trying to package yourself in a certain way. And what I'm saying is your packaging is aggressive. It's not only just aggressive, but it's like a strong filter. It's like a masterminded way of filtering the kind of person that you want to buy into your package. But what you don't seem to understand is that you are hurting other individuals on your campaign. And I'm going to ask you, because I know this campaign switches every year from being inside of Colombia for as long as I have. You're going to be known as the went at passport bro guy versus being known as the help me become a digital nomad guy. Because when they pull back on the hard aggression they're doing with sexpats and people traveling for sex tourism, you're going to be the one left holding shit. Because everybody's going to remember you as they're flying back into Colombia. And
that's not happening though, bro. They're cranking this shit up. Not in the next 4 years. El Tigre is cranking it up.
I've been in Colombia I've been here for a long time. So why I keep mentioning do the women have jobs is because you know more than I do that the government doesn't really look out for their own people. Everybody got to look out for themselves.
Rob, let me say
when they start. Hold on, Rico. Hold on, Rico, bro. We'll let you talk, Rico. Let me land. Right? Once they start seeing that these women are not making no money, which they do in the park every weekend, they try to enforce something and then they pull it back because they know, damn, a lot of people gonna start getting mad if they're not making no money. So then you start realizing, okay, they're not actually trying to change anything. It's just for optics. Right?
Can I speak now?
But you're becoming the censored face of people being under attack. And I'm just asking you, I know you masterminding this shit, right, bro? It's very masterfully crafted, but are you thinking about the fact that you're going to be the one left holding the shit when they pivot again and then they find something else to try to please their people?
Can I speak for a moment, homie? Rob, all I'm going to tell you, Rob, hold, just hold your power. I'm going to tell you this, okay, sir. Speak your authentic voice. Because what I'm telling you is this. You can get caught up into this social media bullshit and all this other bullshit that you want. Where are you going to land in history? Authenticity. You've been transparent. Where is your heart land? If you try any other bullshit, trying to make the dollar, trying to do this, trying to make content, trying to do that shit moves. I'm telling you, I ain't never been nobody but who the fuck Rico is. And that's why I'm hated for it. And that's okay.
Look, I'm okay with being hated. Look, here's what it is. I'm gonna touch on this now. I'm gonna touch on this now. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't come and start doing what I'm doing for money. I don't need the money.
Yes.
Right? There is a purpose, there is a why. When Live Abroad Academy starts to take off, those funds are going to be transferred into beds and burials. We're going to be putting kids in beds. Yo, Hobie self, I want you to remember this day where you're going to see me at 4 years from now in Medellin. Where you will see me.
About that. Pick your
no. I know what I'm doing. I know.
Bro.
We're talking about. We're talking about being the authentic, transparent self. I know what I'm doing. I have the 5-year plan out ahead. I don't think most people do. I got it. Right. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I know exactly where I'm going to end up, and I'll be on top, right? Helping people, right? My family's going to be good. I'm going to be good. We're going to have helped a lot of people, and there will not be one single U.S. citizen inside Medellin that will have behind me what I have behind me, because we are going to do so much good that it can't be any other way. And nobody else is operating like that inside of that city like I am. So I'm 100% okay with what I'm doing.
Rob, I totally believe you, and I support everything you're doing other than your attack on Passport Bros. But I promise you, in 4 years, when you get all these thousands of like Colombians jobs and everybody can relocate, bitches are still gonna be selling pussy, bro.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
And guess what? Dudes from America gonna be flying in to buy it. It ain't nothing gonna change, bro. Nothing's gonna change.
I do want to say this to Rob, and I did listen to you, Rob, about a collaboration. What do you think is the problem? And I know the problem that I've had with my own people when it comes to that. And way back when I first started off, I had a contract with Procter and Gamble, and it was a $10 million contract. And they said, look, you are too small to handle it, but we have some other minorities that we could get together. If y'all collaborated and made an LLC, man, you guys could do a lot for our advertising. I called up the mastermind. That's what we called it. And I brought these groups together, and I said, look, all y'all are like individuals. Some of y'all are like one-man shops, two-man shops. We could come together and get this and make this money. And this is just the crumbs that they were giving us. And I couldn't get it. It didn't happen. The people said, I would rather be the president of, I want to be the president of my company. And I'm like, brother, but it's just you. You the president, you the accountant, you everything. So you wouldn't want to come together. I say all that to say this. How do you think you can get this passport group together, these group of people to collaborate? And what would be the strategy to go forward? And I only say that because me, Ronin, Black Man Travels, we've been trying and we can't.
So that's a good question. First, hey, T-Mac, hold on, T-Mac. I'm not claiming that no one else is doing it, but that message gets lost right now because everything else is talked about in front of it. I'm talking about more and more people seeing that. So I've been following your stuff in the thread. It seems like you're already doing good stuff there. So I don't want to downplay that. But then to your stuff, Fearless, here's the thing. To simply answer your question, I can't. I would be willing to lend myself to be an asset to help, but I can't do it. I know my place enough to know what, because we're talking about right here in the Black community here with the men. There's zero chance of me being the guy, right? But not
even Black people. I'm just saying people in general. It's not just.
I'm talking about to the Passport Bros in general, like what we've been talking about. But yeah, just people in general. It is difficult. But for me, like, it's not me, right? I'm 100% willing to collaborate and help how I can, because that is who I am. I want to see other people do well, right? I want there to be a better message. I want there to be other things to talk about, for us not to be catching the heat that we are, to act the charity event. Hey, we're going to be able to share about doing something good in the DR. It brings positive attention to what we're doing. That's the whole purpose behind it. Right. So I would be happy to help in any way. That's why when Ronin was on the other night, he brought up AI. The first thing I thought about, like, hell yeah, let's talk about that AI and see what we could do there. Right. And because that's what I love to do. But in terms of getting people to collaborate just in the space here, I would be willing to be part of, but I'm not the guy. It won't be me.
I'm in agreement with you.
But Ron, but fearless. Can I say this? Okay, and I'm mad at you too, Ronin. You put up that side by side with Rob bullet points to fucking BMT, and I'm gonna call bullshit on BMT. BMT, fuck that fuck nigga. That nigga full of shit. That whole side by side you did with BMT talking points and Rob talking points, like saying like they're the same talking points. BMT lived none of that shit. He lived none of it. I've been 5-6 years in this space. He didn't live any of it. Did he say this shit? Maybe. But he lived none of it. He didn't live any of it. He didn't promote any of it. And every time somebody fucked up outside the space, he did nothing to call these motherfuckers out. So I think it's unfair to say, Rob, you say the same thing that BMT, the leader of the Passport Bros, say, but BMT didn't live or uphold any of that standard.
No, I know. I call BMT out. I call BMT out. He was on a podcast and he had an opportunity to do it.
But my whole point is, they put it up like he held this standard, and then Rob was doing the same thing. No, I would say Rob is doing it more than BMT bitch ass ever did it. Fuck BMT. So that's what's disrespectful to me. The white boy, fuck it. The white boy is holding the standard harder than the fucking black guy that claimed he set the fucking standard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. I think that is some of it. Is some people in the space are mad that I am taking off the way that I am, and they don't like that.
That's my issue because, again, homie, all y'all motherfuckers that sit there and say, Rico, you want to hold Mariah. Y'all won't hold that bitch ass motherfucker BMT to stand.
You have never been where.
No,
let me go slow. Hold up. Let me go slow.
I want to know.
I will tell you. I'm going to talk.
Hold on, Drew. Because you know me, Drew. You know I've been in that space with Peso.
We
had a whole live with him on.
Literally.
And we held him accountable.
If that is the case, and I'm gonna give you that, then why the fuck are you holding up this fraud ass niggas talking points like he's standing behind?
That's not my sign.
Because he does.
I will have to let Ronin do it, but I will say we brought him on the show and we came at him in a few ways.
Because BMT bitch ass. What I'm saying is this. I'm saying is this: BMT bitch ass don't stand behind none of his talking points. I don't give a fuck how it reads. He don't stand behind it. He's like a little bitch ass motherfucker and don't say nothing about it. But you're gonna hold Rob to that standard that we're not holding BMT to. That's an issue.
Can I speak
not
on
an
this?
issue? Not an issue with me because we have held him. We brought him onto our show.
But his bitch ass don't hold up to it.
Hold up. We can't control that. Look,
then we can't. Then I can't speak to Rob about it.
Because we at least call it out. Listen. We call it out. Meaning, if there's a J Rillo, if there's an NYC, we call it out. All I can do is call it out.
But why are we holding Rob to a standard? We're holding the white guy to a standard that the black guy who started the movement to can't hold up to. That is a problem.
I didn't put it up, so I would let Ronin defend that. But
I'm not getting on Ronin, but I'm just saying, like, I see this shit.
I've held him to the standard. My thing was, we talked about why didn't you do that with the name? Why you let other people implement it? Why is it that anybody can call them? We had a whole hour interview with those fireball questions saying the exact same thing. Why are you walking away? Why didn't you do this? So we do that. But here's the thing, old Krusty. Just like you called me with when it comes to Austin, we can only say it. I can bring the horse to water, but I can't make him drink.
And that's why I took my L. I took my L tonight, right? I said, okay, I fucked up. I missed that.
But we call him out every time we call him out. But how many times people done called out J Rillo and he still do the same thing?
But again, if you're gonna call me to the principal's office, you gotta call his supporters.
Oh, we do, and I say,
I'm just saying.
Look. I say, how can you pay another? I said the dumb thing. How can one man pay another man to watch him have sex with a woman?
I'm just saying to be fair. That's it.
Hey,
That's
to interject real quick, just so we're on.
Hold up. See, look, hold up. Let you see the thumbnail. This is our hit and run. What are we doing? We the judge, jury, and executioner. This is when we had it. Business ethics and moralities with the passport bros. Ronin is showing it. We brought him on, and you see we was holding court. So that's the thumbnail to what we did with the interview.
Okay, I missed that.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. You say
that.
we don't do a lot in this space.
Ronin, I apologize, Ronin. I apologize because I was looking for this shit because I was like,
you be missing a lot,
I apologize. I apologize. I'm publicly saying I'm sorry. I apologize. I was wrong. But like, why am I not?
Matter of fact, I even blow that up, Ronin. Blow that up. Blow that up a little bit. I even had on my black. I had on my black robe, brother. Look. I had on my black robe like the judge. So you can't tell me that I wasn't there. Look at the thumbnail. I got on my black robe, the flag behind. I'm holding court.
Light his ass up.
Hey, look. In terms of tonight with me coming on, I appreciate what Ronin did and what Fearless did because we've had a conversation that I haven't been involved in on any of the streams that I've come on so far. It's just been all about drama and beef and shit back and forth, not asking any kind of questions with any kind of like maybe depth to it and substance to it. So I can appreciate it. I have no problem with it at all. Right? I'm actually happier to have that kind of conversation with everybody because I think we get farther with something like that than what we do, what I've been part of typically.
And let me
say this real quick. Hold on, Uncle Rico, real quick. Let me get this out because you know I echo. So to your point, just like we were saying, Austin has changed his content. BMT automatically, he's also migrating. I told you men should grow from their life experiences and progress in life. BMT went from just a single man to not only a husband, but a newborn father. So you can't say brothers are not transitioning into where they should be. You got to allow people to have life experiences before they do that. You shed a couple nuts before you settle down. God damn. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to slow the hell down with the way you make accusations. People have to take time to grow. And because they're in this microcosm of this bubble that's called the black male space, it looks like they're taking too long to do it.
Okay.
And with us constantly berating and us constantly trying to mentor these men, you can only grab them out of the drama rooms every so often. I go into Razor Ray's room. You've seen me on several panels trying to talk this common sense to a lot of these brothers. And I can only pull them out one at a time, Rico. They're not coming out in droves, bro. They're coming out one at a time. And then we got to constantly continue to reinforce what we do. We got to be consistent. And I guarantee you, if anybody takes an LLM and run all my content, I am very consistent with my message. Very consistent.
But
and I do it myself. I fact check myself. I fact check some of the things I say to make sure I'm staying on code with what I preach and what I talk about in my chats and in my content.
But I
hold myself more accountable than I have anybody else holding me accountable.
But let me ask you this. I can respect you on the giving time to hold these young men accountable. Are we going to do the same thing to the young ladies? The only reason why I asked
excuse me, sir, aren't you the one sitting on a woman's panel and not speaking the truth? You're letting the echo chamber run rampant.
No. What I'm saying is, what I'm asking is, in the same way,
mute up a little bit, Ronin, when they talk.
In the same way that it took you guys a period of time to say, okay, I'm gonna pull Austin to the table. It could be the same amount of time that's like, hey, it may take a minute. Like Mariah just came
Ronin. I mean, Uncle Rico, you've been doing this shit. You know how long you've been doing this shit? On the woman that I cannot mention her name because I would have to pay a cash app, but it starts with a Z. The African lady, you was
no. I wasn't with Zed.
You was man. You was on there simping for the dude Chris. You was simping for the dude Chris. Yes, you was.
I was over there, but I wasn't over there like that.
You was over there simping with Chris, man.
No, because Zed was boring. She was boring.
But you was.
I know who you talking about. I was not on Zed shit. I'm not gonna let you put that dirt on me. Because she was boring. But I liked her, but she was just boring.
You never called her out when she said all that crazy stuff about
she was
black
boring.
men.
I didn't think I needed to. She had like 8 watchers.
All right, so y'all see.
Hey, real quick.
Y'all see
Hey.
Rico, right? He got a favoritism towards women.
No, she was fucking
He gonna let
boring.
women do whatever, and then he gonna come on here and extra.
If a woman came and she's got one follower and she's saying "fuck all black men," what am I gonna shit on her for? Nobody's listening.
You simping, bro.
I'll tell you one thing I
Simping,
said
bro.
that you didn't hold nobody accountable for. I think you were on Mariah's channel and you were saying something.
Mariah
about,
has a following.
Yeah,
Go
you said, is she big? Is she this? And I put in the chat.
I said she's not fat. I don't give a fuck.
But
what
I put in the
nobody say.
chat.
And most motherfuckers, to include homie, would fucking love to fuck her. So homie, I don't hear that bullshit that
Don't
you
you
talking.
ever put them?
I don't care all that bullshit you talking, nigga. You
It'll
would
never
love to
happen.
fuck her, and I stand on that. But go ahead.
So what I said was,
We keep
in
it
the
moving.
chat,
That's my belief. But go ahead.
I said in the chat was the
Bro,
most
wait. You have me confused.
That's my
You have me
belief.
confused with Ronin, the wandering traveler, maybe? from
No,
PR?
I said
I'm
homie
not the same
would love
Ronin.
to
There's a
fuck
couple
her.
of us.
But
Yeah,
I'm
a couple of us up in here.
Oh,
I
that's
am
the
not
other
that
one.
dude.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
a different dude.
That's the other Ronin then. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
the
Jay
one in
Rillo.
VR. Yeah, he's an old school. He's an old school content. I'm new at this.
Oh, okay.
I'm Gen X, so I come with truth and accountability, brother.
Okay.
You ready
Damn,
for
Ronin.
it?
Ronin used to have a big old beard like that.
Just keep it respectful. That's all I ask.
That's all I am is respectful. I respect you for the fact that you're traveling. I encourage people to travel. Okay. I'm not passport brother though. I'm an old school veteran. I've been traveling for almost 40 years. Okay. So there's a right way to travel and there's a wrong way. Unfortunately, the way you travel is a shining example of what not to do.
What do you mean the way I'm traveling?
The way you're traveling by the seat of your pants is
I'm not
not what
traveling
we
like
try,
that.
bruh. If you're funding, whether you want to call it funding or whether you want to call it e-begging, if you're funding your travels through other resources, you don't have any backup, a credit card, anything like that, that's incorrect. Let's call a spade a spade.
I mean, but it ain't really no rules, so you really can't say. You can say that on it. We go
ahead.
So we gonna
Go
do
ahead.
that, or we gonna talk
No,
over each
go
other?
ahead. Go ahead. Hey there. If you'd like to dive deeper into this story,
Hey, so real quick, I want to touch on it real quick. while
that's
we're on
just
the
a
team.
receipt. That was several years ago. So that's a receipt. When I came on this site, I started speaking against what I saw was absolutely wrong in the way to travel and how to conduct yourself as a man. Okay, especially as a black man. There's only very few of us that goddamn passports. Okay,
I got
So you
receipts
can never-
way older. But go ahead.
Right,
Hey,
right, and I know I
Hey,
met
let
you
Rob
around
go.
that same time.
Yes, sir.
couple things. T-Mac in the comments talking about with the BMT thing. The only thing that I've ever seen that I called out when it came to BMT is BMT was on Jamie Woods' podcast, right? And Jamie Woods asked BMT if passport bros are to blame at all for the shit that's going on with the being inadmitted, kicked out of countries and stuff
And he
like
said
that.
no.
And he
was
said
lying.
no.
And
And
he
he
was
said
lying.
no. He had a chance right there to speak up, right, and to deliver a message that people would listen to, and he said no. And that is
He was
exactly
fucking lying.
and that's
Piece of
exactly what he
shit.
said. But here's the next thing, Ronin. First of all, man, it took me a minute to figure out that was you, bro. I was confused for a second. But look, let me ask you this question. If what you were doing to Jay Rello, right, which is 100% I'm behind, 100%, that's what I think should be done, being done, right? And you obviously been doing it a long time before I showed up. I've been around 3 months, okay? If you're doing that, which you are, why is there an issue with what I said?
Remember what I told you, Rob? That was the first question I asked you. I said, do you think all this heat came because of the color? I said, are you white? You said, yes. I said, do you think all this happened is because you're white? So
yeah, but I think some of it, but I never try to just go there, right? I think it's a weak card for me to try and pull.
No,
but
I'm not saying that. I'm
but
saying
it
that-
is in play for sure.
That we've talked about it. We've done it, and we never. I'm not saying traction. We never got the people going. What is it? Viral because we said that. We've been saying it for years. I'm not condemning what you do. I just said maybe that was the part that you said it and you're white that went viral. I'm not blaming you for it, and I'm not saying it was wrong. I'm just saying that's maybe how the snowball went.
Well, part of it might
And
have
maybe
to do
if
with
people
that.
are angry at you, we call it out because you say it's our community. We know black people, so maybe I don't know. This is a guess, Rob. I have no idea. Maybe Homies Hub can help me out.
So
Maybe
here's
they're angry at you because you're white and called it out.
Well, it's part of that, but here's the other part is how I deliver the message, which Homie Hub, we're gonna probably jump in and talk about it too. It has part of it, right? Where Ronin is very calmly talking to Rello about stuff back and forth, where I'm coming pretty aggressively with it, right? So in knowing how men operate, right? It's not just what you say, it's how you say it, right? So A, I am the white guy that's saying it, and B, I'm coming very aggressively with it. And that is why it will get farther than just trying to have a casual conversation back and forth with someone. Because the casual conversation, Ronin looked like he was already having years ago, and it hasn't really done much. So that's out the window at this point. So now we have to have a different type of conversation.
But Rob, being white doesn't matter. Because I was the black face that was 5 years ago. This black face 5 years ago with a guy named Peso Man. We sat here on this same shit and was calling these raggedy motherfuckers out for exactly what they were doing. We told them, you're fucking sex packs, you're fucking sex tourists. No, we use these exact words. That's why I get
Hold up. See what you just did? Hold up. You just called him a sex tourist. But when the girl said that she's going to red light districts, you didn't call her out.
Chill. I'm going to tell Rob the words we used. These were the exact words and language we used. You motherfuckers are sex tourists. We were calling them out by name. We were saying, oh, people in earshot that's listening to me will tell you, yes, Rico and Peso was saying this shit. I had Johnny from Florida that was sitting there arguing about sleeping with 15-year-olds in Colombia. We were calling them out by name. Y'all motherfuckers are new to the game. I'm old to the game. And literally, they didn't care that we were black. They didn't care that we were men. It was two black men. They
like
called me that I was old.
You were calling out men. And
I was calling out men.
I just pulled your card that the woman said she was going to the red light district.
Black men did not want to be corrected by black men.
Black women don't want to be corrected either. Why didn't you ever call out the black woman who was going to the red light district? Why didn't you do that?
But listen, what we were calling out was, I wasn't calling out black men. I was calling out the behavior.
Going to the, you just said going to sex tourist. You just said that.
Because what I was calling out was the behavior. I was arguing with black men that was telling me it was acceptable for them to go to Colombia and to sleep with 15-year-olds because that was the law in Colombia. And I was telling them that in America, according to the U.S. law, extrajudicial punishment, I don't give a fuck what the age of consent is in other countries. Do not go to these countries and sleep with these women at those countries' legal ages, because the U.S. government, we will prosecute your ass when you come back. They argue with me against it. I had to pull up the law against, remember, you were promoting Austin. I said, Austin, you didn't believe that you were promoting sex tourism. I went and got the Brazilian law, and we
fusion on FBA versus, Black American versus immigrant politics in America. And this conversation has come up a lot in the last month and a half. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to figure out where you guys are at in the conversation. I don't want to go too far behind or repeat something you guys had already said. But what I'm getting the gist of is,
hey, real quick, I'm going to touch and I'm going to shut up.
That's just a play that everybody's gotten, verbal attack by me.
Live, love,
Hub, which I respect, because he has made changes. He does preach a positive message of being able to earn money while you're overseas and do other things besides just mongering. So go ahead, Rob.
Live, love, crossing borders. Karen pulls her white card daily. Live, love, crossing borders. Here's my message to you. We have one more spot on the boxing card. I will pull your card and slap the shit out of your ass.
I got $50 on Rob. King Rob Baratheon.
By the way, Rob, by the way, hold up. By the way, Rob, remember the CPA I told you about?
Yeah.
Andre and Andrea, Love Crossing Borders? Yeah. That's his wife. He's living in
I don't know if
Cali,
that's
Colombia.
actually him. Is
Been
that
living
Not the
there
wife,
7
the
No,
husband.
that
Not
is
the
him.
wife, the husband.
That is him. That
He
is
smacked the
Love
shit out
Crossing
the
Borders.
husband,
That
not
is
the wife.
Dre. And his wife has a CPA firm. He's very successful in Cali, Colombia. Been there for almost 7 years. Married. So you're sitting here talking to people you don't know.
That's fine.
And you're saying insulting things to people that are pretty
He
much.
said,
very
Karen, I'll pull your white card.
card.
So I'm responding to that. You're gonna let me.
I really don't think that's Andre, man.
And even if
No,
it is,
It is
and he
him.
says, Karen, I'll pull your white card. I will smack your ass in that boxing match, and I'll hire your wife to be my CPA.
There you go, Rob. Don't back off. Don't back off, Rob. Not the wife, but he's gonna smack the shit out of Andre.
If you're gonna sit here and call me Karen,
Ronin.
I'll pull my white card.
Ronin, you got to mute up there. You got to think.
What I have been saying with the whole, what I've been saying about this whole boxing match is a lot of people got a lot of shit to say, and then when I say, hey, now you're put on notice, quiet. Look, Nakneezy showed up, but he wanted to smash everybody else. I just had to step in, right? But guys got a lot to say. Hey, Karen, pull your white card. Okay, step in the ring and say that shit right in front of me, toe to toe. Be that tough guy then.
Karen, pull your white card daily. Who the fuck is she? So again, Rob, I got $50 on Rob to smack the shit out of fucking Andre, not Andrea. Okay? I got $50 on him. Because again, this is the same fuck shit, Rob, they've been doing to me for the better part of 6 motherfucking years. When me and Peso was trying to tell these motherfuckers before you, Mariah, or anybody came on the scene to clean this shit up, they were saying, fuck you, you old nigga. Fuck you and you haters. Fuck you pocket watchers. Fuck you dick police. So you know what? This is the day we're at.
It's all right. Look,
on
October 29th, when I piece up Nakneezy, everyone will be put on notice.
So there you go. Show the fuck up or shut the fuck up. The end.
Rico, there's a part of me that feel like you might want to be a white man, bro.
Don't call him Brandon Tate.
That's cool. That's cool.
Part of me think you might want to be a white man, bro.
Based on what?
I ain't gonna lie.
Tell me what you basing it on.
You just got so much smoke and energy for black men, but you don't got no smoke for no white guys. You don't got no smoke for these women that's doing the same thing the passport bros doing, going overseas, smashing poor locals, and talking about it on TikTok. It's like,
you
bro,
got any evidence of that? You got any evidence of that?
Bro, I'm doing a whole series called Passport Sisters, bro. Tap in. We have overwhelming evidence on it.
Of what?
Overwhelming evidence of this. Of women coming overseas and taking advantage of poor men.
Well, I know one thing I said that I don't think you liked, which I don't understand, old Krusty. When I didn't get a chance to finish. When you were saying, hey, do you think that Mariah is cute or something like that? I think I put in the chat. I said, the first thing I noticed.
Very attractive. Go ahead.
I said her looks are not, it's not her looks that aren't attractive. It's her mouth. And you justified it. I said, man, she said nigga, this, cuss, and every other word out of her mouth was a curse word. And I said, how can y'all, as a man, say that this is a good type of woman? How can you bring that woman somewhere when her mouth is like that? And she was in there like, yeah, I got a mouth and I can do it. And you just agreed with her. How can you want your son or somebody to deal with women like that, man?
Yo, this is what a simp look like in real time, son.
Is it?
Yo, that's crazy, bro. So you don't see nothing wrong with nothing she do, but you see everything wrong with what we do.
No. I said I don't see nothing wrong with her mouth. I don't see nothing wrong with her communicating.
And you know what was bad? I'm gonna call you on this one too. This is what pissed me off. I couldn't get on because my wife said I can't. You said, "Oh, it's just like she built like those black women that you date." And
I said,
she,
"What?"
This is what you said. You said she's built like the black women that you date, and she talks like the black women y'all talk to.
I said, she communicates the way of the black community that I'm used to. Yes, absolutely.
And I said, and I was in the chat saying, "What kind of black people?" And I said this: "What kind of black people y'all keep dealing with?" Because y'all keep talking about the most ghetto people, the most foul-mouthed women, OnlyFans and strippers. It's like y'all love this, man, and I don't understand. That's not the black community that I know.
No, but fearless.
So hold up. If you, it's the same if you talk about passport people, and that's only a small, significant people that travel, and you make it seem like everybody. And you did the same to black women by saying the black women was the same as her.
I agree. No. What I'm will say this to you. So I agree with you that all black women don't speak that way, but she speaks like a subset of black women that I'm used to and I'm accustomed to. Because
isn't that the type of black women we trying to get away from?
Excuse me, not necessarily.
Who's trying to get who's trying to get
me, sir? So are we gonna have this conversation, or you just gonna sit there and you're gonna preach to me and I don't have nothing to say in response?
Okay. I appreciate y'all having me on the panel. I don't think I am needed.
I know you don't. So go ahead and take your ass.
I'm not needed in this conversation.
Homie sub, we need you.
No, just said that we not
We're good. We're good. This conversation ain't for you. Tether on.
Appreciate you stopping in, man.
I appreciate you, fine gentlemen. Shout out to Rob. You know what I'm saying? I'll be listening.
Tether on.
I don't have any more words to be said tonight. That's it. I'm out.
Right, we're good. We're good. Tether on. So again, and I'm not mad at him. I ain't mad at him about nothing. Because again, I will always say this. I will say this point blank. Remember we was having a conversation about being a stepfather, right? The very first question, and Rob, you tell me if I'm wrong, you never asked the first question about being a stepfather. You got all the way to the end of being a stepfather. You never got to the beginning. The beginning is everybody ain't built for this shit. Everybody ain't supposed to. I don't even believe most people should parent, period. Fuck being a stepfather. Most people in America, globally, ain't even meant to be a fucking parent. Do you know how many fucking horrific, horrible parents exist in the world? In Africa, in Latin America, in Asia. Terrible people who procreate that never should have been fucking parents to begin with. But we have no control over it because people fuck, they procreate, people shoot up the club, somebody get pregnant, and the baby's here. But most of those bastards should have never been a fucking parent. Then you talk about being a step parent. Not the people who fucking procreated, but the people who didn't procreate, and you're asking them to take on the extra duty. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody asked that. Nobody gives a fuck about it. You figure, oh, well, I'm fucking her mama, I'm the stepdaddy. It's not that simple. The point of the matter is, I would say 90% of the people are bastards and shouldn't be parents. Mothers and fathers. 95% shouldn't be step parents. It's a difficult job. But if you take it on and you take it on correctly in the right way, in the right frame of mind, it can be a rewarding experience. If you sit there and you tell somebody, well, I'm fucking the mama, I should beat the kids. Okay, so you just there to beat the most parents. When I tell most, every time I hear the argument, what is the argument everybody says about not being a step parent? You don't have the right to discipline them. Like, nigga, you can't discipline your own kids in 2026. In 2026, who can beat their biological children without going to jail? You won't go to jail for beating your biological children. So why?
So you're bringing out every stereotype of negativity about black men you can when it comes to fatherhood.
I'm telling you for a fact.
When we are the number one fathers out there globally, you're sitting here using every negative talking point you can.
Excuse me. Who can beat their biological children in America in what state? In 2026.
No children. Why would you want to beat? There's a difference.
There's a
discipline. Hold up. Why don't you say discipline?
Okay. So if that is the fact, then why is that the first talking point when someone talks about being a step parent. You can't discipline them. I'm like, shit, in 2026, you can't discipline any kids. And I'm not saying that that shouldn't be something that you should want, but I'm like, what kid can you discipline today?
I discipline my kid.
And your ass is scared.
Hell no, I ain't scared.
Yeah, okay.
Who did I tell this story to? Did I tell this?
No, I didn't tell the phone.
And look, brother, look. I was just in DR. I was in Santiago. Hold on. No. Let me tell you something. I was in Santiago. I'm just giving you a story.
Okay.
We was eating some mofongo at this restaurant, and my little girl kept standing up in the chair, and I said, look,
"Not DR, in America."
I'm just giving you a thing.
Okay.
And I spanked her, and her grandmom said something. They said they was talking, and I told them the same way I told my wife. I said, "Don't you ever tell me how to discipline my child." And if in America, don't you ever tell me how to discipline my child, because I'm not going to beat my child, but you're not going to tell me that I can't put my hands on her. And if she get to the age where she want to call the police, she can get the fuck out.
But
I do not play that. And if my wife feel the same way, she can get the fuck out.
But
I don't play that.
Keep it a buck. You know, in America, even in Texas, they got some weird ass, whether it's Austin, Dallas, whatever fucking little local jurisdiction it is.
Look, read this shirt.
Hey, you
think
know
I'm gonna
that.
stay
Come
in
on,
my
Philip,
house
be
and
honest.
be afraid to whoop my child?
Be honest.
I'm just
in America.
You think I'm gonna stay in my house and be afraid that I can't discipline my child?
In America.
I don't care where I'm at in the world.
You gonna beat the brakes off your fucking kid? Hell no,
brother. Ask him when I was on the airplane and she started. Hold on, let me tell you something.
Hold on. First of all, the way you say beat the brakes off your that's child abuse. Goddamn. Discipline is different than fucking whipping your child like you back in slave days. Corporal punishment is one thing. God damn, Rico.
But no. The reason I'm saying the argument always
But
is.
you know, you in the way you describe things, you use these outlandish words to make it sound so dire and fucked up.
Okay.
You can pick a better word.
So in the space, do they specifically talk about you can't discipline the fucking child, blah 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 blah? And
yes, because if I'm paying all the bills and I'm paying all the bills, I'm taking care of all the responsibilities.
But they don't talk about no docile way. They talk about, you try to discipline the child and it ain't your child and they ain't gonna let you again. And that's the length. What I'm saying is that's what I'm always hearing is like, okay, so is your issue you don't want to be a stepfather? And I'm constantly, I tell my own kids, don't be a stepfather. That shit is hard. I tell my kids that were stepchildren of mine that I raised, fuck that shit. I love you motherfuckers, but that shit.
Let me ask you, Rob.
It wasn't easy.
Are you gonna discipline your son if he does something bad?
If it needs to be, but so I'm of the, well, I grew up in a house where I got my ass whooped plenty all the time, where my dad came down the hallway snapping the bell almost to like traumatize us that we were about to get our ass whooped. So I'm of the belief now with my son that I'm going to try to communicate a lot better before I ever get there. Right.
But if
if I had to, I would discipline him in a way that he needed to. It also, he's 3 years old right now, so I don't think that would ever do anything good for him because he don't understand anything yet like that. So I think there's a time and a place.
But listen,
10 years from now,
let Rico tell you, and we're back in slave days, and they got fucking cattail whips out there, and we got fucking lashes on our back. But hold up. Let me tell you, and most people that follow my channel know how I taught my kids consequences from their actions or choices. I never had to whip my sons. I have 4 of them, and they're all grown. I had grandchildren. Okay, only had to whip one child, and it was because he got inquisitive and pulled up the fucking cable underneath the fucking rug at 13. But up until then, it was about choices. I ask you to do something, and I tell you what happens if you don't do it. I'm going to get a spanking or I'm going to get punished. As long as you know, and I walk away, right? As they got older, it stopped being 4 to 3 to 2. I'm going to ask you one time. They already knew what it was. They understood there was a consequence for their inaction for doing something after I told them to or not to. Same thing in public. All I taught them what was the law in my house that is amplified outside by the city government and everything else. There's going to be a consequence for your choice, and you have free will. You're either going to do it or you're not. But understand, while you're in my house, there's going to be a consequence if you don't. Okay? And there'll be a consequence outside those doors once you grow up. I never had to whip my kids like that. So the fact that you, and I know there's plenty of fathers out there that did not use corporal punishment. That's an old slave way of trying to teach people discipline that should not be propagated within our community any longer.
And I'm gonna tell you one thing. The reason I can't, I know y'all say stepchildren. I don't know if I ever told a story. Maybe I don't have to go into it. But there was one time that I was dating a girl. Actually, now she has a baby by a famous rapper. I won't say his name. But she had come over, and I don't even think I knew she had a child. So this was the first time I ever seen the child. And so we in the bed. You know, it was late night. She had gone picked up her child from maybe her mom's house. And she's the little baby kept crying, and I was like, you know, she's like, I just need to get away for a moment. Now I'm in my bed, I'm in my underwear. Little kid is basically in underwear. She leaves, and I'm like, I got the TV on, I'm entertaining the kid. I look, I'm like, man, it's been like a half an hour. She had gone to my other bedroom and fell asleep. I'm with this little girl, 2 years old, in my underwear. I said, ain't no way I'm ever gonna be with this chick, because she don't know me. I know me. I know I'm not doing that. But the first thing that went through my mind was, if I have a child with this girl, who is gonna be in bed with my daughter? And I don't know her. And that's how women are. So I have a daughter, and y'all talk about your sons, but I have to kind of get intimate with my daughter in this sense. I have to clean her when she defecates. I have to make sure that she doesn't have any defecation inside of her for infection. And I have to clean her to make sure that when she grows up older, that she knows, hey, I don't have a smell, I'm clean. I cannot imagine another dude doing what I have to do to my daughter. And most of the time, those sexual comes in place are with women. Let's just say I was dating Mariah, and her child's a little older now, but let's give her 11 or 12. And she don't really like me. And she say, Fearless kind of walked into the shower. Yeah, I could open it. Maybe I didn't even do it at all. She just ain't like me.
Yeah, hurry up, because I got some serious fucking question to ask you too. Go ahead.
What's going to happen?
Hard fucking question to ask.
What's going to happen?
Huh?
She got to get rid of me.
Okay.
I got to get the accusation, because that's just how it is. I'm not even going to put myself in those positions. Okay, I don't want to be wiping no little girl who ain't mine. I don't want to be taking her to I don't want to have to be undressing her. I don't even want to see. I know who I am. I just don't want to put myself in that position to have any accusation going on.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, real quick, before we move on, I want to touch on what T-Mac has up here real quick.
But I want you to stay, because I got some hard questions to ask the ass. I'm like the police, Rob. You FBI, I'm CIA. But go ahead.
I'll be here. What T-Mac said, I broke the cycle of stop spanking my third child. Really, that's where I'm at with Martin right now. My hope is that I can learn to communicate in a way effectively that I never do it. Right? I hope that I never do it. Right? This is the first time I'm being a father. Right. So I know at 3 years old, it's definitely not happening, because he wouldn't understand. He would take it as I'm hurting him. But, someone gets to teenage ages and whatnot. Obviously, when at that point you're to the point where, hey, you got to show him how to be a man. He's real world consequences when you walk out the front door. But that's where I'm at with what T-Mac said. Is my hope is that I never spank Martin or discipline him in a physical manner ever. That's the place that I'm operating from. We'll see if it gets there, but that's the hope.
Right. And here's the thing: when I was growing up, let me tell you, my mom was malicious in her way of disciplining us. Okay, from branches to belts to where she volunteered in the elementary school we went to. If we acted up, she was whooping us in front of the whole fucking class and made you wear shorts the next day with welts all over our shit. So let's not play. Okay.
Right.
And I didn't want to do that to my children. And I don't push that. So absolutely.
Okay, so let me hold on, Rob. I got fuck fun. No. Fearless and Ronin, don't run, cause I got smoke for you, motherfucker. Okay, right. Y'all called me to the principal's office. I'm in the principal's office. I got questions.
Well, let it fly, motherfucker. We ain't scared.
Right. See what I'm saying, Rob? They was in my ass. Now the rabbit got the gun. Okay.
All right, so Mr. Rabbit, fire off.
Again. Okay, with all due respect, gentlemen, I know how each of you feel about the young lady Mariah, who I have an affinity for. I guess Robert likes. I definitely rock with her. I rock with her. I'm holding 10 toes down. What I want to know is, because y'all haven't asked me why I support her, but I want to actually literally take the same question, because y'all can ask me why I support her, and I know that y'all don't like her. Why do you not?
Okay, let me talk, because you keep. This is the fourth time.
That's it.
I corrected you. Even when I showed my videos, I said this is not about her.
Why do you not support her, or why are you questioning me about her? Explain that.
All right.
Hey, I think I could talk on Fearless's thing. How I say
no. Let him explain.
I'm going to tell you what I see. I call out behavior all the time.
Let us talk for ourselves.
Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
You keep saying I don't like her, and every time I showed something, I said this has nothing to do with her. This is the behavior of women. So it has nothing to do with Mariah. It's not that I don't support her. I listen to her. And here's the sad thing. On one of her shorts, some of the words that she used, I could tell she was intelligent. She was like, I can articulate. What I don't like, not about her, I don't like that type of woman who curses, who only looks for that certain type of man. And it doesn't have... This is all women across the board. She was just the example that I put up. So it's not about supporting her or not supporting her. It's that behavior that I don't like. And when I say her, I don't like guys that say, the strip club, and I don't like these women, and that's what they gravitate to. And I'm saying, brothers, at some point, y'all had to mature up. We went to the strip club, but do you still want the stripper when you're in your 30s? And when a woman says, I would still do that, that lets me know their mentality. So I try to tell men, look out for certain characteristics of women. And usually what happens is, if they're strippers, because both of those women said it, they had trauma when they were younger that they never dealt with, usually doesn't have a father in the house. And so those are the cues. And I used her as an example to tell men to stay away from. I don't have no issue with Mariah. And I keep saying that. I have no problem with what she does. But I had to use her as an example. And I had to bring you to the front because you didn't call out any of the things. And I'm like, if you're going to call out men, call out women. I'll rest my case.
Ronin?
You actually said it on her show. I don't like women in this space. It's not her by Mariah. It has nothing to do with her. Women in this space is an echo chamber of what men had to deal with when they were raised. For over 50 years, you have single moms raising men, and they don't know how to really be men because the women were the ones giving them the advice of what they thought a man should be. It's time for them to hear from us, Gen X, and other men to mentor them and stop going into the same environment that they're comfortable with because they grew up with a woman trying to tell them how they should act. Did it work? No, it did not. That's why we have this problem in our space right now. It should not take a woman to tell a man how to be a man. It should be another man mentoring him on the way he should move on this planet, period. So the fact that it's her or somebody else, I wouldn't like any woman in this space. There's enough men, like I brought up that chart, that are men that are speaking out against bad behavior and everything else. So why do we need to add a woman's voice into a space where there's men already saying it?
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
So it's not personal. It's a woman. It's a period of woman. It has nothing to do with her. You get what I'm saying? It's our responsibility. Every woman will say, it's supposed to be a man to step up to teach a man how to be a man. Okay, there's plenty of us doing that. Why do we need a woman to amplify or repeat things that we already have been saying in this space? And I'll land my plane. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, I'm glad y'all told me to shut up because y'all basically said what I was going to say, right? When I talk about the content that I'm making, I say, hey, I'm calling out behavior, right? It's not even individuals, it's the behavior, right? Like, cause I mean, shit, if I was calling out individuals, my dumb ass, like I'm smart enough not to call out Rampage cause that could get me hurt real quick, right? That dude beating on me, right? I am pointing out behavior. Now, when you guys are talking about the stuff that you're talking about, cause even like I consider Mariah a friend, okay? When how I look at Mariah and perceive my perspective is, right? I can respect someone that is doing something that most women would fold, right? They would fold, they wouldn't be able to make it. Her even being able to be in the content space and doing well, I'm looking through that lens. But when you guys share your lens, it makes sense to me, but I'm from the outside of that. But I can put myself in you guys' shoes and see how it would bother you, right? But it doesn't involve me or concern me, so I don't try to interject myself into it, and I just let my relationship flow how it is right there, and allow other people to say what they need to be said there, because I can understand what you're saying and respect it. Well, even when it comes to men, right? I used to say all the time, hey, my dad bailed out when I needed a man the most in my life. I didn't have a man there. My mom did the best she could, but she couldn't make me to be the man that I need to be. My mom did a damn good job, but only a man can show a man how to be a man, especially a masculine man.
And so just to land my plane, when it comes to her, it seems like when y'all was on that show, there was the young man that was there. I don't know his name, but y'all kept pushing him like, oh, step that, this, step that. And I said, if it's even, if there's a Mariah with a kid, a Mariah without a kid, what is the better choice for the man?
Yeah, but here's my point.
What's the better choice?
No, wait. Before you get in, I just want to say this. We have been called Neanderthals because of the way we think. We used to run a Thursday night therapy session for men because men's health is important,
but they're not
coming. And we had a female that was running the show as the therapist, and she used to call us Neanderthals for the way we thought.
Yeah,
because
I get
sometimes,
that.
like I said, it's you got to hear from somebody that's we talk about lived and learned experience. Okay? I don't care how many times she lives and how many experiences she has. She has never experienced it from a lens of a black male. But in that perspective, she can't, or any woman cannot speak to that knowledge. Not even Rob, being a white man, can speak to a black man's experience. But only another black man can do that.
But Ronin, this is what I'm saying. I get what you're saying. I accept it, I understand it, and I respect it. And it's like, okay, yes, this is a unique, different experience. But even when I'm sitting there and I'm talking about it, and I'm not trying to make space for women, but I'm also not going to like close off space, because if a space is created, I don't give a fuck who. So if I make a circle of space, right? So basically, and that's the thing is, I tell men, like, you create a circle of space of help. Like, oh, fuck it, I'm over here, we need help, we're gonna make a circle of space for support. You don't get to choose who come through that circle. It in a perfect world, it would be a man that's gonna make you feel macho and supported. It might be a fucking woman. So I had a conversation with somebody earlier today, and it was like, I was like, what's crazy about me is I hear men and they make the belief that like all of their spaces of support are gender-based. Men like to believe, oh, I'm a man, I need, male macho shit. And I'm like, Do you know where my greatest health care ever came from in life? Women. Didn't come from men. So whether it's about me taking care of myself, me, like when it comes to health care, women are far more superior than men because they're more in tune to shit. So I was like, so
But
financial
you shifted
advice,
that whole thing to healthcare versus men teaching other men how to be men.
But literally what I'm saying is literally what I'm saying is that men in this space get caught into believing everything is gender related. So they'll be like, oh, financial advice. I'm like, but you only believe sound financial advice can come from men. Great financial advice in my life has come from women. Financial advice is financial advice. Healthcare advice is healthcare advice. It's not gender-based.
Brother, we ain't never said that. Let me just give you one example.
When
you was 20, you got court-martialed. You got court-martialed, you got kicked out.
Yes.
Did you learn from that?
Absolutely.
You wouldn't do it again.
Absolutely.
So if I say about Mariah, she was a stripper because she needed money, and she says, I'd do it again right now. My question is, what did you learn from that? What type of woman that says I'm only going to do it? Yeah, I'm only going to do it for the money, and I'm comfortable with it.
I get what you're saying.
So what we're saying is, it's not about that. It's not about if it's a woman. It's about
but what I'm saying is,
I'm just saying women need to stay out of our space.
No, but what I'm saying is, in this space,
you're specifically speaking on her.
No,
not doing that.
What I'm saying is, in this space, men are specifically saying that they make all their decisions almost exclusively gender-based. And I'm like, no, don't make your decisions or your solution. So even when you talk about stripping, it could be a male stripper, male dancer, just like female dancers. Stripping is a bad fucking idea. Showing your ass to the public is a horrible fucking idea, male or female. I don't think.
So why wouldn't you call her out on that? Why?
No,
you know what y'all said? This is what y'all said. Oh, body count don't matter. Stripping don't matter.
But listen what I'm saying.
I listened to you and you said nothing when she said that.
But fearless. What I'm saying is, you guys are almost saying she's a female stripper. I'm like, okay, but do you have that same energy? I'm not saying you should, but I'm just saying is, just say undressing yourself for the public, I don't give a fuck if you're a man or a woman, is a terrible fucking idea, and it will haunt you for the rest of your life. I can agree with that. I hate the narrative of making it gender-based because men do the same dumb-ass horrific ideas.
Let me ask you this.
And people in the space act like it's not the same stupid-ass fucking idea. If you're a male stripper, you're trash. If you're a female stripper, you're trash. Both of you naked motherfuckers showed your ass.
Okay. Let me ask you something. You have sons. How many sons do you have?
I got 5.
Would you want your sons to date a single mom stripper?
Why not?
I ain't got nothing. I would hold up. Let me say this before you go. I would feel a failure.
I need
if
more
my daughter became a stripper. I would feel a failure as a father. If my son, his only choice was to marry a single mom stripper, I would feel as a failure as a father. I would need
more information.
More information. A single mother who's been a stripper, who wants to still be a stripper. First of all, you would have no problem with your son marrying that. I would say to this, brother, if that's your only choice and you don't have any other choice.
Excuse me, if that's not where she is in 2026, but that was her history, no, I wouldn't give a fuck. Why would I care? Why would I care if that was her history, if that's not her today? Why would I care?
How would you feel about your daughter?
No, wait a minute.
You fine with that?
If that was her history, not her today, is what I'm trying to. I'm asking you a legitimate question.
But listen, Rico, you have a different experience as a stepfather than most. So I understand this. While you might have had a great experience as a stepfather, and I had a mediocre one as a stepfather. Okay. Not everybody, especially in this day and age, is gonna be enjoying being a stepfather the way these young women are being raised.
What
There's
I'm
a different
asking
time
is,
now,
what I'm
even with
asking
the
is-
honor of saying to raise somebody else's child as a man, to step up and take care of somebody else's lineage used to be honorable. That shit
No,
ain't
but
even
what
cared for now.
the question I'm asking is, you guys are saying, you just simply told me about judgment. Judgment today against judgment yesterday. So if my judgment at 40 is different than my judgment at 20. At 20, I did some really stupid shit. Got me a DUI, stole some shit, fucked around, did some horrific shit. But at 40, 20 years later, my judgment is better. You're going to judge me at 40 about some shit I did at 20 because
Yes.
the woman, because
Yes.
again, this
There's
is what I'm
dudes
saying.
in jail that committed crime when they was 20 and they
Right.
60 now, and the
But
people
I'm
still judging
asking
them for
you,
what they did when they
but
was
I'm
20.
literally asking you that at 40, where my judgment is better, I'm still being judged based on a behavior I did at 20. I stripped at 20,
Yes.
male or female.
Yes.
But at 40, well, I haven't stripped in 20 years, but now all of a sudden I'm sick. I
Yes.
just find that
Have you ever
don't
heard the
agree
term Uncle Krusty? You can never
That's
go
all I'm
home.
saying.
You ever heard the term you can never go home again?
Yes, I've heard that term. I don't
What
agree.
that term really comes from is you can never go back to home because people will always remember who you were at that time.
I
That's what.
don't
Hold up.
agree.
Don't. So when
Okay.
you say, "Do I now know?" Let me ask you something. Do you remember somebody in high school, and you just
Yes.
remember them for something? I don't know. They was the fat girl. They was this girl, and when you see them today, you still remember who they were 20 years
Who they
ago.
were,
They
yes.
may have changed. They may be not that same person, but in your mind, that's all you remember them as. So when you say, "I can't judge you," we all get judged.
But
I don't
they
care how
show
much
me
you.
some-
I
but they
don't care
show
how
me
much you
something
change.
different, and I have to
It
make
doesn't.
room for that.
You still gonna remember that. I remember this girl named Leah Cochran that peed on herself. It's a crazy thing to remember, but to me, she will always be the girl that peed on herself.
Hey, one thing
you gotta help me, Rob. You gotta
Look,
help
I want to touch on something. I want to go back a little bit because we're talking about men and women, and I do agree that men can learn from both men and women, but there, to a point, only a man will ever know what it's like to be a man shouldering the load for the whole family, the weight of the world on there, no one coming to save you, right? Things stacked up against you, and it requires another man to teach them that, because the only people that live that experience are men.
And let me address what T Mac said. I'm not saying the person does not change. Rob said he did some bad things and he's a new person.
Yeah, but I got out of town, like you said. When I first got clean, I said, "Yo, I ain't hanging out here because no one's gonna see that part of me." I've made it a couple months, and I was out. I moved to Miami to get
You
my shit together.
reinvented yourself.
But the point
Hold up.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm saying is people can change. I have no problem with that. But what we look for is the evidence of that change. What we, like he said, Malcolm X. So when Malcolm X first started, people was like, "Nah, he ain't changed. You know, this is just his other scam." And so they looked for it, and they looked for his language. They looked for his behavior. They looked how he carried himself. So when I say Mariah, and Mariah is just a sample of it. If I say, "Oh, wait, hold up, you would go back to stripping? Oh, you cuss like a sailor? Oh, you don't." That lets me know that your behavior really didn't change. So you're not saying what I judged her at when she was this age. That behavior still has not changed. If that's something you would still go back to. Now,
Okay. But my question is this: still, and I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna get. Hold on, Rob. Rob, make sure you write this shit down because I'm gonna nail their ass. You
I'm
Fearless
listening.
and you fucking Ronin. Again, y'all are so big on, and I get it. Y'all don't like the young lady. That's fine. That's well within your right. Or however,
I
however
never
you
say
feel
that.
about it.
Brother,
Hold on.
I never called a girl's name.
Hold on.
I'm
Let me
talking
correct
about
it. Let me
women.
correct it. Let me
Thank you.
correct it. Let me
Please.
correct it. I don't know how you feel about her. Can you tell me why? Because again, I got called to the principal's office and both of you the principal, Fearless, and Ronin, you the assistant principal. Now I'm in the principal's office, and I'm being called out for supporting her. I will give you an explanation as to why I support her. Can y'all give me an explanation as to, for whatever reason, not saying you don't like her, why you do not support her? I need the opposite
I
side.
keep saying it's not that I don't support her. I see a certain behavior and a
Give me
certain
a
pattern. I'm telling you, I see a certain behavior and a certain pattern that I have always steered guys away from. When guys say, oh, I'm going to go to the Dominican Republic and I'm going to find me a wife. And I say, hey, find a wife, but look for these credentials.
But
so
stay
it's not
away
just her.
from what?
Single mothers, mothers raised without a father, strippers, girls who have foul mouths. You know, those are things that I tell guys. You can find that in the United States. If you're looking for a wife for the mother of your child, that's not the type of woman you should be looking for. That shouldn't be your first choice anyway.
Okay, Ronin.
Should not be your first choice.
Okay, Ronin.
I mean, I said it the first time. I just don't enjoy women being in this space. They've raised these young men to go astray because they could not define what a real man is. They raise men to be like the type of man they want after they get done running amok. Not the type of men that actually are leaders in the community. They coddled some of these men, so they don't know how to be real men. They know how to portray the vision or the delusion of what that woman raised her son to be. So to have somebody in this space, regardless of who she is, trying to teach men what they should be looking for and not looking for, at the same time, these men are trying to leave the United States for a feminine woman of traditional and cultural values. And that's not displayed by the way she speaks to people. She's very insulting to men. And if you're trying to mentor men, you know, in a certain way, that's one thing you don't need to hear from another woman that you just left the country to avoid.
And she's biased. And in a sense. 33, she tells you, I can date up, I can date down. But she tells the men, you should be dating men, you should be dating women my age.
Ronin, mute.
Yeah.
So, Rob, may I ask, how old is your wife?
My wife is 24.
No, what? Hold on, wait, hold on. Shut the fuck up. Because I was just on that show. When did you meet your wife? How old was she?
23.
Oh Lord, what you mean? Man, you a predator. You are a predator, man. And I'll say it to your face. You're a predator. You trying to mold that woman, and when she gets old enough, she's gonna leave you at 30 because you done damaged her. Who do I sound? Hold up. Who do I sound like? Who do I sound like? And you
laughing, Rico, because you know she said it just like that.
Yeah. Called him a PDF.
No, that's not what she said.
Yes, she did.
I heard it. Yes, she did. I was on there arguing on the show. Hold up, Rico. The first show I went on, I argued with her because she said men shouldn't date women between the ages of 18 and 25. That's what she said. And I said, hold up, what are you talking? Oh, they out there. They doing this.
25. I agree with that.
And I said, what are you talking about? I said, oh, y'all just want to mold them. And I said, yes, I want to mold my wife. What else? When you say she needs life experience, will she need more dudes? She need more to hoe around. What else does she need? If she's raised to be a wife, and she's going to be a wife, she don't need to go out there and get more experience. What does she need to do? And they called us a pedophile.
She wants a woman to go out and have life experience, get trauma, have all kind of toxicity.
Yeah,
and
I
then
agree
actually meet the right guy. That's crazy.
Okay, I agree. I agree 100%. But go ahead.
Yeah,
I told you,
you agree I told you one of the Richard Cooper stuff, the Andrew Tates of the world and stuff. I don't get down with all their stuff, but I listen to enough.
I know.
Right? I listen to enough. Okay, so I actually, my ex, it was 7 years older than me, right? So before I had him older. But the other part of it too, when we talk about the relationships in different countries, my wife is built and put together better than fucking most 35-year-old women in the States, right? By far, got her shit together. So for me, that's very much what it's about. So, and I really don't give a fuck what anybody says, honestly. So that's where I'm at with that.
Okay, can we continue?
Sorry for the F word. My bad.
So go with that, Uncle Presley. You asked us why we didn't. We showed you that you never bring anything that she says to the table.
You're all good with cuss words, bro. It's way late at night, and we're all going to this man.
You guys brought a good talking point that y'all done help me. Rob, you got to help me defend this shit. Well, no, you don't have to help me defend it because I think.
Why would Rob help you? She called Rod a PDF.
I already say it's 1 against 3 because I'm against you too, Rob. Right now, I'm on your punk ass too, right? Right? Now
you're just another one on the list, bro.
That's right, motherfucker. Fuck you. I be in Sasua too, motherfucker.
You're really on a really long list, so you can fight amongst them for your spot on the list.
Right? Damn. Right. So, all right. So I get it. She did say that, and I think for her and myself, it is a the age gap thing. I'm not a huge proponent against the age gap thing, but I am sensitive to it because I know, for me, in my mind, a lot of people who are just proponents of the age gap relationship, they like it to be as very young as possible. So if I've ever been, like, I would probably never give a fuck about a 75-year-old with a 35-year-old. That shit would never cross my radar. But when I hear a 75-year-old with an 18-year-old, that shit just sets my fucking radar off. And people will say it's legal. I'm like, yeah, it's legal, but that shit.
Let me ask you something. Hold up. When who was that Playboy model that died? What was her name?
Don't give a fuck.
Hold up.
Oh,
she looked like Marilyn Monroe.
The blonde one, yeah. What she tried to look like. The blonde one. She had like the big ass breasts and stuff.
Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah, I think so. I think that is her name. Yeah.
You ain't had no problem when she married that old billionaire.
Stop saying nobody had a problem. People did have a problem. There's nothing people could do about it.
Hold up. Did you have a problem when she married?
Yes, she married that 80-year-old motherfucker that died, was a billionaire.
Did you think he manipulated her, or she manipulated him?
No, she manipulated him.
So why y'all keep saying there's an age gap and you keep blaming the men?
It still was a fucking age gap.
But y'all keep saying it's no, because Mariah keeps saying it's the men that's manipulating these women.
Okay.
And I said, hold up. These women manipulate these men. And you just said
excuse me. I'll tell you a perfect example. They just had recently, the last 2 weeks ago, the black guy in Georgia that slept with an underage boy, the transsexual.
Yeah, well, that's sick. You don't even have to go. You know, that's just sick. We ain't got to go.
No, but I'm saying,
the one that everybody thought was a girl for a long time.
Everybody thought it was a girl for a long time.
The one who blamed like
Uncle Rico bring out the most.
No, because I'm pointing out different. I'm pointing out different. It was a reality star, Sydney Star, messed with an underage 15-year-old boy in Georgia. And it's all over the news. It's huge. And the whole thing they're saying is like when it's a boy, you can't sit there and act like it's no different than when it's a girl. And I agree with them. I'm like, it's the same shit. It was a man, whatever you want to call it, that sex mixed.
The boy wasn't upset that it was. The boy was more upset that it was a trans.
How many teachers have slept with their students over the years and generations that come out in the news? But why are we on this subject? Why are we on this subject?
It doesn't matter. Whether or not he was upset, it was still considered unconsensual because you're underage.
He ran out the room because he showed his slong.
Right.
That's why he ran out the
But
room.
it's not consensual. You can't consent. If you're a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old boy, you can't consent.
Okay, so here's the thing. 15
That's not what we're talking about.
She kept saying 18 to 25.
Yeah, so and here's the thing. So 15 to 24.
Let's get up off of this.
Is a huge gap. So here's the story.
Way too deep. We reading too much into it, and this
Yeah.
is not our topic. This
So
is
here
not
I'm
our
gonna
topic.
share something real quick.
Let's
So you seen my post about Venezuela, right?
Yes.
My wife had to go to Venezuela to reclaim the body of the person the closest to her in her life, right? So she got harassed by immigration for 4 hours at the border. She had to drive all the way from Medellin to Cucuta. She got harassed by immigration at the border. She had to drive 12 hours into Caracas, get to Caracas, get to the hospital. Hey, you know what? Your family member's not here anymore. Tell her, hey, he's out at a port. Has to go to the port, take her to shipping containers, start going through shipping containers, grabbing body bags to find her family member's body, to her unzip it, find this guy looking purple, one of the most important people in her life, okay? She finds the body, right? Gets it to the crematory, right? They're at the same time, they're extorting me for money, okay? Because they know who I am. They charge me $5,000 for a cremation that costs like $300, but that's besides the point. This is on her. Get to the crematory, right? Finally, they go to cremate the body. While she's watching it, they put 2 other bodies in there with our family member and cremate them all in the oven together, right? Then they try to charge me for the ashes. She gets the ashes. She's supposed to bring him home, right, to celebrate, have a funeral there. But you know what? She's like, you know what? There's Venezuelans in here too, man, and they shouldn't have to go back to Colombia. We're gonna have the thing here. So have a celebration of life in Venezuela. Come home from that, okay, after all that experience, right, and then get right back to, hey, she had a miscarriage just days before she had to do that, talking about, hey, how can we start to really focus? I want to be able to grow our family. Okay, so I don't give a fuck about age. I do when it comes to legal and to a certain degree, right? But when you're talking about a 24-year-old woman right there that could handle herself in like that, where a lot of women, especially in the U.S., wouldn't even have made it past the border, right? So that's what I'm looking at. Obviously, yes, the age matters too, but that woman right there can handle and manage herself in a way that women fucking twice her age can't, and that's what's really important.
But the difference is, Rob, I can agree with that, but then, and absolutely, give me your wife's just first name. I don't know.
Maria.
Huh?
Maria.
Okay. So, and I can applaud and I can salute Maria and I can say, you know, that she's a wonderful woman. She's a strong woman. I believe all that about her, right? But the fact of the matter is, I don't want us to sit there and say, okay, because your story and your Maria is the exception, that then all of a sudden somebody tomorrow is going to sit there and look at a 17-year-old Maria or a 16-year-old Maria and think the same shit.
Why do we circle back to this?
Going below 18.
No, you say that shit. No. Because y'all say that like as
18 to 25.
Robert,
That's all we ever
say
talked
that as
about.
if that doesn't exist.
That's not what we're talking about.
That stuff exists, but we can't compare a guy like me, 24-year-old wife, to a 16, someone that's with a 16-year-old. But I'm saying, the situations are different.
Right. But I'm not comparing you. I'm saying.
I don't know if Ronin is.
I'm Ronin and him both talking like on another channel or something.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Please stop. We need to get off of the underage thing and stay on topic.
Okay,
those are extreme cases. That's not something that we condone. You've never heard of us speak to it, besides to demean anything like this. So let's get off of a topic that we're not on. We're featuring Rob today. We're talking about the similarities in some of his programs. Let's get back on that topic.
Okay.
And offer that. But yet and still, with you, Uncle Krusty, my brother, like Fearless has said, sometimes instead of sitting in an echo chamber, you have to speak as a man to say, no, that's not quite right. There's a way you could say it without being abrasive.
Give me an example.
Brother,
I'm asking.
When she
Even
said,
some of the
I can't date
language
a
she uses to talk to her chat.
Y'all keep talking about her. Give me an example where I need.
No, I'm just like I said, and this is why when you say, "Why do I not want women in the space?" You know, and I know another brother that almost got on us about it. You know, y'all remember Pablo Frescobar?
Yeah.
Oh, he was definitely against having females in this space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because it doesn't add to what our program is as far as mentoring young men, traveling abroad, finding a woman that's more feminine and culturally traditional. If that's what you're looking for, even if you're looking to date them or marry them, and that's not a representation, because that's exactly what we're telling people to run away from.
Okay.
So ask the question and I'll answer it.
Okay.
No, you said you were going to tell me.
No. Okay. So my question is that Mariah is the representation that we should run from. I'm not saying that she's the representation that we should want. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm in this conversation and I keep hearing her being put up as the thing we should not want.
No, Krusty, I'm calling you.
Right. No. But what I'm saying is, I don't see why you guys are telling me if Mariah is the thing that y'all are saying is the boogeyman, and I see her young, attractive, sexy.
You don't call her a boogeyman because I'm not scared of nobody, and she's not a boogeyman to me. Stop using those terms.
Wrong choice of word. I see her as a young. I see her as a young, attractive, sexy young lady. You're saying that that's not what we should want because she has a mouth. And a young, sexy, let me finish. A young, attractive, sexy woman with a very brash mouth. Can we agree with that?
But you're missing an ex-stripper. You're missing a single mama. You're missing some key points that are negatives to young men that are still trying to establish their resources and everything else. A young man should not be looking for somebody that's coming. Basically, you're going to come out of pocket when you first meet her.
Hey, real quick. Let me touch on something real quick, Krusty. Ronin, just so we're on the same page, because I think that this is important to clarify. When you guys say, because you say, like Homie Sub said, when you guys say the space, right, you're not referring to like making content, just the style of content and who it's geared towards, correct? Or am I wrong?
I don't think I understand it, but
what Ronin's talking about space.
We're not talking about space.
Go ahead.
We're not talking about one organization. Like, I know you use Passport Bros a lot. Like, I'm a veteran. I've been traveling way longer than Passport Bros been around. You know, and I didn't grow up poor either. You know, I've been traveling since I was 3, before I even joined the military. You know, and saw the world like it was. So. No, we're not all the same, even though we might look the same because of our color. We're not all the same, right? But we're all getting jumbled into this little space called Passport Bro. So when it comes to that, the perception is far perceived way before you show up. So when we talk about certain things, it's about how to be, in the military, we call it winning hearts and minds, right? Kissing babies, dropping off candy, making the government and the country look better through representation and how we carry ourselves in these foreign countries. As military people, we were given briefings. We were given a whole bunch of things when we first walked in to a country, okay? So we were told and showed how to move. So, you know, just like I was sitting there with Jay Rillo trying to say, look, bro, this is not the way you should be moving. Here's what you should be doing. No, there's no rules about how. See, that's the pushback we get. So then where did he learn that pushback from? Let's go back. That comes from his upbringing. That comes from maybe not having male mentorship in his household or around his family. Because when somebody's trying to tell you something right, iron sharpens iron. No man, even you're willing to come on a panel and hear, even if it's abrasive to what you believe, you can at least listen and not react in an emotional way. You get what I'm saying? Our young men have a deficit when it takes constructive criticism without feeling like they need to overreact or get emotional when they're told something that's positive reinforcement on how to improve themselves. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to correct. And you cannot get that from another woman because they help propagate the system that these young men are growing up in and feeling emotionally inept.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. So I probably didn't say it good enough. So when you're talking about the space, you're talking about making content, right, that is impacting and trying to influence men, right? Not making content, right? Just
or not
general.
even influencing men, Rob. I'll give you an example. If it doesn't fit within her prefia, then it's bad. She's not 18 to 25. So guys that date women who are 18 to 25 are PDFs. My body count doesn't matter. So I don't know her body count, but I'm just saying, if she has a lot of body count, men shouldn't worry about a woman's body count. Things like that. So everything that is her, that would be, I'm older, I'm a stripper, I do these. My past shouldn't matter. Well, people with a past always say that. So my problem is she wants men to say who she is the right way. And everything that's not who she is wrong. That's why I said she would call you a PDF. I don't think you're a PDF. I think you found a woman that was probably a better wife or more of wife material or had a better wife than many people that you will find in the United States. And there was something on here, and I want to play this. I'm sorry, guys. Missed the boat. Okay. This is what they feel. And this is what, Rico, I got a problem with. The miss the boat. They make us feel different because they say we missed the boat. And we have to train them to be women. And I'm too old to be training somebody to be a wife. Hold on a second. Let it go.
Get it. Like some folks, that's just not they speed. There's folks
that's cool though. But that's cool because look, all my friends, we all legit, but I come from a different life, and all my close friends are ones that come from a different life than me. Can you believe that? So opposites attract. It's just that people, you got people that live a certain kind of lifestyle. I ain't gonna call them squares, but people that live different than me. But I got your back more than the person that you grew up with. That's a square like you.
Yeah.
Because my principles was different.
Yeah.
But you won't.
I'm just gonna break it. These are the women that tell you not to date squares. And I want my son to be a square. I want my daughter to be a square. Why wouldn't I? But let's go.
Give me a chance because I'm a little too rugged.
Right.
But I'm more loyal than your best friend.
And then you miss that boat, just like a lot of these men miss that boat with these women because they're just saying, "Oh, she's this. Oh, she got this." Or that you miss that boat. So now they, I wish I had a girl like Nisha, or I wish I had a girl like Mariah. No, you missed that boat a long time ago because you would have judged me off of having a kid. You would have judged me off of being in the club. You would have judged me for so many more things that my nigga didn't judge me for. He just worked with me. He put me in a different environment. He had me around different kind of people. And now I'm a different person today.
That's what the problem is. And I tell men, don't do that.
But Phyllis,
hold on, listen to what she said. I want you to hear. I met him. He put me a different wife. He did. I say, bro, if you got to teach that woman how to be a wife, that's not the woman you need to be. I can't train a pit bull, man. I want a woman who was raised by her mother to be a wife. I can't, because if I was a man and I said, oh, she taught me how to be a man, I wasn't a man coming into it. She leveled me up. Y'all other people missed that boat because, I was feminine and I got with her and she made me masculine. Y'all would say I was a simp and be crazy, but a woman can say it all day.
Yeah. It's funny, not funny that you bring it up, but I hadn't really thought about it until then. Like my wife's parents are still together. My wife's grandparents, both sets, are still together. First time married, right? So I wasn't even thinking about it in terms of being with my wife. So just I shared a little bit about her and what she went through and how she held up on her own. But just in terms of the family dynamic itself, right? Like she's got some good generations behind her that literally married and stayed with each other for a lot of years, right? And so I'm with you on that. But the other part I want to touch on real quick with Ronin and Fearless, the reason why I'm asking some of these questions, right, is not just about Mariah, okay? So because the stuff that everyone has towards Mariah, it might be different in a sense as it pertains to me, but I'm still kind of included in this, right, to a certain way though, right? But where I'm getting at is like when I make the content that I make, okay, I'm not targeting black men, not even close. All right, like I'm 100%. That's what it is. But I do recognize when guys are saying stuff that it could be impacting black men too, right? And that's why when I'm here, I'm asking questions is because I'm genuinely trying to learn. Because at the end of the day, right, the only people that I want to make anything difficult for are the people that make it difficult for us.
So
That's
I will
what it
say
is.
this to you, Rob.
But let
Let me say this, Ronan. I got you. I'm gonna address two things at once. One was she was young when she met him, though. That's great because trauma loves trauma, and I would never tell a man who is leveled up to go down and deal with trauma. They evenly yoked. Back to what you were saying, the same thing I would say to Mariah, or I'm saying to Old Crusty, that he never listens to, so I hope you'll listen to. He never holds those women accountable. He listens to them and never holds them accountable. So the only thing I say to you is, if you're holding some black guys accountable, do the same for white dudes. So then it looks a little even. So you're not just do the same for some women. I know some women that got scoped down there. So do the same for all of the Asian dude got killed too. So don't just have it in that one area, because then it looks like you're only talking about black passport bros when whites have been taken advantage of, Asians, women. So if you mix it up, then it doesn't look like you're coming after one person.
But and I agree. Here's the thing.
Hold on,
I do mix it up.
Hold
I just
on.
go ahead.
Let me make a comment. Shout out to Vibing with Nisha and her husband. Like I said, I call her my sis. Okay. I like the fact that she's very open and honest with her relationship. She doesn't have to share any of that with anybody. Okay. She can have kept that shit to herself. You know, I rock with Nisha because of that. Because she's very honest. She will break girl code in order to tell the fucking truth.
Transparent.
I learned this months ago. She's very transparent about her relationship with her husband. And I know a lot of dudes that would be super happy with having a woman that would allow them to be open. A lot
Everybody
of
on
people
this
talk about having
fucking
polygamous
panel.
relationships.
Everybody
talks about having polygamous relationships and being able to have.
I had that, brother. I had a chick that was bisexual that did that. I don't want that to be my wife. That was somebody to have fun with.
Your choice, but let me say.
No, Ronin. No, I'm talking to Krusty. He said I would do it. I had it, and I don't want to have that as my wife.
Let Ronin finish it.
Come on, man. So, you know, with that, because they're open and honest about their relationship, they're not lying. I got to appreciate that. No matter how she came up, the trauma she went through, it's hers to embrace, and her husband is accepting of her the way she is. Let them rock. But at the end of the day, do I push my sons to want to date somebody like that as a first option? Nobody's going to choose that for their children as a first option. But like I said, if I'm a married man, I was a married man. I have children. I have grandchildren. If I, in my older age, say, hey, I want to rock with a chick that's like Nisha, so what? I've lived my life. I have my life experience. Do we condone or push young men to do that? Absolutely not.
And that's all I'm saying, Ronan. I have nothing against her. I have no judgment at all. I said, hey, man, have fun. Do all that you want to do. I'm just bringing up to some men, you got to look out for certain things in women that you date. And I'm talking about even women in the States. That's why I said a lot of them don't have fathers. And because they don't have fathers, they don't know how to treat a man. That's when I don't need a man. I can be the man and the woman. I said, y'all got to watch out for that trauma. And if you listen to it, both her and her husband, they both had trauma. And sometimes you attract that. And they attracted at a young age and got with it. But if I was going to tell a man who was college educated, who has a great career, hey, I want you to go ahead and date a girl who's a stripper who got a this-year-old kid, I would not have that as their first choice. I have a son. My son was like, I want to be a firefighter. I said, oh man, you can do whatever you want. I I still need you to go to school and educate yourself because hold up, I want you to have an option other than that. Meaning, if your ceiling is being a fireman, that's a problem. I want your floor to be a fireman.
So can I ask
you? Got to have them come into Live Abroad Academy, bro. But that ceiling gets high. Hold on, real quick though. No, let me get this one in, Rico. When you because it's important. Fearless. When you brought up about the content, right? White guys, black guys. I want to point out. So the very first piece of content I made, I came out sideways at Medellin for deporting Capo. That was the first piece of content I made, right? Saying, yo, there's a lot of other dudes that you could have ripped out of here before him. Okay, so it started there. This is my thing, okay? Anytime a pedo pops up, I'm going for him. I flew to Texas to meet with a congressman to introduce a bill to make it harder for freaking guys to get into the countries to do that. Not to go party, right? To get to the kids, right? Because that's what it should focus on. Hunter Moore at the top of my list, right? But what happens is, okay, and this is the hope sometimes with the messages, man, people keep doing the same things, right, that they're coming after, that they have the content out there that for everyone to see and to become the targets, right? I'm simply going after the people that make themselves the targets with that behavior, right? If I wake up tomorrow and it's fucking 6 white guys, I'm gonna get them all, right? Because it's the behavior, and that's the part that a lot of people just do not seem to look. When migration's posting what migration's posting, right? Like they're sharing what they're sharing. Hey, and look, they create a narrative that when they post white guys, it's pedos, right? When they post the black guys, it's basically here to party and get escorts. Like they're creating that narrative themselves, right? So I don't see some of the other stuff at all, right? So I get what is made available to me, right? And then I go with that. But right, why I continue to listen is because at the end of the day, I don't want to tear down a whole community directly or indirectly, but that's why I want to learn, okay? Because I don't know enough, right? I'm not going to stop calling out behavior, right? But I want to know enough to where I can be the most effective, if that makes sense.
But I'm going to disagree with you. You said
shout out to Charlie Chan real quick. Hold on. Shout out to Charlie Chan TV for joining the panel. Appreciate you, brother.
You said that you only
shout out to my good brothers on the panel,
yes, sir.
Fearless, Ronin, and Uncle Rico.
One thing you said, Ron, is you said you only get what you're given to. But I think sometimes that is bias. When we was on a show with a dude named Chris who calls himself the feminine, I don't even know what he called it. What is it? The fem
on Zed's channel. Go ahead.
He calls himself the feminist, a male feminist. He would only look for things that disparaged men. And you say, brother, that like you say, oh, the same thing. Oh, you old men are with these young women. And I say, well, hold up. Or you old men are waiting to have babies at a later age. And I would say, well, Halle Berry, what about her? You never talked about her. What about Amber Rose, who says she only wants young dudes? Every time I call that out, he's like, oh, I didn't even know that happened, because he only could see one aspect. And so I'm just saying, you say it comes to you, but sometimes you got to do a little research to find the other aspects.
Absolutely. So I agree. Look, when I say comes to me, right, it means basically not just what comes to me, but what I'm able to find. Look, I follow a lot of different things. But the algorithm is one part, right? But I follow like different Colombian sources, like different other like investigative reporting sources. Yeah, you know what? There probably is some and more out there that I don't find, but I am seeking, right? I'm seeking across the board, and at the same time, yes, my stuff now, dude, my DMs are full every day of guys sending stuff.
Robert, slow down. Again. Yeah, it is an algorithm thing, Charlie. I will admit that. But guess what? The reason why it's an algorithm thing is because, again, we have to look for the content where males are being exploited, as opposed to we don't have to look for the content where females are being exploited. It's a 10-to-1 ratio. And to sit there and pretend it's any other way is disingenuous. Okay. I'm not saying that, oh, men are not being exploited by women the same way that women are being exploited by men. I would not make that fucking claim, because that's untrue. But the ratio is 10-to-1. So it makes sense that the algorithm is going to be flooded with the women as opposed to the men. So it's not like, you're not looking for them. No, I'm not fucking looking for them because it's not a 10-to-1 ratio.
Yeah, I hear you there, but look, I want to bring up something.
Only give you more of what you previously looked for.
Right, but again, yeah. If I only specifically look for boys being exploited, yes. Now I done drilled myself down to a small, narrow space.
Please let's
and
keep the age group above the age. Stop.
Yeah. And look,
pay attention to the stats.
Oh, okay.
Ronin.
Look at the stats real quick. Like I said, we're a very small bubble.
Just
in
small.
the grand scheme of how many people actually have passports.
Yeah.
Right. 4.4 million people actually have passports. Of that, 2.79 million are actually of voting age, meaning above 18, right? Look at the percentage on the exchange with men and women at voting age that have passports. Now let's break down the very small group of black men and women that actually have a passport above and beyond all the other ones. But yet and still, it seems like we're the biggest issue when it comes to global travel.
So the question is why?
Hold on, Uncle Rico, hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I understand and agree what you're saying, Ronin, in terms of how the narrative is being pushed. But the black community is far from the biggest problem in travel right now. It's not even close. Right?
So with that being said, Rob, let me ask you, how many white guys have you called out?
Rob.
Hold on. Let me argue my position.
I'm genuinely asking because
no. I know you are.
Okay.
I know you are. It's good. I am fine. I got this. Okay. On my thing, I'd have to go and count it, but there's a bunch of goofy ass guys on there that I've called out. I would have to go get you the number. I don't know because I don't tally it up like that. But I want to. Not to deflect from it, like they're there. I just don't know what the number is, right? So, and the only one that at all that's on the list that being on there right now that I even put any energy into right now is Hunter Moore. So there's that. But I want to ask you guys a question because T-Mac said it over here. Even though the intention is good and most black men are against the negative behavior of a few black travelers, it tends to hit our community harder despite the fact that we don't condone the behavior. So my question is this. How does one go about, and not just one, we'll just say people that are trying to do better, right? How do we go about, right, going after behavior, right, trying to make things better for everybody without it being as impactful on the black community? If you know what I'm saying, asking right there, did I make enough sense asking that?
Well, it could be more impactful if we see you have that same. And now here's the thing: if I'm being honest, because of the algorithm, I don't see a lot of you on my algorithm, just because that's not what I'm looking for. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I came up watching Lost LeBlanc and Ace Live and them brothers like that. But at the same time, what I will say, like, I think those stats that Ronin just pulled up is very important because if you're only focusing on the 2%, that's what people are going to see when they come to your channel or come to wherever you like display what you display, which is crazy to me. And even with this whole thing that's going on right now, it's almost seeming like you got some bodyguards in the space and stuff like that. And that is also a thing that rubs me the wrong way. Not saying that you need bodyguards, because from what I hear, you can hold your own, but you got men out here that's caping for you. And these same men know that all men are not like that, especially all black men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you.
My bodyguard, Charlie.
You coming off as one, Uncle Rico.
Okay, I know.
You guys are talking. I am scrolling. Listen,
and the only reason why I'm speaking up is because I'll say that Robert don't know how to have the discussion.
Hold on.
We can have a black man conversation about the issue because I haven't
grown-ass man, Rico. He can handle himself. He's a grown-ass man. But at the same time, I'm scrolling so that everybody knows. I'm scrolling.
No, but I want to make sure that
so everybody understands he does cover more than just black people. My God, Uncle Rico, you are long-winded. He does cover more than just black men. Okay,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
scrolling
okay,
his
okay,
content
all right,
while you guys are talking.
Okay,
But continue. I'm just telling you what you're looking at.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the very first reel, if you go all the way back to the beginning when this thing whole started, like I came out and there's a white guy right there. I came out in support.
Let me help you out in this. I'm gonna help you out a little bit, Rob.
Yeah.
I dated 90% black women.
Mm-hmm.
The time I date a white woman, oh shit, you don't date that white woman, man. What you doing dating? That's all you do. You wait the white woman. You see what I mean? So
yeah,
it's unfortunate that I could have 99% black, but nobody focuses on the black. Everybody's focusing on the white lady that I dated.
But that's
because
how that's how society works,
yes.
Brother Fearless.
No, so I'm saying that to Rob, you can have all of these white people that you've done, but they never gonna focus on that because you're white. They gonna look and say, because you're white, here's the black dude. So if you had majority white, they're still gonna say that. Just to let you know.
So then really in terms of like me even trying to debate in my position, right? It becomes almost pointless, right? Because it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? So that's why I don't focus on it that much at all, because I know that that I'm not winning that at all. And I'm really only focused on the one thing, like I continue to say I am. So I stay focused on that because it's the only thing in my control. I cannot control anybody else at all. But I keep asking questions because I want to take everything into account, because we'll say it like this, okay? When we're talking about the black traveling community, all the guys that are in that community that are doing the things that would not get us in any kind of heat or doing things by the right way, I don't want to make it more difficult for them. That isn't my intent. My intent is to do the opposite.
Question, Rob, is this. Who's your audience? Because if black people really ain't your audience, fuck them.
So
that's a great point, Fearless.
My audience, that's the thing. I don't look at my audience as black and white. Look, we'll use my academy, for example. Okay. If we go into my academy right now, because all that comes from my Instagram, right? There's black men, there's white men, there's Colombian women. It's all mixed, right? So like that. And look, if you go and you were scrolling in here, right before I came to the US, I had a UFC fight at my house. You're going to see black guys I'm with, Colombian men that I'm with. Shit, I don't even have any white guy friends that I hang out with in Medellin. So there ain't even one in there. So
that sounds like
that the I got a black friend?
No, it's not a black friend.
But no, listen, Rob, you don't understand. When you say it like that, it comes off as kind of like I have black friends. So I can identify with y'all. You get what I'm saying? Don't do it that way. Don't just say it that way.
It's because I'm trying to explain it.
Right.
But the thing is, there's no evidence in my life at all. This is how you say it. There's no evidence in my life at all that of the label that people try to give me. That's just how it is. It just doesn't exist.
So if I may ask, Rob, what is your ultimate goal here?
My ultimate goal at this point right now is twofold, right? I keep talking about I want the best Medellin for my son, and hopefully another daughter or son that will be on the way soon, because we're actively trying to have a kid, right? That is my home. That is where I'm raising a family. I want the best Medellin possible. Now, the second part of that is in what I'm doing with the academy is to actually help people level up, develop skills, be able to travel and not be geographically stuck anywhere. And then from that, right, we're building and launching a charity, right, Beds and Barrios, okay, to help make sure that every kid, right now there's an estimated 39,000 kids in Medellin that don't have their own bed to sleep in. I want to make that number 0. I have a very clear mission on what I'm doing and what my why and my purpose is every day for what I do. Like, I know what the path that I'm on.
So how you trying to do, because honestly, just from what I've heard, if I'm being transparent, I haven't seen any of your content and things of that nature, but how, from what I've heard, like you trying to destroy a certain community, how does that get you closer to providing beds for children?
So the content that I make, I'm not trying to destroy a community, okay? But the content that I make, literally attracts and bring, like I added over 100 followers today, right? I have days I had 500 followers. I'm consistently at 100 plus followers a day, right? There's 49 million people in the United States that say they would like to live abroad, that they don't have the ability to do so. A lot of that has to do with their job skills, right? Those people come in through my content every single day, right? Then ultimately can become into the Live Abroad Academy, and then the Live Abroad Academy funds beds and burials. That is the whole basically pipeline of how it's working.
Okay. For everybody else on the panel has been on my panel before, so they know how I give it up. They know I'm a transparent individual. Uncle Rico have actually came over on my panel a couple times before. Wouldn't you say, Uncle Rico? Absolutely. Now I have the utmost respect.
I said salute. I said
no.
salute.
I seen that. That's why I said I have the utmost
right.
respect for you, my good brother. But my question to you is, what is your ultimate goal?
My ultimate goal is I want everybody in this space to speak authentically and honestly. Whether, again, whether it's a woman, a white man, a fucking I don't give a fuck what it is. I want people to speak their truth. I want people to speak their truth about the space. The live tonight, from what my understanding was people coming into this space. I was invited, Rob was invited to speak our truth. I haven't heard him tell a lie yet. He might have said some things that people didn't like. And I don't know if people didn't like it because of what he said or because he was white. My point is, did he speak the truth? I'm trying to gauge him for any lies he told. I haven't heard one yet. Have you heard one?
I've only been on the panel for a certain amount of time.
If this white man lied, I'm ready to be all over his ass.
Okay.
But
with that being said,
hold on real quick. I want to touch on something real quick. Backshot Delivery said, nice name, by the way. I think scopolamine is a bigger issue than passport bros coming to buy box. Bro, I agree with you. When I started what I was doing, that was what I was doing every day. I was getting guys that have been drugged, finding the women, getting everything I could about the women, and exposing every single one that I can. And I'm still doing that, right?
With that, you're saving lives. With that, when you do that, you're actually saving lives, because it's literally people that die every month from getting scoped. Would you disagree with that?
100%. You're right. Look, even tonight, we filmed a whole documentary on it, man. We have like cartel guys. We have the girls that are doing it. We have guys that have been drugged that's about to roll out. Like, my whole thing in getting started was keeping guys safe. Like, I'm trying to help guys stay safe. Okay. The only time that even the passport bros came into it at all is they started fucking around. Like, well, no, you know what? I'll own the fact that I could have just told the guys, find someone else to do it, right? Just despite all the zip files and shit like that, I could have just stayed out of it, right? I made the choice to call out poor behavior on the other side one time, and the shit went sideways. I'll own that. I could have just stayed away.
Let's do this, Rob. Let's do this, because I keep hearing you use that reference. Instead of saying passport bro, say their fucking names.
No, passport bro.
No, fuck that. No, because you that's what hurts us. Because we're all balled up into this group called passport. Like I said, I'm not a passport bro.
Okay? Then you're good.
But if you're black, you're rolled up into that a little bit more so than anybody else. So instead of using just that term, why not call out the particular individual instead of associating?
Because it's not all us. Okay, you know what, Ronin? May I ask a question?
Like I said earlier, hold on. Like I said earlier, Rob, it sounds like you're trying to what we talked about earlier, where you're kind of exploiting the passport bro name because it's in the algorithm. You get a couple more clicks and views, and like I said, that's not a big deal, but it does affect overall the whole black travel community, because we're all, like P-Mac said, lumped up, unlike white people that are actually individually graded. We're all painted with a broader brush.
You know what I mean? I hear you. I respect that.
Instead of using just that term, which I'm not a passport bro, but you hear me defending other brothers that might be involved in that community being associated to the poor behavior of some of these guys. That's why even that group calls them pookies that are misbehaving. And
we call
them out
as well, though, Rob. We call them out as well. So the fact, like, now here's the thing. Just and just if I'm speaking candidly, you may not be aware that, like, say, when you do something, you get judged as an individual. But when somebody else that's black, when they do something, we get all lumped into that. Uncle Rico done been on my page. I don't talk about no creep shit over there. I haven't even showed a woman on my page.
Yeah.
But for some reason, when another black man get caught up, the fallbacks fall on me as well. Ronin as well as Fearless.
So whether you talk about it or not, it doesn't matter. That's the whole point.
So here's the thing. I don't want that to happen to guys 100%. So let me ask you this question, Ronin.
Yes, sir.
So if I started ripping out content and I just started labeling guys passport pookies, yo, because that shit's still gonna ride too, bro. Right? Is that?
Let's call them passport chads.
It ain't
passport chad. I'll call them whatever.
Here goes the problem. Here goes the problem. And Uncle Krusty, I'll say I give it to you. BMT did not do a good job when he labeled something going out, because how it should have been, it shouldn't even have been blacks. It was supposed to be men in the United States that got their passport that were brothers, white, black, whomever, who just left the Western society to go elsewhere to find a better life, whether it's working abroad, love, just for the love of travel. He didn't coin it good, and so now it just became blacks. So with Uncle Rusty, you on mute? I didn't mute you. You're just talking to yourself. So
he done hit that damn button.
The problem is this, Fearless. The problem was this, and I told BMT, and he said, "Fuck you, you old this." I said, "No, the problem is this. Like Nike, if you sit there and say, I'm gonna make a shoe and I'm gonna put the Nike swoosh shot for a stripe on it, Nike immediately sends a cease and desist. They shut it down immediately, and people don't want to do the work. Basically, if you have a brand, you have to work your ass off protecting the brand.
You're being disingenuous.
You can't just let people claim your brand. So when I sat there and told them, I said, BMT, every time people was getting in trouble and they were saying, Passport Bros, you supposed to be coming out with a video saying, I, as the leader of the Passport Bros, we denounced this person. And you never did that. You just stayed quiet. You let these people false flag like they were Passport Bros. And they say, Passport Bros beating up hookers in Colombia. Passport Bros doing this. Passport was doing it. And you never said anything, so you never denounced them. He was like, ain't nothing I can do. I'm like, yes, you denounced that to separate. He never did that. And because you never did that, now every black man that travels is a fucking Passport Bro, because that was what he wanted. He wanted
Uncle Rico.
Listen what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm listening.
Hold on. BMT wanted every black man that traveled to be labeled as a Passport Bro. He hoped that we would all travel responsibly. That was the problem. You can't control how they're going to act. His belief was, I'm going to start this movement. It's going to be brothers that's going to travel. We're all going to travel responsibly. That's what he hoped for. And what happened, all the motherfucking Pookies came. And when all the Pookies came, they fucked up our image. And he never denounced them, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying his idea was wrong.
No, it's good in nature. If that's what it was, that is actually good in nature.
Okay, so with that being said, Uncle Rico and Rob, do you guys think it's more white people out there causing mischief or more black people?
I think it's more white people, but they're quiet.
Yeah.
They're more quiet.
Because they're doing their dirt.
No, I'm just saying they're more quiet. You fading out, Charlie.
My apologies. I don't know.
No. That's what I'm saying. I want to make sure I heard you. I think the white guys are doing just as much. I'm going to say more. They're doing probably more because it's more than
by the numbers they're doing.
I agree. Say they're probably doing more fuck shit. 10-1, but we see it 10%. That's the problem. It's like 10% black guys, we see it 100%. 100% of white guys, we see it 10%. Why the fuck is the publication so disparate?
So look, so one thing I'll touch on, but just based off my own thing, okay? Charlie, at one point I was a single guy. I lived in Cancun, then I moved to Medellin. I was doing my thing. I made it clear. I've been out doing my thing, right? But you'll never see it online. So I think a lot of it has to do with the content that goes up, okay? So that's mine on it. But now, because of that, right, and because of the image and that people get and perceive from that, now when guys are coming into the airport, right, then that's who they start to zero in on. I think that there's like a cause and effect. But one thing I want to touch on real quick, I'm going to keep it real simple. Moving forward, when I call out guys, I'm just going to say Gringo, because that's what it is across the board. I'm just going to call it what it is. I'm going to call it Gringo. I got no.
Let me you know what, Rod? Let me ask you this: if you calling out people equally, that's a message I could get behind.
But Charlie, let me ask you a question. Who's ever seen this bullshit until Ronin ever posted it? Who's ever seen this? No. Let's be clear. Ronin, you posted this with BMT, and it's beautiful. Beautiful.
No, he's got me looking ugly as shit. That's not
No. But hold on. My question is this: when the fuck has anybody ever seen this shit before tonight? It's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not on rotation. Nobody's not putting it out. No, put it back up, because it says some good shit. But it's not.
I got a whole slideshow. Hold up. I got a whole slideshow. Let me pull that up.
My point is this. It's not promoted. So who would believe that this organization is positive if it's only in your slide deck?
It's not an organization, though.
Well, whatever the fuck it is, who's gonna believe it if the only time I see it is in Ronin's slide deck? I don't see it anywhere else. Where else have y'all seen it?
Ronin is a critical thinker.
You
understand that everybody's not a critical thinker.
I'm organized, and I come from a
issue is
environment of running my own business.
But y'all are missing the point.
You know what? A lot of people are visual and they want stats and facts. So when they
say,
but the point you're missing is I pull that shit up, so there's no discrepancy on where I got that information.
Analytical thinker.
But the point you're missing is tonight we're arguing it tonight. Tonight it comes up. After the night, 99.9% of people in space will never see Ronin slide. So nobody's ever gonna believe this shit anymore. The people who is not here tonight.
No, if something is real and it's important and got to talk about, we could all talk about it.
But,
look, I'm with Ronin in the sense of this. I'm a data guy. I'm a numbers guy. I try to live in the facts myself. Being a marketer, that's how it is. So
my question is, Rob, who the fuck is ever gonna see this? Because you never saw this before tonight.
Well, not with some of the creators, but some of the data, yeah.
Bodyguard, though. How you gonna say? Because Rob seemed like a smart guy. He just said he's a number guy as well. When you said no, he's not a smart guy.
Have you ever seen this data from BMT?
So BMT this BMT thing that Ronin created, I haven't seen, but I understand what the message was trying to make this. But some of the other data that he's putting up, like 80%, 2%, I've deep delved in all that stuff because I go looking for it. So that stuff is relevant.
And Charlie, the reason why I say that Rob has never seen it, because Rob spoke the opposite against BMT when BMT was saying all this bullshit about Passport Bros wasn't doing this and Passport Bros wasn't doing that.
Actually, leave this on real quick, Ron. I want to screenshot it because I still don't know a lot of people in the space. Just being honest, man.
And you don't, and that's what I'm sitting there saying is I'm saying.
And I got a question for Rob too. My apologies, Uncle Rico.
Right, and the only reason I'm saying is that even if BMT wanted to get this message out, what I'm saying is if I supported BMT, he's not doing a good job of getting this message out. Ronin did a great job of doing it. But outside of this stream tonight, when the fuck else is anybody else going to see this? They're not going to see it.
I think it's too late for
Uncle Rico, with that being said, and you being a black man that traveled, how come you ain't presented the evidence?
Because I think BMT is full of shit. So I don't support him in any way.
BMT, we're talking about just the sheer numbers. Rob said himself tonight that he's a numbers guy himself. Which
I don't agree with these numbers. I don't agree with it.
numbers.
But I'm not.
Women
saying
lie,
is,
men lie, but numbers don't. Are you saying that Ronin is posting fictitious numbers?
No, I'm saying I don't agree that this data is 100% valid, but nonetheless, I could be wrong. And what I'm saying is that if Ronin and BMT stand behind this data, it is incumbent on them to promote this data to say that this is what the data is saying. If I have a different point of view, I will promote and say that data is not true. So I'm not going to promote it just because they promote it. I'm saying I can get behind board, but they're not that it's Ronin's mission. It's BMT's. Why the fuck isn't he promoting it? That's my issue.
Well, Ronin's just showing what BMT does. He's presenting what someone does.
He's presenting what BMT says. BMT didn't do this shit. Ronin did it.
So you're gonna attack the whole community because
hold on real quick. Hold on. Because, listen, real quick. The reason I did what I did because I saw the similarities between Rob and BMT program and what Passport Bros were, and I wanted to kind of teach Rob, which I think he caught on to, using Passport Bros as a default name for all the fuckery that's going on is not necessarily the best thing because y'all both kind of mirror each other. You just do it in a more corporate structured way where the Passport Bros try to stay uncontrolled by a hierarchy. You get what I mean? You got a hierarchy and a structure to it, which both myself and Uncle Rico, I've talked to Aaron, Rob, all of them 5-6 years ago about all this shit. You know,
but
about
none of that came
organizing
from
and
Aaron.
making sure
That
the
came from you.
structure and making sure somebody joined your organization. They knew what the rules, like the military. Like we knew to do no harm. We knew what to do. We knew how to brief people when they were going to certain countries, so they know what to expect from one country to another. They didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
So all these things just came into fruition over years, but they have been talked to, all of them.
Yeah, Ronin, real quick, the reason why I really latched on to the word Passport Bros to begin with is because when you go, especially in Medellin, that's what they call all of us. That's what literally, that's their label for all of us, right? So that's where I just started running with that term from, because they just grouped us all, they grouped all of us into that one term.
So you speaking about one central location. If we're talking about the broad perspective, when they say Passport Bros, do you think they're talking about all us, yourself included, Rob?
So yeah, like I never look. As much as like I own a social media marketing agency, before I started doing this, man, I didn't realize the travel space. Like, and I wanted to be in it. I wanted to have Airbnbs and a travel agency because I love to travel, right? I never knew that there was the extent of what there was going on back here in the YouTube streams and the communities and the groups and all that. I was kind of naive to it all because I was the solo guy, right? Just doing my own thing, right? I got the business, I'm hanging out. Like I work in social media all day for my clients' accounts. So I really wasn't that, I didn't pay that much attention to it at all. So literally like the last 3 months has been like a deep crash course for me and like to just how deep this thing runs.
Now, if I'm being honest, I feel like we got somewhere when you say you won't say Passport Bros, you'll just say Gringos. And that covers a wide perspective of things, opposed to just saying Passport Bros when other countries are saying that they're going to label the Passport Bros as a gang, and primarily black men that travel are labeled Passport Bros.
Yeah, see, I'm against that. Like I oppose that because I don't believe that's true. I mean, I believe what you're saying is true.
Do you run a campaign on that though?
So, in terms
there's
of
white Passport Bros, there's Asian Passport Bros, there's Indian Passport Bros, or do you just let the narrative sit and you just run with that?
No, I've spoken on it where that really that way the locals see it now, right? The Passport Bro really just becomes like one, all of us grouped together, right? I don't think I have a video where I get into like, you know, the black, white. Hey, we're all part of this. And when I say we, I'm included in that. right? So, but it's even worse, right? My experience, right? And I focus on Medellin because that's where I spent the most time. I don't know some of the other places. I won't speak on it, right? In Medellin, pretty much all of us are passport bros. The white guys are the pedos. The black guys are here to party and get the escorts. Like, that is the stereotype right there.
So let me ask you a question. It's like, why is it? Because to be honest with you, the only place that it seems to be a place of concern is Colombia. So I literally, and this is just my question. Y'all can go wherever the fuck y'all want to go. But I'm trying to figure out, is like, short of you having a wife in Colombia and children in Colombia, I don't know why nobody is so desperate to go to Colombia in this heightened sense of alert. I'm not going to tell you, oh, I can go wherever. Okay, you can go wherever you want. And if you get down there and they turn your ass around, they can turn you around. But I wouldn't be caught dead going to Colombia right now, short of me having a wife or child there.
But see, I don't. But it shouldn't be like that, because
I know. I'm not saying it should be that way, but I'm saying in this heightened sense.
I understand what you're saying.
Especially as a black person, I'll be like, you know what? Let me just let everything cool down. So when people go I don't get people who go into, well, I'm gonna fucking test the law. Well, you can test it.
Yeah, but what about the guy that's not even involved in that? What about a guy that doesn't even talk about it at all? You don't even see him at all on social media.
There's some guys that don't even want to be on camera out of the country. There's some guys that never even post themselves.
All I'm saying is, you can get on the plane, you can fly your ass to Colombia. Absolutely, is well within your right. And I'm not the Colombian government. I have never, ever in my life been to Colombia. It ain't on my fucking bucket list. But however, you can't ask me or other people back here to cry you a river of injustice when we know what's happening.
Yeah.
We know that they're being very difficult about entry. Yeah. So if you insist on taking your fucking chance, take your fucking chance.
Hey, but that's
I can tell you something about my money. I don't want to spend my money nowhere where it's not welcome.
Right, but and that's what I was saying, Charlie. Go somewhere else.
Hey, here's the thing, though. I'm sorry, look, and when it comes to gringos, right, which now is all of us, right? And when it comes to gringos, okay, the person that is closest to the mayor's ear in Medellin, okay, is a black man, a black American man.
But that black American man could be Uncle Rico.
It's not Uncle Rico.
I ain't letting your ass in, Charlie.
You see what I'm saying?
It's not. No, it's not.
Rico been on my channel, and he know I don't really.
I like you see that nigga right there. Don't let him in.
But he know I don't really fuck around like that. But so with that being said, just because
I'll let you in, Charlie. I ain't letting your homeboys in, but I'll let you in.
But here's the thing: that guy, you don't really see him on social media. I ain't gonna start broadcasting. But his whole thing is he tries to keep people safe. That's like his whole thing. Like, he has a business around it. He is the closest person in terms of having the mayor's ear in any regard. And I can't speak to the degree or level that it is, but I know based off my own experience there and living there, right, that Medellin, right, because that's where I'm at, right, is not opposed to the black traveler. They're not. Right.
Rob, it's what you said. I like what you said about the safety, because sometimes, like, and again, Charlie, think about it. I don't know who the brother is that's in charge of it, but sometimes he may be making decisions based on, like Rob said, around safety. Sometimes it's fucking crazy. You got to sit there and, like, I got to protect these motherfuckers from themselves. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm gonna use this as an example, Charlie. I gotta protect Charlie from Charlie, because if I let Charlie come in here, he gonna act a fool. I'm just using you as an example, right? And I might have to be like, you know what? I'm gonna put these roadblocks to stop him from coming in, because I know how he is. He my homeboy. He ain't gonna listen. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. Maybe the scope queens are on fucking double duty. They working overtime this week, and I want to protect this group of people. So I don't know. I have no idea. I've never been to Colombia. Never. So hey, nigga, no. I know nothing about Colombia, Cartagena, Medellin, any of them, Cali. I'm not fucking going. I watch the shit y'all say, and I be like, I'm good.
That's the time to when you say y'all, I have to push back. Now on my channel, we had a conversation about that tonight. And when it's saying y'all, yeah, I get that, but because I'm on the live and I just asked the question, if somebody was to play this clip, it'll look like you saying that to me.
Okay, correct.
Yeah,
correct.
so I have to give some pushback on that, but at the same time, the fact of the matter is there's more. Uncle Rico, do you think like men that are out there, they should lose their lives for going out there and want to have a good time?
No, absolutely not.
So why is that not the topic of conversation?
I don't think that's not the topic of conversation.
That's where my content started. That's how I started my content. Said, hey, even if
now.
Well, every time I get them, and I get the cases, and they come in, I rip them right off. My position has always been, hey, even if I don't agree with the behavior that's going on, no man deserves to lose his life.
Yeah,
like
I've never heard anybody being an opponent of that.
Right.
I never heard.
Can I ask you a question, Rob? If you would be, if I ask you a question, can you be like transparent about it?
Yeah.
How many of those emails that you get or those inboxes that you get to where people are congratulating you for sticking it to those black people?
How many people like message me that say like stick it to black people, like just
congratulations for putting those black people in their space or something of that nature? They don't have to use that specific term, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got the question. So here, I'll share it to you like this. I'll give you the full thing, okay? Inside my DMs, right, there are black guys that send me stuff on black guys doing stuff. You got that, right? You got guys across the board. But yes, there are people that pop up in my DMs sometimes that are racist. 100%. It happens. And I ain't with it, man.
I appreciate your transparency. But with that being said, that should give you an idea of what it looked like from the broader perspective. That's like Chud the Builder. I'm not saying that you're like Chud the Builder. I'm just saying like you like Crud the Builder. That's what he was doing, going around just calling black people out on the ground of free speech. And you would walk up to a black person and call them the N-word, and you got that right because in this country we got the right to free speech.
Okay, but Charlie, I got a question to ask you, a serious question to ask you.
Okay. I get it. You don't want me asking Rob questions.
No.
Rob.
I'm be quiet. No, because the question, the reason why I'm saying it relates to what you said, but I'm going to let Robert answer. But I do got a question to ask you after.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Charlie, can you say it again real quick so I got it, because I kind of lost it there. Just the question.
Okay, like say with like this Chud the Builder character, you see how like so many people, like his whole campaign was, oh, I'm not being racist, I'm just exercising my freedom of speech. You see what I'm saying? Like how many people are saying, oh well, he's not just calling you black guys out because he called 2 or 3 white guys out, and that's just a fictitious number because like I said, I don't really. But with that being said, can you see how that looks for overall, especially when you say you getting these racist guys in your DM saying, oh yeah, stick it to them because this, that, and the third. And mind you, this is a fad that's going on. Shout out to Spirit, but Spirit allowed for a lot of this shit. Not saying they the cause of it, but because you could get a cheap flight to Colombia, that's what got the Pookies and stuff down there like that. It's not the Uncle Ricos, it's not the Ronin, because them brothers been traveling. Myself, I'm a Ronin grad, so
Yeah,
but go ahead. Sorry.
To answer your question, I think I got it. Okay, so first, when racist people pop up in my shit, I get rid of them. Okay, so I can't control it, but I can control who I listen to. So it comes up, and yes, you know what? I'll always be as transparent as I can. When the Spirit stuff went down, and I talked about Spirit going down because that's obviously a big thing going on. There was people in my DMs for that talking, oh yeah, there'll be less black guys here. 100% it comes in, and I get rid of it. I don't fuck with people like that. Okay, so, man, I'm trying not to cuss because I don't want to get demonetized. The next thing is this. I don't know who that Chad whoever guy is, right, that you're talking about. But in terms of like his thinking, right, his way of going about it says, I'm just like, I don't get down like that. Like, that's not the position that I come from either, right? I'm coming from, I have a wife here, a son, I got a couple of dogs, my whole family, my wife and I are actively trying to grow our family. I want the best Medellin, right, and for my son and for my unborn child, maybe another son or daughter, for my wife, for her family. That's what I want. So when I'm posting about what I'm posting about, that's where I'm coming from. Not the if I was to sit here saying, oh yeah, I'm just exercising my free speech, I'd want y'all to slap the shit out of me, because I think that's stupid, right? So I'm not with that at all. I think that someone speaking like that, I think that is racist. It's trying to find a way to co-sign some shitty behavior.
Okay, well, I appreciate your responding. You being like as transparent as you are. Like I say, from what I've understood about you, you coming off a little bit different now that I'm getting a chance to converse with you. So I definitely appreciate that. With that being said, not the Ronin that's on the panel, but Sasua Ronin. What is your issue with him?
So I really don't. Here's what happened. Okay, when the first time I called out we're calling it a passport bro now, because that's what it was, right? A gringo. I'm gonna start just practicing saying gringo all the time, so I can get with it. Okay, what happened is I'm just calling out the girls and stuff, right? But I would talk about, hey, I'm gonna keep calling out bad behavior because it needs to be exposed. We got to clean this stuff up. Okay. And then I got a message from a guy that's saying, hey, if we're going to be calling out bad behavior, man, there's this guy in the community that he's just a real piece of work. Someone needs to say something. He's just not a good dude, blah, blah, blah. And at first I really wasn't entertaining, and they kept sending it to me, and they sent me over 4 zip files of stuff, like from stuff in posts, stuff in WhatsApp groups, stuff in Facebook groups, all kinds of stuff, right? And I looked it over and was like, yeah, man, this guy is the kind of guy, right, that makes it bad for all of us. He's just not a good dude, okay? And I don't even have to be the only anyone. Enough people that have ran into him will say, hey, he's not a good dude. So what I did is, hey, you know what? We are calling out behavior. So you know what? I'll let this one rip, and everyone could be on notice on both sides, right? Because we all got to act right if this is going to get better. And what happened then is when I called him out, okay, a group of guys got together in a WhatsApp group, right, that were like, you know what, fuck this, let's go get his account taken down, right? And those same guys that were sending me the zip files, they're in that thread. So now they're sending me the screenshots of everything that's going on in there, right? So I'm seeing, right? So I've called out Donnie, Ronin was in there, Melvin was in there, and there's like a couple other ones in there, I forget by names, okay? And so what happened then is, you know, Ronin was part of it, so I just started calling him out, right? And not knowing who anyone is outside of that name that I see, right? And just coming at, hey, you're actively coming at me for stuff, like I'll make life difficult for your ass too. Actually, Ronin's account went down for a few days. I don't know how, right? But if you're gonna come trying to take my shit down, I'll come at you too, right? And that was the thing. So the thing with and look, I take full account for it. When I went and made that post, man, that was like one thing to put on notice, and I'm going to keep moving forward. I grossly miscalculated what kind of ripple effect that was going to have, right? But then when you start to go into Instagram and you go and you try to start finding my wife, even then finding my wife, trying to harass my wife, telling people my wife is in some video getting train ran on her and stuff like that, yo, you went way past the boundary, and now I ain't playing that game with you no more. Right. So now if you want it, we can have it. And you know what? It's 100. That content became nothing about content, views, clicks, or anything. 100% personal. That's where it went.
I agree. So can just real quick, because like say I come up under that tutelage, in me personally, maybe because I got on some certain type of goggles. What did Ronin do to put him in that that category?
Ronin was in that group chat of guys trying to report my account and have it taken down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that. Like, because what I was saying from Ronin's YouTube channel, I've never seen him be on any creep type of move or many. Now, if you say it's personal, and when men have personal issues, men should link up and deal with that personally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
So, go ahead,
that's the thing. If you look, I don't have like an expose or any kind of like specific like reel about Ronin, right? I'll have said his name because he was in that group, right? But you know what? You're right to that point too. Where I grossly miscalculated one of the things I did. But the other thing where I could have done, right? See, what happens is, and I think maybe you guys can understand, when you go after a man's family, you don't necessarily start thinking straight after that, right?
Yeah.
Your shit gets hot real quick.
I 100% agree.
Yeah. So really, I could have just hit up Ronin and been like, yo, what the fuck? You know, what's going on? Like, let's talk about this. I don't even know who you are. And I didn't go that route. So I can own that part of being able to squash that.
I blink out. You have to tell me within a couple of days after I did the shit what the fuck I did. That's how.
No, he's not talking about you, Ronin.
No, I'm just saying if somebody went at my family, I blink the fuck out. You're gonna have to explain to me a couple days later what the fuck I did, because I know it's bad.
Hey Charlie, now
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you the question since I'm not protecting the white man no more?
Oh, we can get into that if you want to.
I know you want to get into
Really?
Okay, get in my ass.
You guys still getting an echo now?
No, you think I'm protecting the colonizer?
Hold on, real quick. Mic check. Are you guys getting an echo from me yet?
Yeah, you.
It's still there. Salute to my brother, Financial Frontier USA.
OTO. These are the type of brothers I represent.
Okay, Charlie. Since you think I'm protecting the colonizer, go ahead, get in my. Because I just had a couple of questions to ask you.
Well, go ahead, ask your question, sir. I didn't mean to step on your toes. If nothing else, I'm a gentleman, sir.
You made me scared because you called me on the colonizer card and shit. I'm like, God damn.
I never used that term, sir.
I know, but you made me feel it. I felt that energy. No. My question was specifically was I feel what you said about Rob and the energy he had, right? And how he was calling people out. And my question was to you was, okay, and Ronin knows, but I think maybe a lot of you people don't know, but like long before Rob, Mariah, any of them ever came onto the space, the shit that Rob and Mariah is saying is old to me because it's shit that I said as a black man about the space 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm not even going to tell you the shit that they said to me. So that's why I say in this space, when we wanted it to be a community conversation, it was a community conversation. And when the community conversation was had FBA among FBA people, I had our folks in the community tell me, I'm old, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about, all that shit, right? Mm-hmm. So when I hear the conversation being resurrected, but it's coming out of new voices, and I get it. You're like, why the white man saying it? Why this woman saying it? I'm like, but whoa. We said it 3-4 years ago. Y'all told us to shut the fuck up. Now, for some reason, I want to know, like as Kerry Washington said, why y'all nigga ears can hear it. Why y'all can hear the criticism now that you couldn't hear before. And I'm not saying, forgive my language in front of the white guy, but I'm saying, why is the criticism being heard and it's offensive? And I get it. I would be offended. But I'm more offended because as a black man, I tried to have this conversation with my brothers who told me, shut the fuck up, go the fuck away. And I'm mad about it because I'm like, this conversation should have been had in 2023 and 2022 when we were saying black men in the travel space before Colombia and Brazil did all the shit. When we were sitting there breaking down the J. Rello files and everything else, saying, if we don't stop this shit, this is what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. We was having this conversation. And I was told to shut the fuck up, you old nigga, go die. They told me to go die.
That's crazy.
So I fall back and say, hey, fuck it. Let the white man get in your ass. Because, I mean, y'all don't give a fuck when I say nothing.
Okay.
I don't think they give a fuck when anybody say anything.
And I agree with that. And I agree with that. And I agree with that. That's where I'm at. I'm at that space. They don't want to hear what nobody says. So all I'm saying is, and thank you for saying that, brother, is like they just don't want nobody to tell them nothing. So I just stop with the pearl clutching about, oh, she's a woman, he's a white guy. No, y'all just don't want nobody to tell you nothing. Okay, and I'm cool. I'll shut the fuck.
Come on, Uncle Rico. You being disingenuous with that. Because it was on my it was on my homeboy shit / probably my shit to where I actively called out Jay Rello.
I'm not saying
Jay Rello apologized to my
But what I'm
homeboy.
saying is this, Charlie,
Yes, sir.
certain individuals will, but collectively as a community, these, and he'll tell you, financial frontier, they'll still be protected and embraced by the community as a whole. And if you
Uncle Rico, you done been to our side
hold
of the
on,
internet.
Hold on, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
If you find yourself the voice out there in the wilderness calling them out alone, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna shun your ass. They're gonna shun you like they did me. Shut up, nigga. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna shun you because you're the only voice that's calling them out, and they're going to embrace them. And that's it. You have to ask yourself, am I built for this or not? Because this is what might happen.
Well, here's the thing. May I respond now, Uncle Rico?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, here's
Now
the
that he
thing.
got that out, yeah.
Now, I see you packed it away. But what I will say is, I don't just say how I feel or say what happened. You could go back and look at me and you can see that I done called many of brothers out. I do not do like even that, all that e-begging. I have called that shit out. When Jay Rello came over there to our side of the internet, I called him out and he apologized for it. And people like, oh, you taking it too soft on him. Bro, we're all humans and we can make mistakes. But I told him, you out there e-begging and shit and going to Colombia showing your ass make me look bad. And I don't even know you. And guess what? He's like, I never thought about it like that. And then I said, you try to shit on my homeboy on live, and we don't get down like that. Because where I'm from, I volunteer as tribute. What are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? We call out that shit all the time over there. What we just did, I just shout out to OTO that's on the panel now. We just did a financial conversation that was 6 hours over there. Nobody's pulling up talking about that. Telling brothers how to invest responsibly, how to travel responsibly. Nobody ever talk about that. If you want to take the bad things and multiply it, yes, it's going to look bigger than what's actually going on. And that's just, Uncle Rico, what you're saying, it put me in the mind of a conversation that we had in the back office to where it was a young brother that was out of that he's from out of the country, but he grew up in America. He was like, man, when I was growing up, black people was treating me bad. They called me African booty scratcher and all of that shit. Nigga, they called me an African booty scratcher and I never even been to Africa. What are you talking about? That's the culture. That's how you grew. You know, come on, Uncle Rico, you from the Caribbean.
I agree.
You know how many niggas done hit me with some good your mama jokes?
But what I'm saying is right. But what I'm saying is this, Charlie, is again, I'm like when and Fearless is gone. But when we started this conversation, right? And I told Ronin, I said, oh, y'all called me to the principal office, right?
Yes,
the
did.
whole reason why I got called here was I was supporting that young lady, Mariah, right? I was like, oh, Lord, they about to cuss my ass out, this, that, whatever. Okay, let me go to the principal's office and get my talking to, right? And I'm okay with it because, again, I respect these brothers. I respect Fearless. I respect Ronin. And I'm like, we may disagree, but I respect them. Absolutely. I can hear their point of view. They can hear my point of view, this, that, whatever. But I'm like, we're in the space. And if we're in the space where they're telling me, well, I need to hold this young lady accountable. I'm like, I look at all these examples of young men in this space that are falling. I'm like, I'm not even gonna name them.
That's not the vast majority. You over here with Ronin. You know he's not over there on no BS.
No, not
you
Ronin.
With OTO.
The
you know
space.
he's not on no BS.
But
and
again,
Uncle Rico.
But what we can do, Charlie, is
over on my channel. Okay, go ahead. Because
what I can't do is, and respectfully, absolutely, right here tonight, I ain't seen none of that tonight. None. And
Besides you, none of what?
None of the fuckery whatsoever tonight. But
describe fuckery. Because you asked me, did I feel
Hold
like
on, Uncle Rico. Now you know we don't do fuckery on this panel.
What I'm
we don't
saying,
do fuckery on this
what
channel
I'm
at
saying,
all.
but this what I'm saying is on this channel in this space, yes, I'll see black excellence. But when I turn this channel
how many times
on,
do you point that out though, bro?
I will see black excellence here. When I turn this
channel,
channel,
do you point that out though, Uncle Rico? Saying no, that's not the whole community. It's some brothers over there that's really doing their thing, and it's black.
What
excellence.
I'm telling y'all, if y'all want to sit there and pretend like, now maybe it's just me, but when I turn this off and my algorithm turns on, as much as I'll see 20% of this and 80% of the other stuff.
That's your algorithm, bro.
Right,
That's
and that's what I'm
does.
saying. And that's what I'm saying. I'm being honest. It is probably me and my algorithm.
It is
and the
definitely.
algorithm is stuff that you looked at. If you looked at one thing, if I look at O'Shea,
Now, Uncle Rico, I got to call you out then, okay? Just like even when people were, even my brother Fearless was riding against Vibing with Misha. Did I not stick up for her?
Yes, you did. You did a great job.
Okay.
I salute you.
When you hear people riding against me and assuming that I'm somebody that I'm not,
right,
you should be doing the same.
Right,
but he don't.
You know my history.
But he don't. And that's the point of the matter. And we haven't seen it, Uncle Rico. In my case in point is this. In my case in point is this. When a person came over there on my channel talking shit about Uncle Rico, I said, provide some proof or shut the fuck up.
I don't.
And here's the thing, now, and you may not remember it, but when you came on my channel, I said, this dude said you got his channel took down. And I told him, if you can't provide proof on that, it's just hearsay. And us as men over here, we don't do the hearsay.
No, I don't.
Some proof. No, you may not remember it, but I got it in my archive. So
right. But I know Ronin called me out once, and I told him, like, look, if I miss something, please let me know. I try to correct it even tonight, right, Ronin? I said, wherever, like, if I apologize. I mean, you wouldn't hear. They didn't have me here since fucking 11 o'clock. I've been here for 6 hours now. Okay, I'm tired. Okay, but
that's when we get you
6 hours ago.
I would make a joke, but
6 hours ago, I told these motherfuckers I was sorry about some shit that I missed.
Brother, if you were close, I would feed you. Okay, God
right,
damn.
right. That's how long they motherfuckers had me here for 6 fucking hours. I was like, okay, I missed that. I'm sorry. I can't catch everything. And if I miss something and you show me, hey, I will admit I'm wrong. I'll do that. And did I not do that tonight, Ronin?
You did with a little kind of hesitation, but you did. You did. I'm fucking with you, man. Stop.
I was trying to figure out where I fucked up. I was like, okay, shit, I missed that.
What I'm saying, but all we're saying is be equal in your judgment and your strictness. That's all I'm saying.
The only thing I'm saying is I just don't say what I feel. I practice what I preach. And if you go back and watch my lives, you can see that. I had a whole live, if you guys want to look it up, it's called Burn This Whole Thing Down, where I called out nothing but the men. Because how you feel like you goddamn it over here and you shit, but when you go over there, you goddamn it Chris Brown or somebody.
But my thing is this, Charlie, is I don't even try to call people out by gender. I try to look at things. I kind of look at like OTO. I kind of try to think like you, but sometimes it's like I don't know where this mother come from, right? I'm just saying I don't know, sir. I'm not saying it in a bad way. I be trying to understand because you seem like a super logical person. You seem like I'm like this motherfucker seem like he's super logical, like Brainiac, right? And I try to look at things like a Brainiac way, like fuck a gender.
Don't nobody call more people out on my channel than OTO. That's why I had him come up and do the live so he could pop his shit.
I just try to look at
really get a chance. He really, goddamn it, deserved to say what he been saying because he put in the work.
Right. What's positive is positive. What's negative is negative. It has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing to do with race. Positive is positive. Negative is negative. And I try to look at things like that, even if it's not favorable to us. It's like, okay, but that's a positive thing. I try, and I look at you that way. I ain't saying you 100% that way, but I think for the most part, you come across to me as like, okay, this is the guy that leans the most logical with everything, even when it's cold-blooded. That shit be cold-blooded. That motherfucker is cold-bloodedly logical. Can't argue with logic.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Uncle Rico, real quick, because we gotta. It's not like this is my first time on the panel with Rob, so I would definitely like to try to engage with him as much as I can. But do you think if you were saying the same thing that he was saying, you would get the same reaction?
No, I wouldn't, because I'm black.
Okay, so that means you could tell your cousin fuck you, but this white man can't tell your cousin fuck you.
I agree, but I don't think he should tell my cousin fuck you. I agree with that. I don't think he should. But I think my cousin.
Wow. Now, if your cousin's a fuck up, everybody got the right to call him a fuck up.
And that's my whole point. It's like, should he be open to it?
But Charlie, can we ask Rob a question? Like,
absolutely. That's why
I need to ask him. Does he get the same pushback from his community, quote unquote? So when he talks to white guys, do they tell him to go F off too? So he can answer that one. Wait, you muted.
Hear you, Rob. You might be muted, bro.
The list of people that tell me to fuck off right now is very long. So
see, so you see what I'm saying? Rico is not a black or white thing. He probably tell white boys, "Hey, stop being on this F stuff," and they tell him to go F off as an old man and blah blah blah.
Actually, I'm glad that you brought it up. I'm glad you brought it up. So the other night, I went on a thing where I was in my stories, kind of, going on a little rant, right? And this guy popped up in my DMs, and he's like, "Who hurt your feelings?" And he was talking shit, and I was like, "Man, I called him. Called him a hoe. I kind of got in with him. I was like, good. I'm glad that you popped up. I could show people that I'll be putting anyone's ass on notice. I'm about to put your ass in my stories." And he blocked me real quick. That was a white boy up in there trying to fuck with me. Like, so I get it from everywhere.
So another question that I want to ask you, Rob, do you think you would get as much notoriety if you was calling out the white community as much?
For the behaviors, I think so. I think so for sure, man. Around the behavior.
Uncle Rico,
that's going
would you agree with that?
I know in particular, he's after one white content creator right now, very hard. I think his last name is Hunter.
His last name is Moore. His name's Hunter Moore.
Okay, Hunter Moore, but he's after a white content creator that he's put on blast relentlessly for the last couple of months. It hadn't even other than the Medellin scope.
So if we're talking about numbers, Rob, do those videos where you're talking about the Hunter guy, do it get as much traction as when you're talking about, let's just say, Chill Capo? And make no mistake, I'm not defending none of the bad behavior. I'm not with it because, like I said, I called it out on my channel. You got the little dusty forehead dude that got caught up in Brazil to where we had a whole live calling him out. So I'm not with the BS, you know what I mean? But I'm just trying to get a more understanding of where you coming from.
Yeah. So first, Hunter stuff was booming, but he got it taken down. That's kind of why I got jammed up for like the last 30 days until yesterday. I was on a restriction with Instagram where they wouldn't share my content with anyone that wasn't a follower, because Hunter, yeah, I guess he's creating content. He's not really a content creator. Hunter is like shooting porn, right? And Medellin now in Colombia, and he's.
If I may, Rob, can we call it corn just to respect
corn?
Him?
Yeah. So sorry, because guys, I don't know.
Rob, allegedly. Well,
no, he's in it, so you could see him. So there's no allegedly in his stuff.
You still got to say it.
Oh yeah, allegedly. There you go. See, I don't know all the monetization rules and stuff, but I don't want anyone messed up. So with him, man, like I didn't do enough research. I had everything super blurred out and everything like that, and he got it taken down, right? So with Hunter, what I've been doing is, if you Google Hunter, okay, you Google the most hated man on the internet, you'll find him. He went to prison for scamming.
Uncle Rico, I just got age restricted. Thank you, sir.
So
I already got an email. We ain't even done with the live yet. They done fucking fact checked my shit and age restricted my shit already. Thank you.
So with Hunter, he went to prison for scamming people in the U.S. Okay, he only got 2.5 years. He should have got, but the people that took him down was actually anonymous, along with another guy who's actually a Marine vet too, as well, Ronin Traveler. So now that I had that stuff going on, and I started getting pushback from him, and he was really in my shit, trying to get all my content taken down all the time. I've went just straight to anonymous, and Bullyville is the guy's name, to work through them, because they hate Hunter to a whole nother level, trying to take him down, and they've already done it. And then, bro, I took Hunter's stuff right to the feds. I ain't even gonna. I'll tell y'all straight up. Hunter is a predator. Is allegedly a predator, right? On a like when we're talking about with minors and doing some really bad. Like, just look at what he did in the United States and what he went to prison for, and it will tell you everything that you need to know.
Real quick, Rob. I don't believe in that fucking criminal ass behavior. So I don't know what snitching is. That ain't in my fucking vocabulary.
I get all of it.
Fucked up shit. You say that.
Yeah, that's where I am.
We have vehemently, we have time and time again renounced dudes that do that. Like, oh, it's legal over there. No, you're a creep. You're a creep. Let's just be honest about it. If you that's just like, I heard something that's kind of related, but it's off topic. I seen something to where a person say, if you got to take your clothes off before you weigh yourself, you already overweight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, with that being said, I do not condone none of that, black, white, or other.
But you got to understand, in this space, I've been in this space where men in this space have threatened me with bodily harm because I sat there and told them.
Most of them brothers are pussycats, though.
No, but
Rico, and you know that.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm fine with that. It's just the fact was they were arguing the point, because what I was trying to make sure was like, stop telling other men who are listening to our stream that they only need to abide by the laws of the country that they're in.
Yeah.
Because what they were saying was that, like, in Colombia, I think back, this was like 3-4 years ago, the age of consent in Colombia then, I don't know what it is now, I think it was like 15. And I was like, no, if you are a U.S. citizen,
Uncle Rico, you cannot hold your water when it comes to talking about this.
All right, never mind. I'm already age restricted. I was just telling you to stay out of trouble. I'll tell you, stay out of trouble. Don't listen to what other people tell you. And people were threatening me with bodily harm because I was telling people, don't listen to these fools. They're going to get you locked up.
All right, shout out to NYC Kings. Welcome to the panel, my brother.
Hey, I remember him.
What? You know what's?
Hey,
we got a bad income. Yo, you know what's wild, Rico?
You gotta your mic is messing up, King.
Yeah, you sound fuzzy.
All right, hold on.
Yo, Rico, listen, man. just like Rob just said, right? Like, he said the white boys was coming at him too, right? But you tripping. You act like if he say something to the same crowd you were talking about a specific crowd, right? So use your brain, my brother. You think just because a white guy come and say stop doing that, they say, oh, you right, and put down the dolls? They're gonna keep doing what they doing, because that's who they are. So you up here mad and was raging like, they told me I was old and they told me to go around. Because, bro, and then the white man come up and they stop doing it. No, they don't. They probably still doing it. And as he said himself, they come at him. So you see what I'm saying? You was putting a lot of stuff on that race, and it was really just like, that's what those people was on, period. And he catch the flack. Go ahead.
Real quick, so I could finish on Hunter, because in Backshot asked it, and I want to finish on what Hunter's issue is, besides the fact that he's just not whatever. Is it illegal to shoot corn in Medellin as a foreigner? Okay, so here's the thing about Hunter, how it came to me. Okay, Colombians came to me about Hunter. Okay, told me to look up who he was to get the background on him. B, that he had now been in Colombia and he set up a corn site, okay? And then guiding me to where this corn site is. Then from there, telling me what he was doing was he was going out and finding women, like poor women that he could basically take advantage of, having them agree to a certain set of terms to do some corn with him, right? Do the corn and then screw them over on the back end, okay? And then from that, reports coming in that some of those girls, right, allegedly were actually underage, okay? But to answer your question, when it comes to is it illegal to shoot, for if you are a tourist or on any kind of tourist visa inside Colombia, right, you cannot work within the country, right? You can't. So that filming that there and monetizing it, yes, is illegal for us. That in itself is illegal, but that isn't why I'm calling out Hunter at all. Like I don't care about that. Like if it's above board, it's a business, it's legal, do what you're gonna do, right? But the Colombians that came to me said, hey, he's going and finding vulnerable girls, he's setting a set of terms with them, and then getting what he needs, and then screwing them on the back end, and he's making a lot of money from it. And oh, by the way, there's reports that a couple of those girls weren't of age. So that is the whole issue with him.
And that's something I could understand. Like that crusade, I could get behind and support 100%. 100%. I could support that. Like even I don't care if he's white, black, pink, or yellow. I don't like say if it's wrong, it's wrong. Damn laws, damn all of that stuff. Where is your morality at? You know what I mean? Like children are. We're not gonna go that route. But where's your morality at? That's my thing. So yeah, no. With that being said, if you going out to strictly guys that's doing things like that, I'm 100% with you. But from my understanding and what I've just been what's been relayed to me is that you only go after black guys. That's what's been relayed to me. I'm not saying it's true or false. I'm just saying that's what's been relayed to me.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And it's that's the furthest thing from the truth. But I also see if I try to put myself in that person's shoes and they're looking at it, that someone maybe can come to that conclusion, especially if you're wanting to find that, right? But it's not accurate.
Okay.
All right, NYC Kings, let's check your mic and you can go ahead and volley your first question if you got one for.
I don't know, when you mute up, it sounds like I'm going offline or something. Like, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look, Ronin, whenever there's like three mics on at a time, Ronin echoes.
Yeah, I'm muting my mic. Yeah, and I mute my mic. So I pop in, pop
I
out.
can mute up. Like for one, I appreciate you pulling up and being transparent and in being willing to have this conversation because I myself learned something tonight, and I'm also proud to say that I'm a part of the part where you say, well, I just won't say passport bros. I'll just say gringos, and that's all encompassing. And that's something I can respect.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. But if my numbers go down, I might have to transition back.
Oh, it's a content thing for you.
Nah, I'm joking because they're saying that I'm being an asshole. I'm messing around. Nah, it's not. I don't care about that at all. Look, I own a marketing agency. I'm very good at what I do typically for my own clients, right? I'm skilled enough to get the message out, right? I'm not saying passport bros because of the algo or whatever. I started saying it because like in Colombia and the Colombians, that's just what they refer to all of us as now. We just are all in one group together that pretty much if you're a single guy and you're there, you're a passport bro. If you're white, you're a pedo. If you're black, you're there for escorts and to party. That's kind of like the label that we have now across the board.
That's not the label I have. Right?
Well, you as an individual, but that if you go talk to the general community, like that is the labels that they have for us as a community, 100%.
It's not that.
One worse than the other, though.
It's the way that you conduct yourself. You know, I'm not a passport bro. I'm not a crip. I'm not a blood. I'm a traveler. Okay. I don't need to travel with condoms, things of that nature. I'm not there to look at the girl. I'm there for the culture. Okay, whatever comes after that comes after that. All right, but if you look like they could tell what you look like at the airport. Okay, that's why they started to send Passport Bros back. As far as Brazil is concerned, Passport Bros is a criminal organization, which I believe so. Okay, they are funding each other. You see what happened to Floyd?
all these fundraisers, and you guys are believing in these garbage can people that are violating children. Broadly,
you being disingenuous now, bro. You being
whoa,
disingenuous.
whoa. I know you're a pastor, bro. So if it hurts your feelings,
No,
that's your
and then
problem.
you want to pull up
That's
and insult people.
you
Like
damn
say, I
right.
had
You
this
know,
thought.
you
Now this
damn right. I could
the
speak.
first time
I
you've
have the
had.
freedom. I have the freedom of
Now
speech,
he's talking
brother.
about freedom. Yep, go
Okay.
ahead. Say, I'm mute up. Go ahead.
Yeah, do that. Mute up. Okay. So anyway, this is the way I see it. Okay, people travel for certain reasons. Some people travel to monger. Some people travel for the culture. Okay, it ain't the first time I go to war with Passport Bros. It is what it is. Okay, if y'all want to label yourselves that, then be that. If you want to argue with me because of what my beliefs are, that's your problem. Swallow it and eat it. Okay, I'm a legend in this travel space. I've been here from the beginning. Okay, you look at Razor's intro, I'm in it. New York City King.
Congratulations. I'll send you a cookie, bro.
Okay, I'm in it, and I don't hold back for nothing. Ronin knows that. So I ain't here to make friends. I don't want to be friends. I'm entitled to my own opinion. And
You
salute
said
to
that the first time I pulled up on the
salute,
live, bro. Don't nobody
salute,
care
to-
about being
salute,
your friend. Let's be
salute,
honest.
salute to Rico. Like I said, it is what it is. If you travel with puppets, you need to be locked up. Okay, if
And
you
I
want
don't
to
disagree with that.
listen, I don't even want to talk to you anymore.
You said that the first time, but you can't do nothing about it.
All right, well, I don't want to talk to you because you're a knucklehead. So anyway,
All right, fellas, come on now. We've been having a great show. Let's keep it going. All right.
yeah, well, he keeps tip for tatting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Just carry on with the conversation. Don't you don't have to
So
react.
anyway, what makes you win a box in Sasua, my brother?
So the boxing event came up as wanted to host a charity event. We're going to do some charity. So I started to think about ideas. And then from that, have been having some issues back and forth with some guys. And I thought that, hey, actually can settle some of that and do it for charity. We're going to raise money for foster kids wherever we go. Boom, we get to have an event. Give back to the community there, bring positive attention to us as opposed to all the negative attention right now, and could settle out any of the stuff that goes back and forth online. So I thought, it was a long list of W's that stacked up on each other, and said, let's do this.
All right.
Are you and Knack supposed to be boxing?
What's that?
Are you and Knack supposed to be boxing?
Knack's gonna catch these hands. Knack out of all them videos where I'm saying that you can catch these hands, Knack decided to be the guy.
Okay, well, Knack Neezy's my boy. You know he's got some skills, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to train her. I might get my ass whooped.
He was on the live earlier, guys.
Yeah, Knack
we had a
Neezy's
little
my
fight height. We had a little fight height part of the show. So
yeah, that's my boy there. He got some skills.
Shout out to Knack.
But anyway, we need to downgrade some of this stuff that we post on YouTube, especially the politicizing and creep camming and showing us these women, and because that destroyed the whole travel community. Back in the day, you could travel to these places that were paradise. Now, one by one, the governments are shutting them down because the governments do look at YouTube and they see what's going on. So when the government Googles say Sasua, and the first thing that comes up is Jay Rello, that's not a good thing. So the government YouTube's Colombia, and it comes up, Travel Bros are all in there, it's not a good thing. So they're watching just like we are. And people need to downplay all this mongering and just stop posting it on YouTube, because back in my Brazilian days, it was a paradise when nobody posted it. The men just went and had a ball. When I was in Sasua with Taylor Made, it wasn't, maybe Taylor did it, but he's a good guy. A lot of people trying to make me turn on Taylor. I was sick in out there in DR. And who came to my aid? Taylor Made Dreams. So I cannot talk about people that I've been with and I know them personally.
Mm-hmm.
So all this politicizing and putting stuff that we're supposed to do in quiet needs to be taken off of. Stop posting it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we wouldn't be here if people wasn't posting this. We wouldn't be on this panel. Wasn't posted like that because now we have discussions of these natures.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's all I got to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right. You're right. That's where the whole issue. The biggest issues is doing what's supposed to be done in the dark and bring it into the light, and then on top of it, monetizing it. That's what they see, and that's where a lot of the pushback is coming from. But Charlie, something that I wanted to touch on with you because you brought it up a little while ago. I don't know when you guys jumped onto the stream because yeah, we've been at this thing for almost 8 hours now.
Yeah,
Earlier,
I came in at the end, and I admitted that.
yeah, so earlier I was talking to the guys. Like I asked Ronin, Fearless, Homies Hub, Uncle Rico, like why do we make content, right? And I think based off what you said, you have a stream, like you have a channel too, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a channel.
Okay. So
Charlie.
and then was sharing with guys, right? Pretty much everyone said like, hey, they're trying to do something positive with it, right? And at the same time that we're monetizing it. Okay. My thing was, and why I wanted to bring it back up here with you, because what I spoke about them is, look, you know what? In like the charity event is to try to bring some a positive something positive to point at, right? With Gringo travelers. Okay, so you brought up I think what you said with Financial Frontier, that you guys did like a stream talking about like financial literacy or something like that, guys handling their
Yes,
money.
sir.
So I presented even to the guys earlier, like, yo, you know what? Why don't we, instead of just continuing to have all the controversy back and forth, why don't people that are in the space, right, making content, having different channels, doing what we're doing, why don't we start to find different ways that guys' skills and people could collaborate and be useful to each other to be actually more positive to the community? Because I'd be happy as hell to be posting about that every day, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm here for anyone that wants to do that, right? Because I have a certain set of skills that could be valuable to people in the space, that I would be happy to try to do things to move forward and get away from all the goofy stuff, like, right? Because the whole point of me starting to make content, like I said, was, right, I seen some stuff that I didn't like, and instead of just bitching about it, right, I'm going to try to actually do something about it. So when it comes to this right now, hey, we know that the type of content that has been going out can't continue, at least if people want to be able to get into the countries. There's that much, right?
I
So
agree.
what can we be doing, right? That, because hey, when it comes to content, you got to have people that are going to pay attention, right? Or there ain't no content either, right? But man, if we were doing something that was moving people forward, creating opportunities for people, helping people level up and stuff like that, hell, they'd be on the streams too. Right. So why don't people start? And not to say that they're not, right? I just put it out on the table, right? I'm all about, the other night when I met Ronin and I heard that he was into AI, I was like, hell yeah. Right. I'm past the travel, whatever, because man, I'm in AI all day. Actually, tonight on a coaching call with my students, I was showing them campaign audits. It was the first night that I broke out the AI, started to show them stuff like that. That's my world. When we talk about long before travel, my world is in the digital, online marketing, business, and type of space, right? That's the world I live in. So when I hear things like, hey, Homies Hub making an app, hey, is it solid? Anything I could do to help with that? I'll help you out with that, right? Ronin on the AI, what are you doing with that, man? Is there anything I could be of value to help with that? That's going to help help other people. Like I'm all about that type of stuff. So I would be all for starting to hear conversations like that come out, where guys could actually collectively come together and do more good and help, and more people benefit from it.
Yep. And that's where say we align. You see what I'm saying? Because certain people that'll pull up and be like, I'm not friendly, yo. All they do is fucking sit back and criticize. And not you didn't say more tonight than I heard certain clowns say they've been pulled up. I'm not friendly, yo. All they want to do is sit back and criticize. You're not bringing nothing to the table to try to help another person get forward. And not only that, man, when you travel, you got these old heads out there that can share some game and tell these young brothers how to move. Man, don't be posting everything. Don't even be recording everything, man. Because if you recording, you're not in the moment. You know what I mean? Enjoy your time there. I would love that, because that's the same thing. Like I say, there's nobody more critical on my channel than OTO. And OTO did like a 6-hour live over there on my channel. He even brought up a mentee of his to talk about how he changed his life. Those are people helping people, opposed to sitting back and just pointing out shit that they could, oh man, I wouldn't do that. I was there from the beginning, and you ain't helped no motherfucking body. So with that being said, I would love for you, but I don't have such a big following as Ronin, because I don't post women. You know, if you post women, you could go up just like that. I don't post women on my channel. I post me going out and enjoying myself. What?
That's a good thing. That's about the positive thing I heard you say. And let me tell you something.
You don't listen to me though.
Let me tell you something. I've been around for a long time. I hold wrenches in almost everybody's room. Okay, TMI, flip-flops, everybody. Razor Raid. I hold wrenches in everybody's room. I've been here since the beginning, brother. So attacking me is the wrong dude to attack.
No, it's not attacking. What I'm saying is, I'm just speaking about how I live
Now,
and what I've experienced.
why would you think?
Ronin, and Ronin,
but why would you think I hold wrenches?
Ronin offline.
I understand that.
Ronin, can you help
but
me with
why?
this? He's like, no problem, bro. And Ronin will walk me through some step by step.
That's good. Why do you
never
think?
asked me for a dime.
All right. Why do you think I hold wrenches? Why do you think I hold wrenches in everybody's room?
I don't know, because you've been around for so long. You may be.
Y'all just don't know each other.
Thank you. I've been around the world. I've been around too many people talking.
Yo, stop. Yo, everybody's going back. Y'all two are going back and forth, and y'all have more in common than you have is disagreement.
Ronin.
It's just too many people talking.
Charlie, y'all have more that y'all agree to than y'all have disagreements. I just think it was a bad first initial contact with you two, but y'all really agree with each other 9 times out of 10. So just calm down for a minute and take a breath, all right? Both of y'all. Come on now.
Ronin.
We can do better than this. Yes, sir.
It's not that it's funny they bring, but it's funny to bring it up. I was talking to someone the other night. I'm like, hey, the guys that are against me or attacking me or whatever, going back and forth with right now, if we sat down and just we couldn't see each other and told each other about the other one, we got more in common than we got differences. 100%. Right? And look, right now when he brought up flip-flop, the charity event, right? I was gonna do it in Sosua. Man, I reach out to flip-flop, say, hey, you know, you're already having the event there. I don't want to step on your toes, bro. But if we can help your event be even better by me backing mine up by yours, right? Maybe I could do that. Would that be cool with you? Right? And he said, hey, we're already doing the boxing event here. Why don't you just do it in ours? And I'm like, hey, that's you're okay with that? That's cool. Like, I don't want to impose on your thing at all. But maybe we could actually make it both of our things better by there being some kind of, you know, collaboration there, right? And he's all for it, right? Apart from that, right now in the Live Abroad Academy, I have there's multiple content creators inside my academy. I ain't gonna go out and say their names or anything like that I have allowed to come in for free, right? To come in, do work, help them develop their skills, right? There can become something that comes from that, right? They obviously could share their audience, have people come in. But I for as much as people see me for like being the guy that's tearing people down, I'm actively working day by day to actually lift people up.
Do you think that's what people know you from?
I understand that. But real quick, guys, we're pushing almost 8 hours. I didn't anticipate the live going this long.
Oh, I can't
and I
Ronin.
shout
I'll
out
drop
to,
down and come back up. I can't hear you. My apologies.
But shout out to Rob, and I appreciate your patience with everything that's going on initially with the sound. Unfortunately, StreamYard is StreamYard right now. I don't know what they're doing for the type of money they increase the fees for. But this is wild. I've never had an issue with my sound. That, as you can see, I try to be as professional with sound by. I mean, we do our sound checks early. We do everything. You know, the minute we hit that live button, all of a sudden there was issues. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's crazy to me. So real quick, I just want you to give some closing comments. If you got something coming up, you know, you can bring that up. And then I'm going to go ahead and end this at 8, but go ahead and go with your closing comments, and I'm sure we'll talk in the future.
Yeah, no, really, just appreciate you guys having me come on. It was good conversation. Obviously, hell, if I wouldn't be here for 8 hours if I wasn't, you know. But this is the kind of conversation I want to engage in with people, man. I'm not against anyone, oppose anyone, trying to tear anyone down. I do have. I'm like clearly trying to accomplish something right in Medellin because, and I've shared why. So I'm not going to stop doing that, but I do want to continue to learn, communicate with people, and in an environment like this we can, because people are actually communicating and we're talking about things and we can get somewhere, right? So by the time I leave this, it's my mindset on what I'm doing right now is different than when I came in. Right, that hasn't happened really on any other panels for the most part that I went on, because we're just talking about all the goofy stuff, the drama, all kinds of stuff like that. Here, we talk about things that are actually going on, how to move things forward. You know, looking at data, numbers, things of that nature. I think that this is a good start. Right, that more people, you know, whether it's this stream and everybody's stream, to try to start to come. When I talk about collaboration, hey, this in a sense right here is collaboration, because a bunch of guys got on here and talked about real topics, brought up their perspective on things, like their ideas about things, and talked back and forth. And guys, you know, hopefully everyone that joined this, you know, has a better idea of who I actually am at the end of this, like the same way that I have a better idea of who everybody else is, the same way prior to coming here. So I appreciate you guys having me come on. My hope for, look, I consider myself a gringo traveler, right? Like, yeah, I'm married now and I'm living in Medellin, but like I am just like everybody else. Right, I'm not different. Okay, so I want to be as part of the positive direction, right, and where I fit into it as much as possible. And I also know that I'm far from the only guy that could be there to make anything happen at all. So really, I'm just trying to latch on and find people that, hey, how could we take this in a different direction, right? Hey, we see what's going on. Right, the only way that gets better is we got to make our move now. Hey, a little charity boxing event can get us a little bit of attention, but like it has to be more than that, and it's going to take more people coming together and doing stuff. Hey, even right here, next time I go fire off someone, right, it's going to be Gringo that got denied, right? So we already have, right, a positive change, I think, for the whole community, just coming from one stream where people sat down and had conversations that were actively looking for solutions.
And that's exactly right. I appreciate it. Most of your links are in my description, so if you guys want to follow Rob, you can go into my description and his links are there for you guys to click on and follow his channel. Appreciate you, Rob, for coming up. I appreciate your patience and the stumbles that we had initially. Unfortunately, that's StreamYard nowadays, and I definitely appreciate your time for being here as long as you have. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Shout out to you for pulling up, brother. Yes, sir.
You got any closing remarks? I know you just went through a live, and I appreciate you pulling up to this one because, like I said, bro, I didn't want to go head to head against you. You know, I was hoping you went ahead with your live yesterday so y'all could come over here. But
had I known, I would have though.
Yeah.
Me and you got to collaborate a little bit more because you know the
tried
last
to
thing
tell
I
you
want
in
to
your
do.
chat, bro, before you went live, I said, so now you're gonna move it to tomorrow. Why you gonna do that? I'm gonna compete against you. You know
Oh
what I'm
no, I
saying?
didn't see it.
said it in
I
your chat,
promise you,
dude.
I didn't see it. Cause Ronin, you can contest for yourself. I've been live and I've seen brothers from our community
Yeah,
and
you'll
shut my
pull out.
live
Yeah,
down.
you'll pull out and say,
Just
hey, let's
because,
all go over to the other person's channel.
right?
and
Because I'm
leave
about
my
support.
bin. Yeah,
I just don't
exactly.
preach it, man. I really live it, man. And I think, for one, I want to thank Rob for coming to this side of the internet because I know this side of the internet don't get a lot of shine. We don't get a lot of talk about because we not with the fuckery, and we know the fuckery is what get views. That's what get attention and stuff like that. us talking about bettering ourselves and stuff like that, nobody want to hear that for real. But it's something that we got to talk about because that's a part of who I am. Like I say, I believe in the 300 and the 300,000. You know what I mean? And I get it from a marketing standpoint. That doesn't really make sense. But I'd rather 300 people that really rock with me, that's gonna pull up and contribute, than 3,000 people that don't really rock with me. They're gonna pull up every now and again and things of that nature. So I'm about community, and my actions have showed that. And the fact of the matter, I have, even with all of the bad things I've heard from Rob, I've heard more positive things from him tonight than I have heard from a lot of brothers in this community. When brothers pull up and their tagline is, I'm not friendly, yo. What are you doing then? Like, if you're not pulling up to build, if you're not pulling up to learn or teach, what are you doing? You just pulling up to put people down? Come on, you know what I mean? So, Rob, I appreciate you, man. I would love for you to bring, like, say that that when we talk about that prosperity mindset over there tonight, to where we could talk and converse on that over there. But like I said, my following is not as large as Ronin. Man, shout out to Ronin, because ever since we done linked up, you've been supporting me. Like I was saying earlier, I done called Ronin numerous of times. Like, Ronin, I need some help with this. He'd be like, all right, go to your computer. And he walked me through it step by step and never asked me for a dime. You know what I mean? And not saying that I want anything for free, because I value a man's time, but he just never just put, oh, Charlie, man, we didn't hit the limit, bro. You had 4 calls, the 5th call I'm charge. You know what I mean? So that's something that I really appreciate, man. So with that being said, man, this is Charlie. Is it a good way so I can contact you?
Yeah, there's a good way. And look, Ronin.
Yeah.
When you invited me onto this podcast, did I ask you anything about how big your following is or anything like that? No, I don't care about that.
But you know, I also invited you on my email. You can check me out. You can go back and see what my legitimacy is. I have my LinkedIn, my professional background, my real name. I'm a fiduciary, so I can't lie about who I am anyway. So I never hide.
But that part doesn't matter to me. I value the conversations. Any stream I've been on, anyone I've done with anything, I never went and been like, yo, how many people they got following? How it's gonna benefit me? Like, I don't care about that. Not at all.
Right.
Now you come off as a
hold on for a second. I want to end the stream. I want you two to talk, so maybe y'all can arrange something in the near future. And
do you have my Instagram?
Hold on, let me hit this here screen.
Yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts.
This is Hit Run!
This is Hit and Run. I've walked through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. Seen men fall when the lights got bright. Seen truth drown in a headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weak hands pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough.
This is Hit and Run!
Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess.
Hit and Run!
Hard truth, overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the facts, then we run. Fearless from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet cracked, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckles scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening and I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mine. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg, just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick cheap thrill. So we told that line, never sell our name. Legacy every week, guard that flame. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is hit and run.
Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong.
Hit and run.
Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run. No emotion, just evidence.